What's going on, guys? Astrolarius here. Gonna do a bit of news catch up. Trump had met with the Australian Prime Minister, so I'm sure he had some things to say, probably took questions. We're gonna catch up on that here. And then see what other news there is, and probably end off with some Fallout 4. Do some gaming tonight, since it's been at least a couple days since I've played that. But I wanted to catch up on news because I've been really light on keeping up with stuff, so let's hop in here and see what's going on.
Prime Minister of Australia, fantastic place. A lot of friends over there, and this is one of them right here. The Prime Minister is, as
We have some Australians that stopped by chat, actually.
you know, Anthony Albanese.
I appreciate them.
He's highly respected, done very well in his election, and I hear you're very popular today, right? I mean, it varies from day to day, but with all of us. But he's done a fantastic job as the Prime Minister. We're here to talk about
Varies from day
trade,
to day.
submarines, lots of other military equipment. They're big orders of our great military equipment. We have the best equipment anywhere in the world by far. And, ooh, you gotta watch that. Watch that. You're not allowed to break that. That mirror is 400 years old. The camera just hit the mirror. Ay.
Oh my gosh.
I just moved it up here special from the vaults, and first thing that happens, the camera hits it.
That cameraman is probably
Hard to
sweating.
believe, isn't it? Hard to believe, but these are the problems in life. So we're going to be here to talk about lots of different things, and we might take a few questions before, but we are discussing critical minerals and rare earths, and we're going to be signing an agreement that's been negotiated over a period of 4 or 5 months. And it was sort of good timing that we got it done just in time for the visit. And we worked together very much on rare earths, critical minerals, and lots of other things. And we've had a very good relationship. We've been working on that for quite a while. In about a year from now, we'll have so much critical mineral and rare earths that you won't know what to do with them. They'll be worth about $2. But in the meantime, we're working with Australia and other countries. They're working with us too. But other countries also on that. But we're really working on anything having to do with military protection, military ships, vehicles, guns, ammunition, everything, the whole thing. We've been long-time allies, and I would say there's never been anybody better. We fought wars together. We never had any doubts, and it's a great honor to have you as my friend. It's a great honor to have you in the United States of America. Please, would you like to say something?
Well, thank you so much, Mr. President, for the invitation here to the White House and for showing us around the improved Oval Office, and for what you're doing around here as well, and for the great honour as well of my delegation staying just across the road. We could have walked, but they didn't let us. We drove all of 20 metres there from Blair House, but it's a great honour to be able to stay there. We are great friends and we're great allies, and this is a relationship that's been forged in the battlefields of the world. We have stood side by side for freedom and democracy, and congratulations, I must say, Mr. President, on the work that you've done with the Middle East. It's an extraordinary achievement. And on defence, we've already had a discussion about taking it to the next level. Our defence and security partnership with AUKUS is so important for us, and I thank you for the support that the administration are giving as well. You've had the Chief of the Navy here as well, which will play obviously a very critical role with the subs and increasing the security for the region and the world. And our economic relationship is so important. The US has a trade surplus with Australia, as you know, and we can continue to take what is every opportunity to improve the relationship even further and make it even stronger. And today's agreement on critical minerals and rare earths is just taking it to the next level, seizing those opportunities which are before us to take our relationship to that next level. And it's been fantastic, the contact that we've had together, the friendship that we've developed. And Australians love America, and I think Americans kind of like Australia too.
We do.
And as we go forward, I think that today will be seen as a really significant day in our relationship. So I thank you very much, Mr. President.
Well, thank you very much, Anthony. It's an honor to sign this, and we'll do it now. And then we'll take some questions. Some good ones, I think. Okay.
Well, this is a $8.5 billion pipeline that we have ready to go.
That's right. It's all ready to go.
Just getting started.
And we're doing a real job on rare earth and many other things. Perhaps I could ask John to say a few words, and then we'll exchange papers. But just how are we doing on your naval purchases and all of the submarines that we're working on with Australia? How's that going?
Thank you, Mr. President. Obviously, Australia is a very important ally of ours in the Indo-Pacific and in every battle. They fought with us since World War I and have always been side by side. The facility that they're building, Surf West, is critical and very important to our ability to project power in the Indo-Pacific and work with our allies. So we're working very closely. I think what we're really trying to do is take the original AUKUS framework and improve it for all three parties and make it better and clarify some of the ambiguity that was in the prior agreement. So it should be a win-win for everybody. So.
And the submarines that we're building for Australia are starting to really move along, right? The process is getting very exciting, isn't it?
We're getting better.
That's good. Very good.
It's going to be great.
Thank you very much. Maybe we'll hold this up. Okay.
The AUKUS defence pact that the Prime Minister just mentioned, it is a critical issue for Australia.
Yes.
You haven't really spoken much about it publicly. It was a deal that was done under Joe Biden to sell submarines to Australia at a time when you're not really making enough for your own needs. So can you tell us, have you gotten across the details of the deal? Do you support it, and will you honour it?
It was made a while ago, and nobody did anything about it, and it was going too slowly. We do actually have a lot of submarines. We have the best submarines in the world, anywhere in the world, and we're building a few more currently under construction. And now we're starting, we have it all set. With Anthony, we've worked on this long and hard, and we're starting that process right now. And I think it's really moving along very rapidly, very well.
But if the rate of submarine production doesn't continue, how can you guarantee Australia will get the votes?
Oh, it's getting. Oh, no, they're getting.
At least 32 people have been killed in those.
Excuse me, you're next.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
China's bad behavior has really only gotten worse since the AUKUS partnership was formed. With that in mind, is the door open for Australia to get additional nuclear-powered submarines or other military capabilities not already in the deal?
I think China's been very respectful of us. They're paying tremendous amounts of money to us as in the form of tariffs. As you know, they're paying 55%. That's a lot of money. They never were paying anything over years and years and years. But they were like anybody else. A lot of countries took advantage of the U.S. They're not taking advantage anymore. No, China's paying 55% and a potential 155% come November 1st unless we make a deal. And I'm meeting with President Xi. We have a very good relationship. We're going to be meeting in South Korea in a couple of weeks. And we'll see what we can do. We have a very good relationship with China, but you know, it's been probably a little bit like your relationship with China. They try and take advantage, but most countries do. I mean, I can say the European Union took advantage, but not anymore. We worked out a very fair trade deal. Japan, we worked out a very fair deal. South Korea, where I'll be meeting President Xi, we worked out a very fair deal. And I expect we'll probably work out a very fair deal with President Xi of China. So most of you will be with us. It's going to be very exciting. And I think we're going to work out something that's good for both countries.
Are you at least interested in expediting? Excuse me. Are you at least interested in expediting the nuclear-powered subs to Australia?
Well, we are doing that. Yeah, we're doing that. We have them moving very, very quickly. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, I don't think you've ever been to Australia. Have you thought about coming to Australia and trying out some of the golf courses?
I would, and I actually have been to Australia.
A long
And
flight.
I did play one of your great golf courses. They have great golf courses there. But I have been to Australia, actually.
Come
And
again?
oh, I would. In fact, I've been invited to go, and
Indeed.
I'll have to give it serious consideration. No, it's a real
Did
possibility.
the Prime Minister invite you today?
He did.
And perhaps we could time it, must be said, with the President's Cup that Australia hosts as well.
When is the President's Cup?
We'll organise it at a time suitable for you, Mr. President.
Please, in the back, please. Yeah, in the back, please.
Yeah, Mr. President, the Prime Minister mentioned that there's a trade imbalance that's very heavily in America's favour. Why does America slap such heavy tariffs on a friend and ally?
Well, we don't, yeah. Well, we do in some cases. We do in many cases because we've been treated unfairly. But actually, the tariffs are very light. The one thing is you buy a lot of airplanes, so that helps because you buy a lot of the beautiful Boeings, the best of the Boeings. Boeing, and by the way, Boeing is really doing well. They have lots of orders, and they're really doing a great job. They make a great plane. But Australia, because of its location, which is great, but one of the things dictated by that location is you have to order a lot of airplanes. So I guess we have that advantage. They need a lot of airplanes in Australia, and that gives us a little bit of an advantage. Yeah, President.
Yeah, your Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, in his Shangri-La speech in, I think it was May, warned about the potential likelihood or threat of President Xi ordering an invasion of Taiwan. 2027 is also the year that Fleet Base West is supposed to start rotating those US and UK submarines. Do you see AUKUS as a deterrent for China in the Indo-Pacific?
Yeah, I do. I think it is, but I don't think we're going to need it. I think we'll be just fine with China. China doesn't want to do that. First of all, the United States is the strongest military power in the world by far. It's not even close. Not even close. We have the best equipment. We have the best of everything, and nobody's going to mess with that. And I don't see that at all with President Xi. I think we're going to get along very well as it pertains to Taiwan and others. Now, that doesn't mean it's not the apple of his eye, because probably it is. But I don't see anything happening. We have a very good trade relationship. We're going to have a very good, I think when we leave South Korea, it could be wrong, but I think we'll end up with a very strong trade deal. Both of us will be happy. I don't see that happening, no.
Given the trade surplus that the US enjoys with Australia, would you consider lifting the tariffs that you've imposed on Australia? And can you give us any details about the critical...
Yeah, well, the tariffs have been amazing because, tariffs have been really a reason that I was able to settle almost all of the, I've settled 8 wars in 8 months. Not bad. I have one more to go. It's Russia-Ukraine, and I think we'll get there, but it's turned out to be nasty because you have 2 leaders that truly hate each other. You can't have it all, right? They hate each other beyond all else, and it makes it actually a little bit difficult. But we try, of the 8 deals, I would say because of tariffs, 4 or 5 of them were settled. It's an amazing thing, the power of tariffs in terms of our country. But tariffs have always been used against us. We never use them against anywhere else. And now you have a president that for national security reasons and other reasons is using them. And we've become a very rich nation again and a very secure nation again. But we've also become a nation that used that power of tariffs and the power of trade to settle 5 of the 8 wars that I said. I settled 8. I'm very proud of that. Nobody else has settled 1. I don't think there's been an American president that settled 1. I think there probably hasn't been outside of the 2 countries involved, or however many are at war. I don't think there's ever been an outside country that settled a war, period. So I settled 8 in 8 months. I'm proud of that. Now, in the meantime, I'm running a country that's right now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We were dead. A year and a half ago, we were a dead country. Now we're the hottest country in the world, economically and otherwise. So, but I will say this, Australia pays very low tariffs, Very, very low tariffs. In fact, Australia pays among the lowest tariffs. Go ahead.
Mr. President, there's been concern in Australia that it's taken 9 months to get this meeting. Have you had any concerns with this administration, with its stance on Palestine, climate change, or even things the ambassador said about you in the past, the Australian ambassador?
I don't know anything about him. I mean, if you said bad, then maybe he'll like to apologize. I really don't know. Did an ambassador say something bad about him? Don't tell me. I don't. Where is he? Is he still working for you?
Yeah.
You said bad?
Before I took this position, Mr. President,
I don't like you either. I don't, and I probably never will. Go ahead. No, you went. Go ahead, behind you.
Mr. President, your Secretary of the Navy said there will be some clarifications around some ambiguities on AUKUS. Can you tell us what?
Well, he'll get that taken care of. These are just minor details that he'll take.
Can I ask you specifically on?
John, you're going to get that taken care of, right?
Correct.
There shouldn't be any more clarifications because we're just going now full steam ahead building. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Are you now satisfied with Australia's defence investment, or do you want Australia to invest more in defence?
Well, I'd always like more, but they have to do what they have to do. You know, you can only do so much. I think they've been great. They're building magnificent holding pads for the submarines. It's going to be expensive, too. You wouldn't believe the level of complexity, right, and how expensive it is. They're building tremendous docking because they have a lot of ships and a lot of things happening. And I think their military has been very strong, very, very strong. Over here, please.
Mr. President, on the war that you haven't solved yet, the Ukraine-Russia situation, have you now locked in a meeting? And can you explain, just a few weeks ago at UNGA, you said that Ukraine could possibly win the war and keep its territory, but now the story seems a bit different.
They will, but they could still win it. I never said they would win it. I said they could win. Anything can happen. You know, war is a very strange thing. A lot of bad things happen, a lot of good things happen. If you look at the Middle East, I would say prior to us hitting Iran so hard, we could have never made that deal because you would have had a dark cloud over the Middle East when we took out their nuclear capability, which was one of the great military maneuvers of all time. It was flawless. You saw that. Those magnificent B-2s. I mean, that was a flawless move that was done by some very talented people, headed up by Pete and everybody else, and our great generals, and General in particular, Raisin Kane. We did a great job. And when that happened, everything was different, and we were able to get a deal. If we didn't do that, if it wasn't, you know, they wanted to do that for 22 years, Mr. Prime Minister. For 22 years, I had the pilots here, the B-2 pilots, and they came to the Oval Office, and I thought they deserved it. They flew 37 hours back and forth. We had 52 tankers up there. We had a lot of planes up there with them, but they were the primary plane. But we had a lot of planes, F-22s and F-35s and F-16. We had a lot of planes. But we had 52 tankers, can you believe that? And it was just like a flawless mission. And when it was finished, the Middle East just opened up, amazing. And they've wanted to do it for 22 years. The pilots came up to me, they said, you know, for 22 years we practiced this maneuver, 3 times a year for 22 years, our predecessors and us. These are now young pilots, you know, but they're older now, predecessors practiced it. And they said, we never had a president that would let us do it, but I let him do it, and it totally opened up the Middle East. It took the cloud over the, you know, we had a dark cloud over the Middle East, and now it's all, I mean, we have a little situation relatively with Hamas, and that will be taken care of very quickly if they don't straighten it out themselves, because they're in violation of their agreement.
On rare earth minerals, Australia is one of the only places in the world that processes rare earth minerals.
Yeah, it's good.
Could there be an agreement? China has 90% of the processing. Could there be an agreement over processing rare earth minerals with Australia?
Sure, that's what we're doing. It's part of the agreement.
Can you say with certainty
Go ahead, please.
that all...
Sir, thank you, sir. Just, sorry,
Yeah.
on a follow-up on Taiwan, there are reports that you will come up, or China is pressuring you to not support independence for Taiwan in exchange for a trade deal.
Well, I'm not going to talk about that. What I'll talk about, you and I will have that discussion in a couple of weeks when I'm in South Korea with President Xi. We're going to be talking about a lot of things. I assume that's going to be one of the things, but I'm not going to talk about that now. Yeah, please go ahead.
Mr. President, you just alluded to the violence in the Middle East. What steps is the administration taking to maintain the ceasefire?
Well, a lot of steps, and right now it's in the hands of others. You know, we have 59 countries that agreed to the deal. We have a peace in the Middle East for the first time ever. We made a deal with Hamas that, you know, they're going to be very good, they're going to behave, they're going to be nice, and if they're not, we're going to go and we're going to eradicate them if we have to. They'll be eradicated, and they know that. So they went in, and I don't believe it was the leadership, but they had some rebellion in there among themselves, and they killed some people, you know, a lot of people. But this is a violent group. You know, you probably noticed over the last 100 years, this is a very violent group of people. And they got very rambunctious, and they did things that they shouldn't be doing. And if they keep doing it, then we're going to go in and straighten it out, and it'll happen very quickly and pretty violently, unfortunately.
Yeah, just following up on that question, when you say we are going to eradicate Hamas, who is we? Does that include American boots on the ground?
No, it won't be on the ground at all. We don't need to, because we have many countries, as you know, signed on to this deal. The way I view it, 59 countries, and unanimous. There's never been, nobody ever believed us. Countries that 4 months ago didn't like each other, and now they're all aligned together. I mean, we've had countries calling me when they saw some of the killing with Hamas, saying we'd love to go in and take care of the situation ourselves. In addition, you have Israel would go in 2 minutes if I asked them to go in. I could tell them, go in and take care of it. But right now we haven't said that. We're going to give it a little chance, and hopefully there will be a little less violence. But right now, you know, they're violent people. Hamas has been very violent. But they don't have the backing of Iran anymore. They don't have the backing of really anybody anymore. They have to be good. And if they're not good, they'll be eradicated.
Were any innocent civilians killed in the Caribbean, Mr. President?
Not you.
Could the Prime Minister weigh in more on the processing?
And can Australia expand the process of rare earths?
Absolutely we can, and we have the capacity to do so, and part of this deal is very specific, $8.5 billion pipeline. There'll be $1 billion contributed from Australia and the United States over the next 6 months with projects that are immediately available. There's 3 groups of projects, ones that are joint activities between Australia and the United States, such as Alcoa. Secondly is projects that will be US investment, that the US will undertake in Australia, including processing, and then ones that Australia will undertake, some as well. One of them is Australia, the US and Japan as well. So what we're trying to do here is to take the opportunities which are there. Australia has had a view for some time, a bit similar to putting America first.
Right.
Our plan's called A Future Made in Australia, which is about not just digging things up and exporting them, but how do we make sure that we have across the supply chains with our friends being able to benefit, seize those opportunities. So we certainly see part of what this is about isn't just digging things up, it's also about processing, including the joint ventures between Australia and the United States.
Can the US and Australia really compete with China? Aren't we decades behind in terms of the development?
No. You've been reading the wrong newspapers. We're not decades. We are way ahead of China militarily, the United States. We're way ahead of them in every form of military, other than they're building a lot of ships, and we'll have that started. We'll be catching them on that. But we will, when it comes to weaponry, when it comes to, I'll go right now, AI. The big thing is AI. They're building more plants in this country than anybody ever imagined. We're going to have over $20 trillion of investment for this year. The most we ever had was a tiny fraction of that. As an example, Biden, who's the worst president in the history of our country by far, by the way, but they were less than $1 trillion for 4 years. we're already now breaking $18 trillion of investment in 8 months. 18 trillion. No country in history has ever done that. We're way ahead of China in AI, and we're way ahead of China militarily from the standpoint of the sophisticated weapons. We have weapons that a lot of people don't even know about it. I got them started 4 years ago. I rebuilt the military 4 years ago, fortunately, because Biden didn't do anything but give a piece of it away to Afghanistan. Fortunately, as much as it sounded like it was a small part of what I built, but the Afghanistan giveaway was one of the worst. That was probably the most embarrassing day in the period in the history of our country. But we have the greatest military. We have the best equipment. We have the best manufacturers of equipment. We have the best weapons. When you look at our weapons, I've been talking a lot about our weapons. Everybody wants our weapons. But it's great to be working with Anthony. It's great to be working with the people of Australia because they also, I mean, it's a smaller country, but you have done a fantastic job in weaponry and the kind of things that we do a lot of joint work together. Our militaries work very, very closely together. We've been really an amazing ally when you think of it, right? There's never been any games. We're strongly committed and they're strongly committed. There are some games with other countries, but there haven't been games with Australia. Where do you come from?
I'm from Australia.
Who are you with?
The Sydney Morning Herald.
Nasty guy. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I was just going to ask.
All right, go ahead.
On your first term, you worked with two Australian Prime Ministers, Scott Morrison and Malcolm Turnbull, you might remember.
Yeah.
They were from same side of politics as you, Mr Albanese's different side. Can you tell us a bit more about what it's like to work with Mr Albanese compared to those two?
Well, I got along. I mean, that wouldn't be fair because, the man on my right has a big advantage. You know that, right? But I think he's doing a really good job, and we've had a very good relationship. I don't want to compare one with the other, but I'll tell you, this one is. They really have a great prime minister.
Thank you.
Okay, is that a
Thank
good
you.
statement?
I'll use it in my ads in 28.
President Putin on Thursday. Did you discuss his ongoing attacks on civilian areas in Ukraine?
Yeah.
Did you say cut it out? Did you say show an article of good faith to me?
I did. But as you know, most of the people dying are soldiers. The soldiers that are dying in Russia and Ukraine, it's unbelievable. 5,000 to 7,000 a week. Can you believe it? And I look at that and I say it's pretty amazing. But in addition to that, there are attacks on Kiev and some of the other places. And it's human lives, but the big number of human lives are soldiers that are being killed in the battlefield. Anywhere from 5,000 to 7,000, sometimes more than that every single week. It's not even believable. It's a bloodbath. It's the worst since the Second World War, the worst number of people. And it doesn't affect us in any way. We don't pay anything because now they pay us for the weapons that they get. The NATO is paying us for the weapons, as you know. It doesn't affect, I guess you could say that's a positive thing, they pay us, but I'm not interested in that. I did straighten it out. Biden gave them $350 billion. Can you believe it? And all they did is get deeper in. It's a shame. Gave them $350 billion. A lot of lives were lost. That's a war that would have never happened if I were president. But we do speak about that. I speak about all of the lives, but I do speak about the civilian lives. Yeah.
This lady has done such an amazing job on Ukrainian children who were abducted by Russia. Would you support Senator Lindsey Graham's bill to declare Russia a terrorist state? And you have within your power the most powerful man on earth. Why don't you just enable Ukraine to finish this war tomorrow?
Well, if you knew anything about what you were talking about, you'd be able. You do. I don't think you do, really. I don't think you do because it's a little more complicated than that. But it sounds easy. We're in the process of trying to make a deal. If we make a deal, that's great. If we don't make a deal, it'll be a lot of people are going to be paying a big price. Quiet. Go ahead.
A question to both of you, if you don't mind.
I love his haircut. I'm going to try that. No, I love it. Go ahead.
So, as we all know, China controls 90% of the global supply of critical minerals. They have launched attacks on Australian companies, primarily Lynas Rare Earths. What will happen to China if they don't play fair with this?
So, it's a very interesting question. We have a tremendous power and that's the power of tariff. And I think that China will come to the table and make a very fair deal, because if they don't, they're going to be paying us 157% in tariffs. Right now, they're paying 55 to 57%. When I was first president and first term, we had the greatest economy we've ever had. And as you know, people don't write too much about it, but China paid us hundreds of billions of dollars worth of money for tariffs. Biden left it, but he didn't enforce it. He gave exceptions to almost everything. And so he left the tariffs, but he didn't really collect the numbers that he should have collected, and because he didn't know what the hell he was doing. So now the tariffs are much higher in China than they were before, and they're high on other countries depending on whether or not we like that country or we get along, and that's for national security purposes. So I made deals with Japan, I made deals with the European Union, or the whole of Europe practically, but the European Union, made deals with a lot of different people. We have a very fair deal for, I will say, Australia's paying a low number. They do have, I'll change it, we have a little bit of an advantage in that one. I told you, the advantage we have is airplanes. We sell a lot of airplanes to them, and they need them. It's a very vibrant place, and people go in and out, and I look forward to going there myself. And I think it's unlikely I'll be taking a ship. That's a long
journey.
That's a long but China has treated us with great respect. Now, in the past, they didn't treat other presidents with great respect. They would take hundreds of billions and even trillions of dollars out of the country, and they would spend it and build their military. Now they're treating us with great respect. Now, we'll see what happens. I said, if we don't make a deal, I'm putting on an additional 100% on November 1st. I think we'll make a deal. They threatened us with rare earths, and I threatened them with tariffs, but I could also threaten them with many other things, like airplanes. You know about airplanes, because they can't get parts for their airplanes. We build their airplanes. We do a great job. They're largely Boeings, and we could stop the parts. We did stop the parts, actually, when they did the initial threat. That's a big... They closed down over 400 of their airplanes, but we don't want to do that. But we have a much simpler thing. If we don't make a deal, we'll charge them a very substantial tariff, and they'll be paying us hundreds of billions of dollars a year, which they're basically paying right now. We had presidents that allowed China and other countries get away with murder. We're not going to allow that, but we're going to have a fair deal. I want to be good to China. I love my relationship with President Xi. We have a great relationship. I believe after we leave South Korea, we'll be there together. We thought that would be a good place to meet, and we're going to be meeting. I'll be in Malaysia, I'll be in Japan, I'll be in a couple of others. We'll be sort of doing a little bit of a tour. I've been invited to go to China, and I'll be doing that sometime fairly early next year. We have it sort of set. But I think we're going to have a very good relationship with China. And again, they will threaten us with rare earths. I don't think they're threatening us too much right now. But they could do that, but I threaten them with something I think is much more powerful, and that's tariffs. Because at a certain point, they will not be able to do any business with us. At a certain point, if they pay enough tariffs, it's almost like saying, we don't want to do business with you, but it's probably nicer. Saying you're going to pay 158, 157% tariff is a nicer way of saying that we don't want to do business with you. And if they don't do business with us, I think China's in big trouble, I'll be honest with you. I think China is, I don't know that they even make it. I really do. I believe that they're in big trouble. And I don't want them to be in big trouble. I want them to do great. I want them to thrive. But we have to thrive together. It's a two-way street. I think when we finish our meetings, and it's going to be a big deal. I'm meeting with a lot of other countries, but this seems to be the one that people are very interested in. I think when we finish our meetings in South Korea, China and I will have a really fair and really great trade deal together. I want them to buy soybeans. They stopped buying our soybeans because they thought that was punishment. And it is punishment to our farmers, but we're not going to allow that to happen because I made a great trade deal with China, a $50 billion trade deal, and they were great about it. They were doing everything that they were supposed to do. And then when Biden came in, you know, I used to call President Xi all the time to say, thank you, or you're not buying enough. In other words, they were supposed to buy. Biden, do you think Biden ever called him? I don't think Biden ever called him. You think Biden lied awake at night thinking about trade with China? He didn't know what he was doing. He was an incompetent president. We had an incompetent president, but you don't have that anymore. So I think we're going to end up having a fantastic deal with China. It's going to be a great trade deal. It's going to be fantastic for both countries, and it's going to be fantastic for the entire world. Thank you very much, everybody.
All right, up next, takes questions on Air Force One. Australians in chat, how do you guys feel about President Trump, out of curiosity? I'm always surprised at how many Australians stop through here, even when we're not doing anything like news that has anything to do with Australia. I love having my folks from down under in here. But anyway, Air Force One, I'm starting a new poll in chat. Seems like most of y'all are having great days. I love to hear it. But we're gonna do how do you feel about Trump? Is he doing a good job or not? So poll in chat here in like 1 minute.
We had a good weekend. We accomplished a lot. Really, very lot.
Catching up on the news.
You probably just saw the piece on Steve and Jared. It was very good. 60 minutes. Any questions? You want to give me a little room here, Jeff?
Just following up on the 60 Minutes story, what's your reaction to Israel strikes on Gaza today?
Well, we're going to have to see what's happening. We want to make sure that it's going to be very peaceful with Hamas. As you know, they've been quite rambunctious. They've been doing
poll in chat up.
We think maybe the leadership isn't involved in some rebels within, but either way, it's going to be handled properly. It's going to be handled toughly, but properly.
Is the ceasefire still in place?
Yeah, it is.
Mr. President, on Colombia, Senator Graham.
The
country of Colombia. Senator Graham tweeted that you would be imposing tariffs on the country either today or tomorrow. Can you give any details as to how much those tariffs might be?
Well, I read the statement of Senator Graham, and it's correct. Yeah. I was with him today. We were working today, and I read his statement, and it's correct.
But how much the tariff rate? Do you have a rate in mind?
I'll let you know tomorrow.
Can y'all understand this?
Jay Jones has repeatedly said that if he wins in Virginia, that he
Who said what?
Jay Jones in Virginia.
Jay Jones, you mean the one that wanted to kill somebody's children and kill somebody? You mean the animal that wanted to kill somebody?
Yeah,
who should not be allowed to be running for that office?
Yeah, he said he can't wait to see you in court. I'm wondering if you have a response and if you're considering getting involved in that race.
Well, what is he saying?
He said in the debate on Thursday night that he can't wait to sue your administration and see you in court.
No, he's
Hold on, y'all. Let me see if I can get a better version for you.
We had a good.
Okay, here we go. Jeez, I don't know what they were doing over there. All right, sorry about that.
We accomplished a lot. I think really a very lot. You probably just saw the piece on Steve and Jared. It was very good. 60 minutes. Any questions? Do you want to give me a little room here, Jeff?
Just want to make sure this is the right one.
Following up on the 60 Minutes story, what's your reaction to Israel strikes on Gaza today?
Well, we're going to have to see what's happening. We want to make sure that it's going to be very peaceful with Hamas. And as you know, they've been quite rambunctious. They've been doing some shooting, and we think maybe the leadership isn't involved in that. You know, some rebels within, but either way, it's going to be handled properly. It's going to be handled toughly, but properly.
Is the ceasefire still in place?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
Mr. President, on Colombia, Senator Graham. The country of Colombia. Senator Graham tweeted that you would be imposing tariffs on the country either today or tomorrow. Can you give any details as to how much those tariffs might be?
Well, I read the statement of Senator Graham, and it's correct, yeah. I was with him today. We were working today, and I read his statement, and it's correct, yes.
But how much the tariff rate? Do you have
I'll let you know tomorrow. Yeah, I'll let you know tomorrow.
Tomorrow, it will be announced?
Yeah.
Jay Jones has repeatedly said that if he wins in Virginia, that he
Who
can't.
said what?
Jay Jones in Virginia has said.
Jay Jones, you mean the one that wanted to kill somebody's children and kill somebody? You mean the animal that wanted to kill somebody?
Yeah,
who should not be allowed to be running for that office?
Yeah, he said he can't wait to see you in court. I'm wondering if you have a response and if you're considering getting involved in that race.
Well, what is he saying?
He said in the debate on Thursday night that he can't wait to sue your administration and see you in court.
No, he's a third-rate intellect. He's a guy who I've never seen anybody say what he said, that he wanted to kill his opponent's children, he wanted to kill his opponent. No, I can't imagine anybody voting for Jay Jones. Look, you would think he's totally discredited. I would think he wouldn't even be allowed to do that. Anybody would be put in prison for what he said. So he can join the long list of attorney generals that have been suing and losing. But the people of this country want law, they want order, they want safety. They don't want to be mugged or raped or shot. And that's what we provide. We have tremendous numbers also. You see the crime numbers are coming way down, way down. Then you take a look at a place like Washington, D.C., which is now one of the safest cities in the country. It's one of the worst cities, most dangerous cities. We moved out 1,700 career criminals and people that came here through Biden and his open border policy. And Washington, D.C. is now one of the safest cities, and Memphis is doing fantastically also. We went in there a week ago, and this is a bumpy flight. I better say that, otherwise they'll say, what's wrong with the president? This is a bumpy flight. But Memphis is doing really well. I think that Chicago will do very well. We're going to go into San Francisco at some point in the not-too-distant future and make that a great city again. It can only be a great city if it doesn't have crime. If it has crime, it can't be a great city.
Question about Colombia. Are you concerned that if aid is cut to Colombia, that would undermine Colombia's fight against drugs? A lot of U.S. aid.
They don't have a fight against drugs. They make drugs. They refine drugs. They make cocaine. They have cocaine factories. They have no fight against drugs. And I'm stopping all payments to Colombia because they don't have anything to do with their fight against drugs. And in fact, even when they had better presidents than they have right now, that's how they're making a lot of money, drugs. I used to complain about it when they had a very nice president, but he wasn't doing it. It was all talk. They are a drug manufacturing machine, Colombia, and we're not going to be part of it. So we're going to drop all money that we're giving to them. It has nothing to do with them stopping drug production. And you look at the fields are loaded up with drugs, and they refine the drugs, and they make tremendous amounts of cocaine, and they send it all over the world, and they destroy families. No, Colombia is out of control, and now they have the worst president they've ever had. He's a lunatic who's got a lot of problems, mental problems.
One more question on Colombia. The Colombian president says that the U.S. killed an innocent Colombian fisherman in one of the strikes.
He said that when we shot down a submarine, that they were just fishing. This is a submarine. This was a submarine that was meant, by the way, this was a submarine that was meant for one reason and made for one reason, to carry massive amounts of drugs. Yeah, go ahead.
No, but that's not the right strike that he's talking about. He's talking about a previous strike.
Mr. President, on the shutdown, do you want to see the premium tax credits extended if the Democrats vote to reopen the government?
Let me just tell you that there'll be no money given toward their crazy escalation of giving money to illegal aliens that came into the country totally illegally. I mean, they came in illegally. They want to spend $1.5 trillion with a T, $1 trillion, giving it to people that came into the country illegally. They shouldn't have come in. In fact, one of the reasons they came in was to get this money. And California is a big culprit. I mean, California, they're out of control. And we're not going to pay California all of that money that they're giving away illegally. That's another thing. Between California and Colombia, there's not that much difference. We're not going to be making those payments.
Just a follow-up to that, sorry, a July survey
Who are
by
you with, please?
The Washington Post. A July survey by your pollster, Tony Fabrizio, found that 72% of voters across political parties like the ACA tax credits. Are you worried that you might get blamed if you don't help get those through?
Well, we want to have great health care, so we'll do whatever we can do to have great health care. But the Democrats want to destroy all health care because they want to give $1.5 trillion of this money, and they want additional money to go to people that came into our country illegally. Many of them are from prisons and mental institutions, and we're not going to destroy our health care for the Democrats.
Mr. President, there were reports, and you even mentioned that in a recent phone call with Prime Minister Modi, and that Modi had said his country would stop purchases of Russian oil, but India said that they were not aware.
Well, then they're going to just keep paying a lot of tariffs. If they said that, but I don't believe they said that. No, I spoke with Prime Minister Modi of India, and he said he's not going to be doing the Russian oil thing, so that's it.
But why would India say that they're not going to do?
I don't know, but if they want to say that, then they'll just continue to pay massive tariffs, and they don't want to do that.
Following up on Friday, you said you had a cordial meeting with President Zelensky. During that during that meeting, did you tell him he needed to cede all of the Donbass region to Russia?
No, we never discussed it. We think that what they should do is just stop at the lines where they are, the battle lines. You have a battle line right now. The rest is very tough to negotiate. If you're going to say, you take this, we take that, there's so many different permutations. So what I say is they should stop right now at the battle lines. Go home, stop killing people, and be done.
What do you think should happen with the Donbass region then?
Let it be cut the way it is. It's cut up right now. I think 78% of the land is already taken by Russia. You leave it the way it is right now. They can negotiate something later on down the line. But I said cut and stop at the battle line, go home, stop fighting, stop killing people.
What do you think of Mandami's photo with the 93 World Trade Center bombing?
Yeah, no, it's a shame. Look, the Mandami thing is it's a disaster waiting to happen. We can't have a communist in charge of a great, supposedly free enterprise, kind of a representative city. So I think it's, if you have a communist mayor, I think it's going to be very tough for him and for the city.
Do you think he should have posted something like this so close to the election?
Oh, I think it's a shame that that particular man is endorsing him and very friendly with him. You can see there's a relationship. He blew up the World Trade Center, right?
And Mr. President,
Didn't the man you're talking about blow up the World Trade Center? And he's friends with Mandami?
Mr. President, sticking with New York City, you've talked about the Hudson River Tunnel, the infrastructure project. So you've said that the funding has been terminated, but folks in New York have said that it's not terminated. So where does that stand?
Well, as of now, it's terminated, and that's up to me. And as of now, it's terminated, and it's terminated because the Democrats are so foolish what they've done to the country. I mean, we have the hottest country in the world. There's no country even close, and they just want to do this. There's nothing for them to do. All they have to do is just say, let everything continue. And I will say a lot of Democrats want this to get over.
So the administration right now is not sending funding?
Right now, there is no funding because it's up to me.
What is your response to the protest?
Who are you with?
With the AP.
With AP?
What's your response to the protests over the weekend, the No Kings protests?
I think it's a joke. I looked at the people. They're not representative of this country. And I looked at all the brand new signs paid for, I guess it was paid for by Soros and other radical left lunatics. It looks like it was. We're checking it out. The demonstrations were very small, very ineffective, and the people were whacked out. When you look at those people, those are not representative of the people of our country.
Mr. President, besides San Francisco...
By the way, I'm not a king. I'm not a king. I work my ass off to make our country great. That's all it is. I'm not a king at all.
He's been swearing a lot more lately.
So are there other cities you're actively looking at for the National Guard right now?
Yeah. What about it?
I'm just wondering if you care to comment on that.
Well, we've used the National Guard to be very successful in Memphis. You can see the numbers are falling like rocks. Washington, D.C., Chicago is getting better, even though we're going through a lot. And, we're trying to do it in a very nice way. I'm allowed, as you know, as president, like 50% of the presidents have used the Insurrection Act. They can use that, and everybody agrees you're allowed to use that, and there's no more court cases, there's no more anything. We're trying to do it in a nicer manner, but we can always use the Insurrection Act if we want. I mean, you take a look in the past, one in particular president used it 28 times during the course of a presidency. So we're allowed to do that. We thought we could do it in a very nice way. All we want to do is have safe cities. We're not looking for anything that would be spectacular other than crime-free become spectacular. We want to have great crime-free cities. So I'd be allowed to use, if I wanted, the Insurrection Act, and then all of this nonsense would go away. You have the absolute right. It's the strongest power a president has, and you have the absolute right to do it. We wanted to go this route, but we get sued every time you look at somebody. You look at somebody the wrong way, and you end up getting sued. We just want no crime. We want to have crime-free cities. That's not a big... I mean, it's pretty common sense, I think, but that's all I want is crime-free cities. I campaigned on it. It's become, I think, even more successful than we thought because of the tremendous success that we had literally in 12 days in Washington, D.C., and it continues. But Washington, D.C., we're so proud of it. People are eating in their restaurants. Restaurants are opening. All the stores and restaurants were closing. You couldn't walk down the street without being mugged or worse. And now it's a safe city. I mean, it's considered a very safe city. And it's safe because we took 1,700 people out of there and brought them back to where they came from. Yeah.
You said you're going to South Korea and potentially meet with Chinese
I am.
president.
That's right.
Can you tell us more about your goals for your trip to Asia? Where else you may be going?
I have a very good relationship with President Xi of China. We're having disputes on things. They're paying us a lot of money, tremendous amount of money in tariffs, and they'd probably like to have it be less, and we'll work on that, but they have to give us some things too. Right now, China's paying a tremendous amount of money in tariffs, like they've never paid before. You know, they paid a lot during my first administration, my first term. Now they're paying an unbelievable amount of money to the United States. They probably can't pay that much, and I'm okay with that. We can lower that, but they have to do things for us too. It's no longer a one-way street. Yeah.
What would you lower it to, do you think?
Depends. I mean, we'll have to see what they want. One of the penalties we have, and because they're sending in fentanyl, we have a 20%, as you know, a 20% tariff on that. But they'd be paying about 157% tariff, which is, you know, record-setting type tariff. I don't want them to do that. I want to help China. I'm not looking to hurt China. But they have to give us things too.
Sticking with China, Mr. President, on soybeans, are you confident that you'll be able to get it?
I want them to buy soybeans. One of the things I want is China's going to buy soybeans. I want China to stop with the fentanyl. Very, you know, normal things. I don't want them to play the rare earth game with us.
But you want them to, but do you think they will make a deal on soybeans?
I do believe, yeah, because otherwise I'm not going to make a deal. No, I want them to buy. Our farmers have been boycotted by China as a negotiating point. I don't want that. Our farmers are great, and in particular our soybean farmers, and I want them to start buying soybeans at least in the amount that they were buying before. And I believe they'll be able to do that.
Sticking with soybeans, and on Argentina, you're looking to do that deal with Argentina, the bail swap. So,
Making beef?
Are we expecting a beef deal?
I assume you're talking about beef, yeah.
No,
to get beef prices down. The only price we have that's high is beef, and we'll get that down. And one of the things we're thinking about doing is beef from Argentina.
No, but my question is, what do you have to say to U.S. farmers who feel that the deal is benefiting Argentina more than it is them, they are
Argentina's fighting for its life, young lady. You don't know anything about it. They're fighting for their life. Nothing's benefiting Argentina. They're fighting for their life. You understand what that means? They have no money. They have no anything. They're fighting so hard to survive. If I can help them survive in a free world, I happen to like the president of Argentina. I think he's trying to do the best he can. But don't make it sound like they're doing great. They are dying. All right? They're dying.
What do you mean by a beef deal, sir?
We would buy some beef from Argentina. If we do that, that will bring our beef prices down. Because our groceries are down, our energy prices are down. Well, I think we're going to have $2 gasoline pretty soon. We're getting close. And everything's down. The one thing that's kept up is beef. And if we buy some beef, now I'm not talking about that much from Argentina, it would help Argentina, which we consider a very good country, a very good ally in a place. Although I must tell you, if you take a look now, South America is turning. Those South American countries are starting to turn very much toward us. They're getting away from socialism, and you can go right down the pack. But they are starting to turn. It's pretty amazing.
May I ask you about Israel again? Do you feel that Israel was justified with striking when it did?
Striking where?
In Gaza, today and overnight.
I'd have to get back to you on that. I'd have to get back.
What is the next step?
Because we're going to be determined. You know, all of that's is under consideration right now. It's under review.
Mr. President, on Harvard,
Who are you with?
I'm with the Washington Post.
That's all right.
On Harvard, you said the other week that you had reached a deal, but we haven't heard anything. What's the holdup?
Well, we reached a concept of a deal, but it's pretty complicated because under this deal would be $500 million that are going to open up trade schools. And I love the idea of trade and trade schools by Harvard. So, you know, they get into like a vocational type school. And the one problem with it, it's very complicated. You know, when do they start? How do they start? Who do they use? You know, there's 1,000 different things. And we may just charge them a fine, big fine, $500 million fine.
Mr. President,
and they won't do it again. And if they do, we'll have to just charge them another fine.
You haven't weighed in on the Virginia gubernatorial race that's in a few weeks. Do you plan to endorse with the lieutenant governor?
Well, I think the Republican candidate is very good, and I think she should win because the Democrat candidate's a disaster. So I haven't been too much involved in Virginia. I love the state. I did very well in the state. But I will tell you, I think the Republican candidate is excellent, and I think the Democrat candidate is a disaster. I mean, I watched her in the debate. She couldn't answer the most basic question. And, you know, a big thing with that race and also the race in New Jersey is going to be energy. Both of the Democrats are going to drive the energy prices through the roof. through the roof. Your energy is going to double and triple. If the Republican gets elected, your energy is going to be coming down by 70, 80%. Thank you very much, everybody. Vote Republican.
This wasn't the one he dropped the F-bomb at the end of.
I got free entry to an exclusive
Hold
200.
on. I want to switch over to the Antifa roundtable. Oh, crap. Wait, will you watch the video I sent to the Discord this stream? Which one? Let me check the Discord. I'm going to pull up the Antifa roundtable. I really wanted to watch that. And I know it's a bit, I know anything over a week long is old news on the internet, but I just have yet to get to it. But I'm going to pull up Discord here.
Dealing with.
Join the Discord, y'all, and you could send me links and stuff so we could actually, run down your sources and whatnot. And hit the like button, subscribe, all the good stuff, blah, blah, blah.
People from the Middle East, Arab people, and other people on the potential peace deal for the Middle East. Peace for the Middle East, it's a beautiful phrase, and we hope it's going to come true, but it's very close.
Anything over a day old.
They're doing very well. We have a great team over there, great negotiators, and there are, unfortunately, great negotiators on the other side also. But it's something I think that will happen, got a good chance of happening. I may go there sometime toward the end of the week, maybe on Sunday, actually. And we'll see, but there's a very good chance negotiations are going along very well. We're dealing with Hamas and many of the countries. As you know, we have all of the Muslim countries are included. All of the Arab countries are included. Very rich countries and some that are not so rich, but just about everybody's included. It's never happened before. Nothing like that's happened before. And our final negotiation, as you know, is with Hamas. And it seems to be going well, so we'll let you know. If that's the case, we'll be leaving probably on Sunday, maybe Saturday, maybe a little later than Saturday evening, but that seems to be our schedule. It should be clear to all Americans that we have a very serious left-wing terror threat in our country. Radicals associated with the domestic terror group Antifa that you've heard a lot about lately, and I've heard a lot about them for 10 years. And other far-left extremists have been carrying out a campaign of violence against ICE agents and other officials charged with enforcing federal law. In Chicago, anarchists have surveilled at least 4 local ICE facilities and posted diagrams of the buildings online, meaning nothing but bad, accompanied by photos of specific ICE agents that they're targeting, one in particular who's a top person and a great patriot. In July, approximately a dozen Antifa-aligned militants stormed the ICE facility in Texas and then lured officers out of the building before firing dozens of rounds at police. They were crazy, frankly, shooting one Texas officer in the neck. And in Portland, Oregon, Antifa thugs have repeatedly attacked our officers and laid siege to federal property in an attempt to violently stop the execution of federal law. Everything we're doing is very lawful. What they're doing is not lawful. And what the governor and the mayor of, as an example, you could say of Portland, and you can say certainly of Chicago, it's not lawful what they're doing. They have to be very careful. In addition, 2 weeks ago, a radical left terrorist in Dallas conducted a sniper attack on a local ICE facility, killing 2 people and leaving behind a note that read, "Hopefully this will give ICE agents some real terror." That's bad. This attack came the very same month that Charlie Kirk was assassinated by a far-left extremist who inscribed the words, "Hey, fascist, catch," meaning catch the bullet, onto the bullet shelf itself. The epidemic of left-wing violence and Antifa-inspired terror has been escalating for nearly a decade. At universities, Antifa has organized riotous mobs to attack campus speakers. I see it all the time. And these are agitators, anarchists, and they're paid. And you'll find that out. You'll be finding it out very soon. You should see what we have on these people. These are bad people. These are people that want to destroy our country. We're not going to let it happen. They've used armed gangs to assault local police in cities nationwide, and they've attacked journalists reporting on their crimes. So the journalists that report on their crimes, don't worry, you're very safe. I hope that's not going to turn you around, but they have been very threatening to people, but we're going to be very threatening to them, far more threatening to them than they ever were with us, and that includes the people that fund them. Probably some of the people I know, some of the people I dine with, but if they do, they're in deep trouble. So we're going to be looking very strongly at the people that are funding these operations. When you see the signs, and they're all made out of a beautiful, beautiful paper, beautiful, nice, stiff, very expensive paper, with beautiful wood handles, all the same color. They come from very expensive printing machines. These are not people that write out their signs in a basement that believe in something. These are paid anarchists. At least 3 of these courageous journalists have personally been victims of Antifa attacks. Andy Ngo has been repeatedly beaten by Antifa thugs for his work in Andy is a very serious person, too, I have to tell you. I've been watching him for a long time. Is Andy here? That's what I thought. Hello, Andy. I thought that was you. You're looking better than you do out on those streets, huh? You look much better. It's nice to have you. You feel a little safer here, I think, maybe. Well, not that safe, because you have them. You have to worry about that. But thank you very much. Andy Ngo has been repeatedly beaten by Antifa, and including one assault that left him with a brain hemorrhage. Only days ago, Nick Sortor was assaulted in Portland by a flag-burning mob, and we've made it 1-year penalty for inciting riots. We took the freedom of speech away because that's been through the courts, and the court said you have freedom of speech. But what has happened is when they burn a flag, it agitates and irritates crowds. They've never seen anything like it on both sides, and you end up with riots. So we're going on that basis. We're looking at it not from the freedom of speech, which I always felt strongly about, but never passed the courts. This is what they do, is they incite. When you burn an American flag, you incite tremendous violence. We have many examples of it, many examples of it, and it's actually down on tape, and you see things happen that just don't happen unless it's the flag that's burning. Very recently, Katie Davis Court was hit in the face with a flagpole in Portland by an Antifa radical, leaving her with a very blackened eye. So, Katie, thank you very much. And I'd like to also say that I watched Nick. Where's Nick? Is Nick here? Nick? Hi, Nick. That was a rough time you went through. I hope you got my little note. I wrote you a note.
Yeah, I really appreciated that. It helped a lot because it was a difficult situation. It was very stressful, and your note helped a lot. I truly appreciate it.
I thought it was terrible, actually. I thought it was terrible. So we'll talk about it a little bit. Under the last administration, the Department of Justice targeted faithful Catholics, Christians, and patriotic parents as domestic extremists. They said, oh, they're extreme because they believe in God. They're extreme because they go to Catholic church, or evangelicals, where everybody was under the gun. Unless you were a really bad, sick person, then they left you alone. Under the Trump administration, we're going after Antifa criminals, and all who fund and support their campaigns are in serious trouble. And we have a lot of records already, a lot of surprises, a lot of bad surprises. It's people that you would never think. I want to thank Attorney General Pam Bondi, who, by the way, yesterday was incredible in Congress. It was amazing, and she just did it from the heart and the brain, because she's very smart, in all fairness. But she did it from the heart, and she did it an incredible. Everybody was talking about it. She exposed some of these fake senators, these terrible senators, people like Blumenthal that had a phony war record. For 20 years, he talked about it, what a hero he was, and it turned out he never went to Vietnam. For 20 years, he talked about being a hero in Vietnam. Then it was exposed when he said what platoon he was with, and it was exposed that somebody was watching from that particular platoon. They said he was never with us. And then he went out and he cried, and he was ready to drop out of the election. And disgraceful. And then he looks at people like Pam and he starts criticizing her, and she's a patriot. And they ought to do something with that. You know, we have a young congressman that's right now in jail for lying about where he went to college and other things. It was, you know, frankly not good. It was pretty bad. But it was nothing compared to Blumenthal. I mean, what Blumenthal did, he was for 20 years a hero, a great war hero. And then he sits back and, you know, sanctimonious kind of a guy, looks down, how dare you do this to the American public, you know? What a fake. But I thought Pam was incredible yesterday, as well as Secretary Kristi Noem, who's really out there courageously, and I appreciate it, Kristi, amazing what you're doing. FBI Director Kash Patel, who's really coming up with some great information, Kash. It's great. Keep it coming, because there's plenty of it. Deputy Attorney General, one of the best lawyers you'll ever find, Todd Blanche, who I know personally is a good lawyer because I'm here. Thank you very much, Todd. Good job, Todd. Let me ask Attorney General Bondi to say a few words, and then we'll follow it up with Secretary Noem and Director Patel. And we're going to have some of the people around the table, very courageous people, and they're going to be talking, journalists, almost all, and they're going to be talking, and we'll take some questions from the press at the end. Okay, Pam, please.
Thank you, President Trump. And as you made clear, Antifa is a domestic left-wing terrorist organization. We've seen them on video for years because they wanted to be seen and they got away with it. They beat journalists, they attack courthouses, they attack police stations, they dox and assault our law enforcement officers. The Biden administration let them commit these crimes with total impunity for years. So did Democrat leaders like Pritzker and Mayor Brandon Johnson. Last week, independent journalist Nick Sorter was arrested just for protecting himself against Antifa. I saw it online and I called Nick. I couldn't believe what happened. He did all this just trying to save our American flag from being burned. He was pushed down and assaulted, yet the local police arrested Nick, not the Antifa thugs who did this to him. Antifa feels empowered to operate in the open because weak Democrats have turned a blind eye to their actions. Their hatred for President Trump and for law and order agendas fuels their violence. We've seen more than 1,000% increase in attacks against our ICE agents since January 20th. Secretary Noem is out there fighting for you firsthand to keep our federal officers safe, to keep our federal buildings safe, and we're not going to have it anymore, these thugs. We saw what's happening in Portland and Chicago, and you saw what happened in Dallas. No longer. This is not activism, it's anarchy. We can't and we will not let masked terrorists burn our buildings, attack our law enforcement, and intimidate our communities. Under your leadership, President Trump, we're deploying the full might of the federal law enforcement to crack down on Antifa and other domestic terrorist organizations led by Stephen Miller. And Stephen, thank you for everything you're doing. Last week, I issued a memo ordering our federal law enforcement agents, DEA, FBI, U.S. Marshals, and ATF to protect ICE officers from Antifa and other radical left-wing violence. Director Patel has been going non-stop. He and Deputy Attorney General Blanche were in Chicago yesterday. While Secretary Noem was in Portland, we are around this country fighting against this domestic terrorism. We had Apple and Google take down the ICE block apps. Hope they continue to comply with that. It's threatening the safety of our federal law enforcement officers. We're not going to stop at just arresting the violent criminals we can see in the streets. Fighting crime is more than just getting the bad guy off the streets. It's breaking down the organization brick by brick. Just like we did with cartels, we're going to take the same approach, President Trump, with Antifa. Destroy the entire organization from top to bottom. We're going to take them apart. Thanks to your bold leadership and the designation of Antifa as a terrorist organization, which is exactly what they are, Americans will no longer tolerate their unhinged violence. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pam. Christine.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, and thank you for hosting today and focusing on Antifa and the terrorists that they are. Let's not make any mistake. These individuals do not just want to threaten our law enforcement officers, threaten our journalists, and the citizens of this country. They want to kill them. Their agenda is to destroy the American people and our way of life, and this president is standing in their way. He is stopping them from bringing their death and their destruction to the individual citizens in this country that just want to raise their kids and their grandkids in peace and in safety. I want to also thank everyone around this table for being so bold and so brave, for standing up and recognizing the threat that Antifa is to our way of life. By recognizing how advanced they are, how sophisticated their networks are, how they've infiltrated our entire country, and we're seeing them play out with their tactics from city to city, and how they have built out their funding mechanisms. And sir, I also want to thank our Treasury Secretary for his work in getting to the bottom of these funding mechanisms and individuals who are perpetuating this violence on our American cities. I was in Portland yesterday and had the chance to visit with the governor of Oregon and also the mayor. They're in town, and they are absolutely covering up the terrorism that is hitting their streets. While you talked about some of the stories of our ICE agents, our Border Patrol agents, how they have been attacked, how they have been shot at, injured, the damage that they've done, these leaders in these local cities, along with Pritzker and Johnson, ignore what's going on, or, sir, they're helping Antifa cover it up. We have arrested dozens of individuals that are Antifa members or affiliated with them, and I want to thank our Attorney General for prosecuting them and making sure they never see the light of day again. They have been so bold in making sure we're bringing those individuals to justice. One of the individuals we arrested recently in Portland was the girlfriend of one of the founders of Antifa, and that we are hoping that as we go after her, interview her, and prosecute her, we will get more and more information about the network and how we can root them out and eliminate them from the existence of American society. I want to thank the new journalists here today for telling their stories and for being able and willing to go to the streets and to cover what's happening here in America. Many times the legacy media has looked the other way, refused to tell the stories. The networks have not really focused on what this is and what damage it is doing to our country, and how this network of Antifa is just as sophisticated as MS-13, as TDA, as ISIS, as Hezbollah, as Hamas, as all of them. They are just as dangerous. They have an agenda to destroy us, just like the other terrorists we've dealt with for many, many years. And today is the day that we have a president that won't tolerate it and will stand up and fight for the American people. So thank you for being here, for being so bold, and for standing in the gap at such a time as this. It will matter, it will make a difference, and your life will be one of significance because of what you've done today. So with that, God bless you, and thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Cash, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the American people gave you a sweeping mandate in your victory in this election cycle, and they demanded safety and security for our citizens. And your administration, with your leadership, has provided us with the resources that we need, which is a whole-of-government approach to go after criminals absolutely everywhere, not just outside of this country, but within this country. And that takes a whole-of-government approach. The interagency seated up here with the Department of Homeland Security, our Attorney General, our Deputy Attorney General, and your White House staffers, including Stephen Miller's leadership, has allowed us to go out there and map out these networks. What we are doing at the FBI is simple. It does not require rocket science. We are following the money. Money never lies. And that's what it's going to take to bring down this network of organized criminal thugs, gangbangers, and yes, domestic terrorists, because that's what they are. They are harming everyday citizens in every single one of our communities. And the folks you see here on the right and left, they're some of the bravest men and women we have today. They're reporting the stories live time because the mainstream media won't cover it. They're putting their lives on the line. They're standing up for the flag. The least we can do is stand up for them. So you have my thanks. I read more of your stories than I do theirs because you guys are putting out the truth. And we deserve a country where you are protected as equally as they are. We, in this FBI, will go after with the criminals with a vengeance. We will not rest until we find every single seed, money, donor, organization, and funding mechanism that we have. And I want to echo the Secretary's comments on Scott Bessent, who's allowing us to map out these networks through their financial criminal activities, which has been going on for decades. And I would like to remind the American public, they built this diseased temple of corruption over decades. And in 8 short months, Mr. President, you have crippled their foundation because of your leadership here, because of the interagency, because of people like Deputy Attorney General Blanche, and because of Attorney General Pam Bondi's fearless leadership to go after criminals wherever they are. They will not be able to hide. They were able to hide and conspire with prior administrations, and we are exposing their corruption from within. And we will go to every single city in this country under Operation Summer Heat and the other operations we are doing at the FBI to bring these criminals to justice. We will arrest every single one of them from whatever perch you sit in, private or public, no matter how your goal or your ambition is. It will be crushed by the Constitution because the American people deserve law and order, and that's what we're going to give you.
Thank you very much, Cash. Great job. Maybe we'll start over here. Would any of you like to say something? Feel free. You can say it in front of a fine group of people, also journalists and reporters. You want to start?
Sure.
Go ahead.
Absolutely. President Trump, members of the cabinet, really appreciate you guys bringing this together. And the fact that we are here today on such short notice shows how serious you guys are taking this issue of trans terrorists and frankly, the cities and police departments that are cooperating with Antifa, such as Portland. I mean, the Portland politicians are literally willing to sacrifice their own citizens just to appease these Antifa terrorists. It's sickening. I've seen it firsthand, obviously. When I went to jail that night, never expected it to happen. I thought that they were maybe removing me for my own safety. It never crossed my mind that I was the one that was being arrested for a crime after I was just thrown into a hole. I heard from the Department of Homeland Security after I had gotten out of jail, and one of your, I won't say exactly who it was, but somebody very close to Secretary Noem over here, said that they were legitimately worried for my safety in the Portland jail. But luckily the Portland jail was, I was the only one there, essentially, because they don't actually arrest people in Portland, besides conservative journalists, I guess. So look, I'm glad that it was not a good night for me. Let's just say that. It was not fun sitting in that jail, but I'm glad to see what has come of it. And I've been able to talk to a bunch of FBI agents, ATF agents, DHS agents that I didn't even know existed until I went there and went to that ICE facility. And the morale is at an all-time high. It is so exciting to see these guys know now that they have the backing of the Secretary, the DOJ, as well as the President of the United States, and they are there to do their job. They are going to fulfill this mission and deport these violent criminals. I believe one of the ones that I did a ride along with Secretary Noem yesterday, President Trump, and there was a pedophile that had come into the country 5 times over the past 7 years. 7 years. And apparently under the Biden regime, that was just allowed to happen. That was fine. No problem. It's concerning to me that you're seeing the Portland Police Department, as well as the governor of Oregon and the mayor, of course, coming out and running defense for pedophiles that have entered the country illegally 5 times. It's crazy. I'm glad it's taking a front row seat in the media. And, they're being forced to talk about it in reality because, we're the ones that were on the ground. We're the ones that are actually reporting what's going on. Much of the legacy media has been either ignoring it or covering for Antifa for years now. So thank you guys so much for taking this seriously. And President Trump, you mentioned that flag. So remember, you put out a truth right after
That's right. I saw that.
Took this flag from that man that was burning it in the street.
I saw it. Do you know who he is?
Oh yeah, I know exactly who it is.
So why don't you give it to Pam? Give it to the Attorney General, and let's start prosecutions.
Yeah. I actually have a second flag that he tried to burn as well. So I have 2 of them from the same guy.
Well, you also saw what happened when that flag started burning. Everyone went crazy. That's right. And that's when it started, when they started burning the flag. So thank you. If you could give the information, it would be great.
Absolutely.
And at least that horrible night made you famous. You got
I got a text from the President of the United States, so I appreciate that.
And President Trump, after that happened to Nick, I called Harmeet Dillon, and we opened a pattern and practice investigation into the Portland police, very publicly, as to how they let this happen.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. President, Brandy Cruz, you're going to hear us be very fired up today, and you can tell, and it's because some of us have been covering Antifa for 15 years and have never had anyone in a position of authority even acknowledge their existence. And I'll also tell you that I think that had you not done, the single most powerful thing you've done to deal with this scourge has been acknowledging that Antifa is a real thing. I genuinely believe there would be people at these tables who would be dead today and would have been killed in Portland had you not called them a terror organization and said we're going to bring the full weight of the federal government to bear. I talked to Katie Daviscourt in Portland the other day. She'd been assaulted all summer. And she said the same thing, that it seems quick to violence as soon as you made that designation. So they're thinking in their heads, they're worried. There's been 24 or so arrested in Portland. They don't want to go to federal prison. There's this video of them, one of them who was in the face of an ICE agent, and then he's in custody shaking. Once you take the mask off, they're nothing. Right. And I was told by probably a dozen people not to tell you this. I'm going to tell it to you anyway, because it's relevant to what we're talking about. I'm living proof that you can recover from TDS. I had strong Trump derangement syndrome for probably 8 years. This is one of the reasons I recovered from it. And by the way, it's much better to not have TDS. I'm happier, I'm healthier, more successful. I even think I got a little more attractive after I got rid of my Trump derangement syndrome. Yes. You know, I'm a reporter in Seattle, and frankly, I could not care any less what any of you have to say about this meeting. Could not care any less. We're not here for you. I'm not here to convince any of you that Antifa is a real thing, because if you have not come to that conclusion by now, you are never going to come to that conclusion because you don't want to see it. And you're going to go and you're going to say it's a bunch of right-wing conservative influencers who are here spinning a tale. I was one of you. I was a mainstream reporter in Seattle for 10 years. I was a TV reporter on the streets doing my job, and I was still assaulted by Antifa. So it's not about being conservative. It's about people who go there and show what they're doing. And when I saw, after all those years, that the media wouldn't be honest about what was happening, that Democratic politicians wouldn't be honest about what was happening, I thought, well, gosh, if they're not being honest about that, maybe they're not being honest about President Trump either. And it opened my mind to just looking at things for what they were. And now I find you quite funny, actually. Now it's like I said, I'm much happier about it. But, you know, for me, again, I could not care any less the stories that they go to print. This is what I care about. We have 3.5 years. Nothing is guaranteed, although I think if Democrats keep it up, we'll probably have Republican presidents for the next 3 decades. But nothing is guaranteed, and so what I want to see over the next 3.5 years is a full court press to dismantle Antifa once and for all in a meaningful way. I know, Andy, we talked before this about some ideas. That's really what we want to. I don't care what the media says. I don't care what Democrats say. They will never wake up to this fact. So we want the federal government to take as many of these cases as possible, look at the interstate travel between Portland and Seattle when it comes to these people who are committing violent acts, and hopefully in 3.5 years, they will be a shell of their former selves.
Very close to done, and it's Antifa and many others,
Yes.
unfortunately. There are many others, bad ones. Most have been named terrorist organizations. There are a couple that we're going to. But I think we've got it pretty well covered. But there are many others. But very specifically today, it's Antifa, and it's really bad. And we're going to get it cleaned up. Andy, do you have something? Thank you very much. I'm glad you no longer have TDS. I feel very good about that.
Fully recovered.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of the Cabinet. I have a lot of gratitude, and a little bit about my background. I'm born in Portland, Oregon, from there. And growing up, it's always been left-wing, very progressive. And I liked it. It had cafes and artists and those who lived a bohemian lifestyle. And in 2016, I was a graduate student at Portland State studying political science. I was an editor at the student paper there, a very progressive paper. And I was assigned to cover the election night demonstrations. Well, the elections night protests turned to riots, 3 days of violent rioting in Portland. And it was the first time that I saw groups dressed in black with their faces covered. This was 4 years before COVID. Some of them were waving the black flag of anarchism, some the red flag of Marxism. And within seconds, they would ravage one street to another, to another, to another. And the next day, I would read the legacy media, which I still read at that time and looked forward to, and I looked up to those journalists. And I was really shocked to see that the narrative was that these, in my view, anti-democratic political violence was legitimate acts of protest because people were concerned about racism or all these other lies. And so for the next 4 years, I just continued going out with my video camera. I thought, look, people can ignore what I write because of spin, but videos can quite speak for themselves. And in 2019, it led to me nearly losing my life. I was covering another Antifa protest turned riot. At that point, had been routine in Portland. And then I was ambushed in a mob beating. And I had never been in a fight. I didn't even realize that I was being assaulted until seconds in. And the punches came from everywhere on my head and my face, and I was bleeding out of my eyes and ears. And then they threw all the drinks in my eyes to humiliate me further and to laugh at me. And I was rushed to the hospital in an ambulance and CT scan, and I had subarachnoid hemorrhage, which is bleeding in the brain. I nearly died. And after surviving that, the reporting that I saw in liberal media it seemed to suggest that I had deserved it because they branded me far right. And some even went so far as to suggest that I maybe faked my injuries. A BuzzFeed reporter asked for my medical records, which I did provide, but this felt so, it's like because I didn't die in that attack, there was another round of people who wanted to finish me off. But I continued, and then 2020, Portland was really the epicenter of the longest political violence. Those months of riots, I was on the ground, undercover, and there was an assassination there. There was a supporter of Donald Trump named Aaron Danielson who was shot dead by a self-described Antifa member who then fled out of state and died in a shootout with US Marshals. In 2021, I returned undercover, naively thinking that enough time had passed, and was chased through the streets of downtown and beaten, nearly choked out. The person who was trying to choke me out held me so tightly that I had the blood, the vessels in my eyes burst. So one of the symptoms were my eyes were completely red after that, and I was hospitalized. So thank you so much for acknowledging Antifa and for directing your administration to treat them as domestic terrorists. It's going to be really challenging because how they organize is that they are decentralized, autonomous, and they operate on deception. And we're still to this day told that they don't exist, that it's a figment of our imagination. I think the DOJ could look at federal conspiracy charges. The state of California and San Diego County last year broke up an Antifa cell in San Diego. And I think maybe perhaps the State Department should designate Antifa, its international arm, as a foreign terrorist organization, FTO. So thank you so much for this invitation, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Andy. Great. That's a rough time you had, huh? So the chokeout was almost the end, you felt?
Yeah, that was my only near-death experience in my life, and I'm quite shaken when I think about it now. It really feels unbelievable to me that on the streets of America that this type of violence against citizens could become so routine and accepted and cheered on by people. Although, in the immediate aftermath of Mr. Kirk's assassination, we saw again that type of depravity play out on quite large swaths of the left. So there's a deep sickness that's in this country right now, and it pains me a lot to acknowledge it.
Yeah, the amazing thing is you look at Portland, and you see fires all over the place. You see fights and, just violence. It's just so crazy. And then you talk to the governor, and she acts like everything is totally normal. There's nothing wrong. It's almost like, are you waking up from a dream or something? You see it on your network. You see it all over the place. And it's so bad. It's so crazy. It's like the movies you see for the kids, I guess not only the kids, adults also, where you have these bombed out cities and these bombed out people. It's like worse than that. I don't think they could make a movie as bad. And then the governor will get up and say, I don't know why they're coming here. It's such a wonderful place. And the amazing thing is the people want us to be there. The people, when they get the real people that live there, many of them have left, but the real people want us to be there. The same thing in Chicago. So they've had 60, 70 murders over a short period of time. Murders, people that got shot. They've had hundreds of people shot, and then a guy like Pritzker, or this low IQ mayor, gets up. He got up. He's got a 5% approval rating, And the people are all against him. They want people to come. Beautiful black women are wearing a MAGA hat last night on television. Beautiful people. And they said, we don't care who comes, just stop the crime. They don't care, frankly, they don't care if it's National Guard and military. Send in anybody you want, stop the crime. And they're afraid to go out. They can't even go out. And then a guy like Pritzker, think of that, 50, 60, 70 people over a short period of time murdered, actually murdered, mostly gun violence, but knives, but gun violence, they're murdered, and hundreds of people shot. They had one weekend where they had like 18 murdered and 71 shot. But they said, you know what their excuse is? Yeah, but it was a long weekend. In other words, it was a long weekend, so that was okay. And then Pritzker gets up and he says, like, I don't know what they're talking about. We don't have crime here. They're crazy. I think actually they're petrified. You know, their families live there, everything else. I actually think they're scared. Pritzker was a failure in his family. They threw him out of the family business. The guy's a loser. But you know what? They actually, I believe they're scared. They're actually frightened for their lives. Jack, please say a few words.
Mr. President. Mr. President, thank you so much for having us here today and holding this roundtable. Antifa is real. Antifa has been around in various iterations for almost 100 years in some instances, going back to the Weimar Republic in Germany. And it's now been just under 1 month since we saw a far leftist murder Charlie Kirk, and we saw thousands upon thousands of people, other far leftists and people in positions of authority, people like nurses and pilots and doctors and HR departments celebrating the death and the murder of Charlie Kirk. This sickness that's out there is absolutely real. And Mr. President, thank you for mentioning the fact that one of the bullet casings read, "Hey fascist, catch" on it. One of the other bullet casings right next to that had Bella Ciao written on it. Now, Bella Ciao is a song that is known in Antifa circles as the international anthem of Antifa. And all of us around this room that have studied Antifa, we're very familiar with these symbols. And Mr. President, I think the situation is getting worse. When you look at people like Luigi Maggioni in his 20s, Thomas Matthew Crooks, of course, who took a shot at you, sir, the ICE shooter in Dallas, and now this Tyler Robinson, we're starting to see a pattern of more and more murderous violence. And this same violence is not just random. It is targeted assassinations, which are getting worse. And every single one of us in this room that goes out there, and obviously you as well, sir, and all the staff, we are now under that threat every single day. And working there at Turning Point USA, and I've spent just about the last month out there in Phoenix with Erica, with the family, with the team. And I will tell you this, Mr. President, even though going through something like that, which is an absolute nightmare, and people say, you know, what was it like to speak in front of all those people? It was horrible. Every second of it was horrible. But we're not going to quit. And Turning Point USA is continuing the tour that Charlie was on. We had 6,000 people when we went back to Utah. We had 5,000 people last night in Montana, if you can believe that. We are continuing to organize on campus. We are getting more and more people coming out in the face of this threat, knowing what happened to Charlie. But Mr. President, we need to do something about this, because I fear that the next one who could be killed could be sitting at this table right now. And we're not going to stop, but they need to stop, and they will not stop until they are stopped. Thank you.
Thank you, Jack. I appreciate it very much. One thing I have to say is that Washington, D.C. was almost as bad. I don't know what could be worse than Portland. You don't even have stores anymore. They don't even put glass up. They put plywood on their windows, but most of the retailers have left. But Washington, D.C. was so bad, and Pam, I'd say it took 12 days to really make it pretty good, and a month to make it great. And now people are going out to dinner. The restaurants are booming. They don't have enough seats. They're opening up new restaurants because many of them closed. And people are walking down the street totally safe. A reporter, I'm not sure if she's there. I can't see somebody reported there. She is. She was violently assaulted. And I don't know, she tends to be somewhat liberal, but she wasn't liberal on this one. I appreciated your honesty, but that won't happen again. It won't happen again. You're lucky you're alive, frankly, with what happened. I know exactly what took place. So Washington, D.C., our capital, we thought we'd start there appropriately, and it's safe, and people are so happy. They're so happy. And now it's a couple of months. I went to dinner there. I felt totally safe. I gave a press conference right in the middle of the street, which I don't think Secret Service was thrilled about. But, I'll tell you what, I wouldn't have wanted to do it 6 months ago. It's incredible what happened. Now we're in Memphis. As you know, we're having a great impact in Memphis. It's been only a week, but it's, Cash, I hear it's been amazing what's happening there just very early. But you take a look at D.C. and you take a look at some of the other. We've had a big impact. What we haven't said, because Pritzker said, well, crime is going down in Chicago. Well, 5 months ago, Cash went to Chicago with a lot of FBI agents just to prepare it so that we went in with, I guess you could call it a surge, call it whatever you want, but would be even more effective. And we're going to be doing that, and very, very strongly doing that, because Chicago is a very unsafe city. It's a great city. The head of the Union Pacific Railroad said, sir, please save Chicago. It's a great city. It can be saved. Other cities are gone. I mean, they're lost. They can get better, but they're just really, they've been so decimated. But I'm so proud of what they've done so quickly in D.C., and it's taking place quickly in Memphis, where we were asked to go by the mayor and by the governor. And it's really incredible what we can do and how fast we can do it. Let's go for two more. Would you like to go? And then Katie, you'll go. Okay, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President, for having us here. And not to sound like a broken record, but it needs to be said that Antifa is real. Yeah. It's real. It's a threat. I just saw them last weekend over in Portland while they're causing mayhem over there. And the reason why they're such a big problem is because we have Democrats and a lot of people in the mainstream media refusing to acknowledge that they even exist, right? So how can we as a country begin to address it when you have large swaths of, these people who are supposedly decision makers and people who are supposed to inform, they don't want to say that it exists. Because the common argument is like, well, they're not a real organization because there's no national leadership, they don't have a national headquarters, so how can law enforcement go after a group that doesn't exist like that? Well, law enforcement goes after criminal groups that organize to rob banks or do smash and grabs. They don't have a registered LLC, they don't have official membership cards, they don't have a business address, but law enforcement still goes after them because they're working as a group. These people don't just show up, randomly at the same time to do the same thing, dressed in a very similar fashion, espousing the same ideology. And they say, well, it's an ideology. It's like, well, yes, it's an ideology because there's people alive, present, that believe in it, and they're acting on it. And so I've been very well aware of what Antifa's been doing. I was very busy during the riots in 2020. That was probably my most exposure to them prior to this year. I've been at the ICE facility at Broadview. I'm originally from the Chicagoland area, unfortunately, but that's where I grew up around. Like I said, I was in Portland. I was covering the riots in Los Angeles as well. And probably one of the most disturbing parts about that is, in addition to Antifa being present, they were tagging the streets with CJNG, which is Cartel Jalisco Nueva Generación, which is a cartel. So you have these people who are working basically in concert with other terrorist groups to say that we're here, we're present, and we're gonna attack federal agents and people who are gonna expose what we do. And so, to be clear, political violence, sustained political violence that we're seeing in this country is not a both sides issue. I was, I was at Charlie Kirk's memorial in Glendale recently. Conservative gathering, totally peaceful. It was the most peaceful gathering that I've been at. Every other time that I've been covering violence in the streets, just this year, just this year, it's always been from left-wing people, radical left-wing people. And it's not even just Antifa anymore. The shooting that happened in, the defensive shooting that happened in the Chicago area, that wasn't someone dressed in black bloc. That was just somebody that had taken upon themselves to go out and try to interfere and ram federal vehicles. So people are becoming more and more radicalized, and it was to be expected, unfortunately. And the reason why we're in this position today is because after I was done covering the riots, I was at the border from the San Diego sector all the way down to the Rio Grande Valley sector, covering the border crisis month after month. And we all knew the solution to that. We all knew why it was happening. It's because, well, it's racist to have a border. It's like, well, actually, it's not, but okay. And so it required you to come back into office and to fix the problem, but it's no longer just a border issue. It's a nationwide issue, and that's one of the reasons why you got elected back into office, because thankfully the American people said we're not going to deal with it anymore. But unfortunately, there's a lot of people, as we've seen, who are willing to take to the streets to do violence. And that's a scary thing, because typically when I was in 2020, I was covering Minneapolis, Los Angeles, Portland, Seattle. I was over in Chaz, and that was to be expected. But now, because the issue of immigration, illegal immigration, is so widespread, riots can happen anywhere. Attacks can happen anywhere. So that's why it was weird kind of going back to my home state to cover this violence. I mean, just after the Dallas shooting, they were chanting outside Broadview, shoot ICE, shoot those, efforts, shoot those efforts. So I'll just leave that. Thank you so much again for having this. This is very dangerous. We don't work for companies that have billions of dollars. We're running and gunning often on our own. We became friends. A lot of us are friends because we would see each other all the time, and we became friends because we wanted to have someone watch our back while we're out there. Because like I said, we're just out there. And but we'll continue to do it because it's an important topic. It's an important issue. The American people deserve to know what's happening in these chaotic situations, and we're more than happy to do it. So thank you, sir.
Great job. Thank you very much. Katie, please.
Hi, Mr. President. It is an honor being here today, and I first wanted to start by thanking you guys for designating Antifa a terrorist group. It's exactly what this group is. It's a long time coming. I'm an investigative journalist from Seattle. I work for the Post Millennial alongside Andy No and Jack Posobiec. I have been infiltrating Antifa cells in Seattle and Portland for the past decade. I know their inner workings, and Antifa uses extreme political violence to crush the civil rights of their political enemies and believes that violence is justified by any means necessary. But today, I want to focus on what is happening in Portland at the ICE facility. I've been covering this for the past 4 months, and this is a call out to corporate media who has completely ignored this story or has falsely reported on it. This is nothing short other than a sustained attack on the United States, which is being supported by Democratic elected officials. The Portland Police Bureau has completely abandoned several blocks outside the ICE facility, giving away their jurisdiction to a terrorist group who has spent the past 4 months harassing, assaulting, and intimidating anyone they perceive to be against their cause. Not only have federal agents been relentlessly assaulted for more than 100 consecutive days, black-clad anarchist militants concealing their identities behind black facial coverings have been assaulting reporters just for trying to cover their crimes. Today, I am sitting here with a black eye and a concussion after being violently hit in the face with a metal pole while reporting outside the ICE facility just this past week. After the attack, I immediately went to three Portland police officers who refused to detain the suspect. I took the time to chase down the suspect in the streets, had her held for 35 minutes. I was waiting for Portland police to come, and they never came. Then that's what opened my eyes to what this group is actually doing. I watched 20 Antifa militants help my assault suspect escape into an Antifa safe house that is 1 block away from the ICE facility. And this safe house is where Antifa-affiliated protesters are conducting paramilitary operations. It's where they're arresting, they're showering, they're eating to continue this occupation. I have staked out this safe house and have observed shift changes. This group is highly organized. It is being funded through mutual aid groups, and they have no plans of stopping. Residents living across the ICE facility have been held hostage by Antifa. They're begging for federal intervention. The city refuses to help, and they want you, President Trump, to come in and restore law and order. I want to stress the importance of taking this situation seriously, because when I first started reporting on this occupation, I went undercover in Black Bloc. I talked to these Antifa militants. I lasted for about a month. They believe that ICE agents are the Nazi Gestapo who need to be killed. They told me that directly, and I think that if this situation is not taken as seriously as it is, It's just a matter of time before someone gets killed. And thank you for having me.
Thank you, Katie. That's pretty incredible. The only question nobody can answer is why. Why are they doing this? They're like insurrectionists. They're terrible people. But you really wonder why. Why are they doing it? What are they gaining other than they're obviously paid? They're paid a lot of money. Go ahead, please.
Mr. President, if I can answer that question, the reason why they're doing it is because the same media that's sitting in this room with us has declared all of us at this table Nazis and fascists, and they've been doing this for years. This is why Antifa feels emboldened to attack us. Now, almost every single person at this table has been threatened with a steel bat. We've been assaulted, we've been harassed, we've been threatened, and that is in huge part due to the media. So my message right now is for you guys, because 2 years ago, back in 2020, by the way, I was censored for my reporting on Antifa here in Washington, D.C. You were talking about how safe it is now, Mr. President. It wasn't so safe back then. Back in 2020, I watched as a father was being mobbed and surrounded by Antifa members as his terrified, crying children looked on and the police here did nothing. I watched as a woman had her hair violently ripped out of her skull simply for waving an American flag on the streets of Washington, D.C. And by the way, if you guys try to go and find any of this footage, you won't find any of it because Twitter deleted all of it because our president shared my reporting and they deleted my entire account immediately after. So now, if you want to know what happened in 2020, all you're going to see is the media headlines that said that it was fiery but mostly peaceful. Thanks for that one, CNN. The reality is that it was an extremely violent period of time, and for the last 10 years, Antifa has been wreaking havoc on law-abiding and innocent American citizens, and it needs to end. Now, I'm with Turning Point USA. It's an honor to be here, Mr. President. Thank you guys so much, everybody in the administration, for giving us a seat at the table, because the media has not only been demonizing us for so long, but immediately after the brutal assassination of our founder, Charlie Kirk, our Turning Point USA chapters have seen an uptick in violence across the nation as Antifa chapters that are embedded in our universities go and target them. It's been extremely difficult to report on the ground, and for a long time I was afraid to go to Portland because I knew that the only people who would have my back, like Julio said, were one of my friends on the ground because there is no police force there. I was terrified to go because I knew if I got shot or stabbed, and I have been assaulted, I've been mobbed and robbed in Austin, Texas by Antifa, that nobody would come to help me. So my plea to the entire administration, especially to the DOJ, is every single radical left-winger who is in front of the ICE facility in Chicago, in New York, in Portland, please make sure that you use the full force of the law to come after each and every single one of them, because it is us being soft on left-wing violence that has fomented all of the terror that we have seen in this country, and it is the left wing getting away time and time again with assaulting law-abiding American citizens that has led us to this place. So truly, to the Americans that I speak to on the ground, they feel completely abandoned by their state and local government. So please step in. We have Americans begging for the National Guard, and to the media over here, please report on the truth. Please do your jobs. I'm an American citizen. Everybody at this table simply views ourselves as American citizens who have an iPhone and the will to actually tell the truth. So please take your job seriously and tell the truth to the American people. And thank you for letting me be here on behalf of Charlie to continue his legacy of cleaning up the country. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Wow, you feel very strongly, I can see.
I'm mad. I got beat up so many times, Mr. President. My friends have gotten beaten up, and I want to cry right now from happiness because we have been completely ignored for so long. For almost 10 years, we've been getting assaulted on the streets. I have watched children cry as their parents have been attacked on the streets. That should not be happening at our nation's capital. So please, again, the DOJ, please utilize the full force and go after each and every single one of these people.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Great job. Impassioned. That's important because you should feel like that. Please, go ahead.
Mr. President, thank you for having us here and bringing together this panel of brave journalists, everybody on this side of the room. And no one can speak to the violence better than these people here. So I think we know that this is not just a story about violence and chaos, as you alluded to, Mr. President. This is a money story. And at the Government Accountability Institute, my colleague and I, Peter Schweitzer and our team, we followed the money, and we followed it to the top of what we call the protest industrial complex, Riot Inc. And we found a network of NGOs. It's not just the Soros network, the Open Society network, it's other funding networks, the Arabella funding network, the Tides funding network, Neville Roy Singham and his network, Foreign Cash. And it's also big left-wing funders. Some of them are not citizens of this country. Mr. Hans-Jörg Wyss of Switzerland. They're pouring money into this entire ecosystem. And so I want to share 3 money facts with you about what we call Riot Inc. Number 1, like any corporation, Riot Inc. has many divisions. It doesn't just have the Antifa boots on the ground division. It has PR divisions. It has marketing divisions. It has a very well-funded legal division to get these boots on the ground back on the streets as quickly as possible. But it does have those investors that I mentioned. Number 2, we have identified dozens of radical organizations, not just the decentralized Antifa organizations, but dozens of radical organizations that have received more than $100 million from the Riot Inc. investors. These would be the lawyer groups. These would be the groups that advocate for calling good, honest Americans fascists, et cetera. And then 3, I think the most shocking thing is that we have found that more than $100 million in U.S. taxpayer funding has flowed into these funding networks, including at least $4 million to these very groups themselves, not just Antifa types, but there was an event in Atlanta called Stop Cop City. Over 60 rioters were charged with domestic terrorism. These groups received money for that from both the billionaire class as well as taxpayer money. So one other thing, this money helps fund the decentralized crowdfunding platforms. These are ways that Antifa, the John Brown Gun Club of Elm Fork, which had links to that attack on the ICE facility, the Socialist Rifle Association, and just because they don't have LLCs or EIN numbers doesn't mean they can't get paid. Some of these funding platforms, crowdfunding platforms, are funded by this network that we call Riot Inc. So again, I want to thank you for your leadership, for the whole cabinet's leadership on this. We're going to keep following the money and appreciate everything you're doing, sir.
Do you know the name of any of the funders? Do you know the names? Because if you do, I'd like you to give them to Cash or Pam.
Absolutely.
Or Christy.
Yeah, we'll do that.
As soon as you can. That's all of you. Because you probably know the names after a certain period of time. You tend to find out. But these are people that do not have good intention for the country, and that's treasonous probably. So if you could, very important, if you could do that, it would be great. Nobody would know better than you. You'll figure it out. Thank you. Please, go ahead.
Yeah, my name's Nick Shirley. I'm 23 years old. I'm a 100% independent YouTube journalist. And over the past year or so, I've been able to go to 15 countries. I've hung out with people in the gangs of Brazil, in the favelas, in the prisons of Secot. But yet the most dangerous places I have been here in the United States, unfortunately. And I've had the opportunity to show people about the protest Antifa here in the United States, and there's nothing organic about what they are doing here in the United States. I've watched people be bussed in from states. I've watched the same lady at a protest in Atlanta be bused to the protest in DC and then in New York City. There's nothing that is honest about what they are doing. And they have signs. I've seen the same signs here in DC and in London as well. It's a big organization and corporation that they're running. And people may wonder, like, what's the threat to us as Americans if we go? Well, you'll be labeled as a fascist, you'll be labeled as a Nazi, and they'll wish death upon you, because they wish death upon me. And just last week in Portland, Oregon, I watched a lady get trapped in her car, surrounded by Antifa, and her sister messaged me after seeing the video. She said, the only reason I think my sister was safe is because you were there recording. I also was chased out by a member of Antifa who said he would smoke me, and next thing he knew, a DHS sniper had lasers on his chest. If he was not there, who knows what would have happened that day. These people are very dangerous, and people wonder how they're able to do it. The reason is because these cities are not enforcing the law. And why should these people be worried if the law is not being enforced? And we are not far right, nor are we far wrong. We're just right. And the truth about what's happening here in America with these groups is very dangerous, and I thank you, Mr. President, and your administration as well for acknowledging that.
Thank you very much. It's too bad you have to go through it.
I know, it's a little crazy, right, Mr. President?
Well, you're going to get to the bottom of it, so it's a very important thing you're doing. Thank you very much. Please, Kim.
Yeah, I've just got something very short. I'm attacked every time I do my job. When I leave my house to go to work, I am violently assaulted. I've had guns pulled on me. I've been bear sprayed. I've been beaten down. I've been almost killed. So my question for all of you is, how would you feel if every time you showed up to work, masked militants tried to kill you? Because that's how we feel. That's our lived reality. And you guys go and tell us that we're liars, the riots aren't that bad, right? I've never seen any of you guys on the ground. In fact, I've never seen anybody representing the companies you work for on the ground. You guys come to us for interviews that never get published. Stop saying we're lying. We're not. We risk our lives every day to do the job that you guys are too afraid to do.
What network would you say is the worst, if I could ask?
Oh, man, that's a real tight spot.
Honestly, it's a simple question. And it's just...
Well, there's a lot of people in this pool, and I would say I'm not talking about Fox. I'm not talking about Newsmax or any outlet that resembles them, so I'll let you guys put the pieces together on who I'm exactly talking about.
Who would you say? Which network would you say?
MSNBC, for sure.
Oh, they're terrible. I agree. They're
CNN,
terrible.
probably close, yeah.
Yeah, I'd rate it that way, yeah. MSNBC, that's Brian Roberts.
Yeah.
That he allows that to happen is a disgrace.
Absolutely.
And CNN is second.
Yeah,
I would say CNN is not quite as bad as MS.
MSNBC is not really a news site anymore.
Oh, MSNBC is sick.
Yeah.
They're sick.
Well, sir, it's
who
also
else?
just the stories that they publish about what's the ICE enforcement operations that are so heavily slanted that it's no longer, as I was saying, no longer just Antifa, but Americans that are becoming radicalized. So they've been very irresponsible with how they've been reporting
Who
on
is
it.
that?
MSNBC, for example, they're...
Would you rate them the worst?
Probably.
Who would you rate second?
Well, they ran a story about an operation in Southern California about how a father of 3 Marines was arrested, and they made it seem like they just did it because he's brown. But there's video of that same man charging at the agents with a weed whacker. Now, I've worked with weed whackers back in the day, and you don't want to be on the receiving end of one of those. So that's why he was arrested, but the story was presented as if it's a brown guy just simply being arrested. And I've been around ICE agents, and I'm a citizen, so I feel fine. But it's just that's why. It's not just Antifa. It's not happening in a vacuum. It's multiple
working
factors.
in conjunction. I think they work in conjunction with some of the media. I think ABC is very bad. I think NBC is very bad. And CBS has a new owner, so we have hope for CBS. CBS has a great new owner, my opinion. But I will tell you, ABC is terrible. NBC is terrible. NBC's MSNBC too. They changed it. They moved it over legally so they couldn't be tainted by the words MSNBC, but they are absolutely terrible. There are a lot of them. What about independents? Independent networks.
They're a little bit better, but I would say that we're an example of how you don't need to be part of a super large company to be able to do just basic journalism. All you got to do is sit and record, and you'll let the story play out. And that's why they hate us. That's why Antifa targets us.
Well, I watched a level of dishonesty that's incredible, where answers are changed. Like just before the election, an answer was changed by Kamala. She gave a horrible, death-defying, election-defying answer, and they took the answer out and they replaced it with another answer that she gave 5 minutes later, having to do with a different subject, but at least it wasn't election-defying. No, the level of dishonesty with the media is incredible, whether it's on Antifa or many of the other groups. You're talking about Antifa, and I know that's close to your heart because that's the one that's most affecting you, but there are others that are as bad or almost as bad as Antifa, having to do with different people, different sections of the world, but it's terrible. We're not going to let it go on in this country. We're not going to let it go on. And a big problem is not all of them, but some of the networks out there. And you do wonder why. You really do. Okay, please. Go ahead, yeah.
Mr. President, thank you again.
Thank you.
My name is Jonathan Cho. I am an investigative reporter for Frontlines Turning Point USA. I'm also a senior fellow at Discovery Institute in Seattle. And I cover far-left extremism as well as the homeless drug crisis in America. And I find it oftentimes those worlds intersect. And hot off the presses, what I wanted to bring to your attention today is a report from a Capital Research Center here in D.C. in conjunction with Discovery Institute. They just put out this study right now. And what it shows is that Antifa is heavily embedded in the homeless and housing nonprofit sector. In many cases, the homeless industrial complex is running cover for Antifa. Antifa is benefiting from American tax dollars, and they're essentially being used as the muscle. Let me give you an example. There's a group called Stop the Sweeps in many U.S. cities right now. They get in front of encampment sweeps. What they're doing quietly is they're bringing in Antifa militants to manufacture a crisis to make the police look bad. Another group right now that is behind Antifa and working with Antifa very closely, based on the research that we have right now that we're going to give to you and your team, are the Democratic Socialists of America, also known as DSA. Again, these far-left progressive groups tend to be aligning themselves with Antifa. So finally, in closing, what I wanted to thank you again, Mr. President, is that a few months ago, earlier this year, you put out an executive order on homelessness and the drug addiction crisis in America, and that's sent the entire homeless industrial complex on the run. You have absolutely moved the needle and changed the game. But what's also come out, again, is that there is a connection, a deeply embedded connection with the homeless housing nonprofit game in America, connected to Antifa and the far-left activists. And finally, I just wanted to say that all of our resources at Turning Point USA and Discovery Institute are at your disposal, and we will continue, again, to carry on the legacy of Charlie Kirk. He would have wanted us to pursue and chase the story.
Well, he was a good friend of mine, as you know, and he helped us get elected. Us, it really is us. It's even some of them, but not too many of them, not enough of them. And did you notice when we mentioned CNN and MSDNC, the cameras went off. Two of the cameras immediately went off, but they're not going to cover it anyway. The problem we have is that this is a very important meeting, but you'll see very little press about it. These are major statements being made by major people, including the people right here, and you're not going to see too much about it. They don't like to cover this kind of thing. So it's very dishonest what's going on there. I think the press is a big factor. Please, go ahead. Thank you, James.
Mr. President, thank you so much for having us all here to bring attention to this matter. You did mention MSDNC, CNN, a handful of those other outlets that have been lying about, various things, but especially what ICE, the brave men and women over at ICE have been doing. I was talking to Antifa members in Portland the other day, and a lot of these people genuinely believe, they buy these lies, and they genuinely believe that they're fighting against literal Nazis and not brave men and women that are putting their lives on the line to basically, enforce basic immigration law, right? That everyone seemed to agree with up until maybe a few years ago, a handful of years ago. So once again, thank you so much for having me. My name is James Klug. While my primary job is traveling around the country, having conversations with Americans about various political topics and issues, I have had a lot of run-ins with Antifa over the last 5 years. And I do think that Antifa is a primary reason why many conservatives are afraid to go out and protest and make their voices heard and maybe bring friends and family to a demonstration and exercise their First Amendment right, because they are literally deathly afraid. And I talk to these people all the time. They're afraid of militants showing up in black bloc and hurting them and their families. And, I've personally witnessed Antifa assaulting hundreds of police officers. I've witnessed them firebombing police departments and federal property. I've witnessed them making death threats against federal agents, police officers, journalists. I think I've witnessed every single person here, maybe not personally, but I've seen them get, hunted down and attacked. And so, this is a group that is responsible for a good percentage, if not a majority, of the violent riots in 2021 and 2020, when Democrat mayors had a kind of a hands-off approach with these left-wing militants. Just as a quick reminder for everybody, we're talking about dozens of murders that happened in those riots. We're talking about billions of dollars of damage to property and communities all over the country. We're talking about thousands of officer injuries. So this isn't just like some little thing that they're, they punch a journalist here and there. No, they're responsible for a lot of damage and a lot of people that have, unfortunately died and basically suppressing people's voices, And so what I did want to talk about is to get this footage, almost every single person in the room here, to get this footage, you have to go undercover because you are at risk of being beaten or worse. You have to go undercover. You have to film low key to capture them committing crimes. This is stuff that the mainstream media was not doing and has not been doing. They'll show when Antifa is maybe, it's a little bit more peaceful, and they'll show when it's more mellow, but they'll remove the cameras when things get violent and it's actually dangerous to be here. And I have personally witnessed legacy media vans showing up at a riot 300 yards away, getting out of the vehicle, filming for 30 seconds, saying something like, you know, fiery but mostly peaceful, packing up, and to add insult to injury, you have Democrat politicians that are saying, it's just an idea, right? That's all this is, so it's just an idea. After all of this chaos, it's just an idea. Well, that idea has threatened to kill me and many of my friends that are here today. So, Mr. President, thank you so much for bringing this to the forefront, and it's definitely making a big change. Really appreciate you.
One question. So why is it there are numerous groups? I mean, Antifa is terrible, but you have other groups that I guess probably are almost as bad or just as bad. Not one other group was mentioned. I'm sort of surprised at that. You just come into contact with Antifa? It seems to be that you mostly come into contact with Antifa, please.
There's a lot of overlap, and I would say that, for instance, Jonathan brought up the Democratic Socialists of America. They're basically the same thing. I mean, there's a lot of Democratic Socialists of America who are out there in black bloc, you know, hiding their faces. And so I think we use, and I do understand, for the record, I do understand the challenge, as Andy pointed out, with Antifa as a graspable entity. I do. But at the end of the day, when you look at behavior, you prosecute behavior, right? We're not prosecuting ideas or ideology, you're prosecuting behavior. So whether you can prove that this amorphous thing is Antifa or someone has a patch that says Antifa, it doesn't matter. You know, did they assault someone? Did they assault a federal agent? Were they engaged in rioting? What is it? And so they're always using that, oh, well, they don't call themselves Antifa, even though some of them literally do. It's called Rose City Antifa. How long has it been around in Portland, Andy?
Since 2007.
They call themselves Antifa. In Seattle, I was outside the federal building, and they were yelling, there's no police here, this is Antifa land. And then at the same time, Democrats, like our governor, oh, Antifa is an idea. But yeah, I think Antifa can overlap with a lot of other entities and organizations.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
You know, President Trump, I just wanted to add this real quick, because you were asking which mainstream media outlet is the worst. What I think, it's any of them that decided to call Kilmar Abrego Garcia Maryland Dad. Because when I'm out there on the street talking to these people, you know, they call Maryland Dad is this human, he's actually a human trafficking MS-13 gang member that's illegally in the country. But the amount of people on the street that I spoke with that thought that he was a U.S. citizen that was being deported to Uganda is dangerous. These people genuinely believe, based on what comes out of the garbage standing over here, that you guys are deporting U.S. citizens. So that's what's causing all these problems.
So when you have a governor like Pritzker in Chicago, where you have Illinois, which is in a lot of trouble. Chicago's there, you know, potentially a great city again. It's not great now, but it could be great again. That's why we have to get there soon, because eventually you can't do that. What makes a man like that say that things are wonderful? Why doesn't he say, we love that President Trump is going to come and help us clean up Chicago and make it safe again, as opposed to fighting us and pretending that there weren't 50 murders and 200 shootings and all of that? Why is that? Go ahead, Nick.
To spite you. To spite the administration. That's simply what it's about at this point. Because, you know, if you go and talk to some of these citizens, like I'll use Portland as an example again, because I've been there for so long now. You talk to the neighbors that live in the apartments next door to the ICE facility. There are veterans with PTSD that live there, and they're here all night long, screaming, fireworks being lit off by these rioters, children crying, because they, you know, can't sleep at night and they're scared of all the noise outside, and they can't leave. They can't. I mean, they got a lease. You can't just leave. These people aren't wealthy individuals, and that's one of the major problems here. And these people are afraid to come out and speak out and they're getting no help from their government at all. They've been begging for the noise ordinance to be enforced outside of their apartment complex for months now, and the city of Portland has ignored them every single time. The victims are, as I said, they're afraid, but the governments aren't doing anything because they want to spite the administration. It's all political.
And the politicians make you feel like you're foolish, like there's something wrong. Like, how could President Trump be saying that about Chicago? And yet the night before you see that, 11 people were shot, 5 people died, and you have him talking about like it's a wonderful situation. They make you feel guilty. And a lot of people don't get over that. They just don't get over it. I think they convince the people. Do wealthy people leave too or not? Places like Portland, are the wealthy people leaving? People that can leave, are they leaving?
I think that they're moving to the areas that have been gentrified. I mean, the Oregon governor, when she was saying, we don't need Trump here, she's walking around. It's a very tight shot, if you notice that. And she said, Portland's just fine. Look at me. And they'll focus on the couple areas of Portland that are very nice. Well, she was saying that,
and there were explosions in the background.
Yeah. I mean, there was a reason they cropped it in.
Explosions in the background.
Sir,
Anybody have anything else to say over here? And then should we be taking questions, or is it just a waste of time? Because they can ask questions, but, well, there's Brian, he's good. But you know what? In a way, it's a waste of time, because if you give a great answer, they don't put it on. If you give a horrendous answer, or even if you give a great answer, they make it sound like it's not a great answer. They're very dishonest. Go ahead, Nick.
Yeah, and I think part of that dishonesty comes from what they see. For instance, I've never been asked to go on any other show besides Fox News. My clips go viral everywhere, but they've never even asked, like CNN's never asked, MSNBC's never asked. And a lot of times when I go to hotels, I'll stay and I'll watch like MSNBC.
Fortunately, their ratings are terrible.
They are terrible.
MSNBC is dying, and CNN is dying like a dog.
And
poor CNN, it's so pathetic.
It is very pathetic.
You ever see their anchors in the evening? Nobody ever heard of them. Where did these people come? I could take anybody off the street in Washington, D.C. that do a better job.
Yeah, and it's not hard to show what's going on these days. You literally have an iPhone and you can post it on X.
They don't believe in the star system, It's just one of those things, right? Okay, Nick, you finished, Nick?
Yeah,
Are you
very much.
finished, Nick? Good job. Thank you very much. Well, you've been through hell, I tell you that, but you're really incredible patriots, incredible people. Go ahead, please, Brian. Brian, go ahead.
I'm so thankful for each and every one of you here right now, and I'm very grateful that my network, Real America's Voice, has partnered up with many of you. Jack Sobit, you have a show on a network. Many of you, Savannah, have appeared on a network as well, so thank you for being here. My question is this: in terms of following the money, I would just notify that the city of Austin is cleared to vote tomorrow to basically waive a $120,000 fee so that a No Kings, basically an anti-Trump rally, can occur in their city. They're bypassing the fees, rolling it to the taxpayers. So my question is to you: what can the people of Austin, Texas do right now to make sure that their tax dollars don't fund a No Kings anti-Trump rally coming up?
Well, you just tell me that I would love to do something about that. Bring a lawsuit, do something. The best thing you can do is have honest elections, because the elections are totally rigged in so many of these places. You take a look, the people, they're all loving you. They can't breathe. They love so much, every one of them. You don't see one negative. Then all of a sudden you lose the election by 20 points. The elections are so rigged, and we proved that in 2020 more than any other time. But even the last election, there were areas that I won by much more. We won in a landslide, but I actually won in more of a landslide than we thought. I said, you got to get out, make it too big to rig. And fortunately, the people made it too big to rig. They tried. But the biggest thing you can do is have honest elections. If you don't have, and you need great media. You need borders. You need borders. Wait. You need borders. You need honest media. You need honest elections, and you have a great country, and you need all three of them. Yeah, go ahead.
To a lot of these radical groups that you talked about inside here. So thank you for removing.
I would like you to make a big deal, though, if they're waiving a fee, but I guarantee they wouldn't waive it if it was it's not Trump. If it were a conservative rally, they wouldn't be waiving it. So maybe you can look into that, Pam. Todd? That sounds like one for Todd, Pam. Go ahead, Todd. Good luck. Thank you.
Antifa actually.
Who are you with? Who are you?
I am with
What network?
I'm with Al Arabiya. It's an Arabic network based in Riyadh, in Saudi Arabia. But I am the foreign pooler today. Mr. President, you said that you might go to the Middle East on Sunday. Do you mean Egypt and Israel? And would you consider going to Gaza to see what things
I
on the
would,
ground?
yeah, I would. I might do that. I may do that. We haven't decided exactly. I'll be going to Egypt most likely. That's where everybody is gathered right now, and we appreciate that very much. But I'll be making the rounds, as the expression goes. I probably will.
See, I
Go ahead.
Mr. President.
Go ahead.
Just to clarify, you said you might go to Gaza. You're saying on that's
Who are
the
you
first
with?
topic. I'm with. I'm representing the TV pool, but I'm with NBC, sir.
That's too bad. Go ahead.
Well, just to clarify, you said you might go to Gaza, and then the second question I had earlier today, you said the mayor of Chicago and the governor of Illinois should be jailed. Have you asked the Justice Department to look at possible charges?
No, I've seen the law, and when you have a group of people where the police call off the safety for ICE officials, I've understood that, and I've read it today in numerous journals, that that's illegal. What they did is I guess it was ICE, Christie, right? They were under threat, and the police were helping beautifully, and it was fine. And then all of a sudden, a woman was on the line saying, "Everybody, move back, get out, get out." And they were given an order by the second person in the police department, and the governor knew about it, the mayor knew about it. I understand that's a criminal offense. Do you want to comment on that, Christie?
Yes, sir, we're seeing that kind of pattern happen with local law enforcement and state law enforcement, not just in Illinois, but also out in Oregon, too. In fact, in Portland, I was there yesterday, but some of the ICE officers were telling me that as they drove by the rioters that were saying, "Kill ICE agents, Molotov cocktails, melt ICE," that the Portland police were cheering them on and had their fists in the air cheering on the rioters that were threatening their lives. So in Chicago, we had a 10-car caravan trail our ICE officials and pin them down. And those ICE officials, to get out of their vehicles, a woman tried to ram them and run them over, and shots were fired to get them to safety. So it's happening on a regular basis, and any elected official that allows this to happen and gives cover to those kind of individuals who are perpetuating murder should absolutely be prosecuted, in my opinion.
Mr. President.
Daniel. And by the way, we have Marco Rubio. Marco, come on up here, please. He's going to bring a little stability to this group. Come on up. Does everybody know Marco Rubio? Is there anybody that doesn't? Some of the reporters don't. That's why they shouldn't be reporters.
Which job is he here for today,
Come
sir?
on up here, Marco. Anything we should know about the Middle East?
That's what we're hoping to talk to you about here, Mr. President. Once they leave.
He's doing a good job. He was born for this job, I can tell you. Daniel, please.
Thank you very much. I have two questions for you, if that's okay. Seamus talked a little bit about the money aspect of this. Do you believe if you go after where the money is coming from with Antifa, in regards to Antifa, do you believe that would be similar to cutting the head off the snake, so to speak? And I have
It would help. I don't know that it would be totally complete, but it would certainly, you'd knock out 75%, 80%, 85%. These people, a lot of them don't believe it. When I watch them, I say, I can almost tell a pro they're like professionals. That's all they do. And they get paid by somebody. I think it would knock out a lot of it. Yeah, not all of it maybe, but a lot of it.
And then a follow-up to that is a lot of the people who we've listened to over the last hour, they've emphasized that Antifa, it's not necessarily this big organized thing. It's a bit ambiguous. It's deorganized. I think that's one of the words that Andy used. What is the challenges of going after a group that makes it intentionally difficult to go after and find? That could be for you, the Attorney General, anyone up there.
Well, they're smart people, and they deceive. A lot of them are crooked people. A lot of them have been staying out of trouble their whole lives, and they've been bad from the day they were born, frankly. But these are sick people. Pam, go ahead, please.
Well, they're smart, but they're not smart enough. Oh, my microphone's broken. They're smart, but they're not smart enough. They have been covered by these liberal cities for so many years. And that's why we're all working with Treasury, with all these different departments, to find the criminal conspiracy.
Okay. I'm just giving. I was just given a note by the Secretary of State saying that we're very close to a deal in the Middle East. and they're going to need me pretty quickly, so I will take a couple of more questions. Please.
Thank you, sir. I also have two questions for you, if I may. Have you given any more thought to possibly suspending habeas corpus to not only deal with these insurrectionists across the nation, but also to continue rapidly deporting illegal aliens?
Yeah, it's suspending who?
Habeas corpus, sir.
Oh, I don't know. I'd rather leave that to Christie. What do you think?
No, sir, I haven't been a part of any discussions on that.
All right, go ahead.
In the ceasefire
This is
negotiations.
CNN speaking, by the way, so.
Are you
This
personally
is
participating?
one of the worst reporters that you'll ever see. I don't even want to take a question. It's a waste of time. Go ahead.
Mr. President, how will you decide?
Are you
This
personally
is
participating?
one of the worst reporters that you'll ever see. I don't even want to take a question. It's a waste of time. Go ahead.
Mr. President, how will you decide which workers get back pay and which workers do not?
Well, we're going to see. Most of them are going to get back pay, and we're going to try and make sure of that. But some of them are being hurt very badly by the Democrats, and they therefore won't qualify. Go ahead, please.
What will the administration do to foreign Antifa organizers and funders who are located overseas?
Go ahead. In the yellow, please.
So the Nobel Peace Prize will be announced on Friday. You've been nominated by many world leaders.
By many, many countries. That's
by many
right.
countries as well as the hostage families. Do you think you will win?
I have no idea. I mean, look, I did settle. Marco would tell you we settled 7 wars. We're close to settling an 8th. And I think we'll end up settling the Russia situation, which is horrible. 7,000 people died last week, by the way, in Russia, between Russia and Ukraine. I think we'll settle that. So I don't think anybody in history has settled that many, but perhaps they'll find a reason not to give it to me. Perhaps they will.
President, are you personally participating in the ceasefire negotiations?
Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Going to the shutdown quickly, what is your position on the extension of health care subsidies, which is what Democrats are asking for?
All I want to do is very simple. I want to get the country open, and then we're going to discuss that. And we'd like to. Obamacare is a horrible mess, and it has been from the beginning. We want to make it better, stronger, even if it costs more money, we want to make it better. The Democrats want to make it worse. The Democrats want to approve health care for illegals coming into our country, many of them coming in from prisons and mental institutions and drug dealers. They want to give them health care. We don't want that for our people because that's going to destroy the health care that we already have. We'd like to make Obamacare better for people, less expensive and better health care. Yes, ma'am.
Mr. President. I'm wondering if you've been briefed on the organization and funding of Antifa, and if so, what have you learned?
I have been, and they have pretty good knowledge, but they're going to have a very good knowledge. And I really ask these very brave patriots that we're surrounded with today to let us know, because I think you probably have some pretty good ideas. And even if you're not sure, let us know and we'll figure it out, okay? If you could do that. You're from Italy?
No, I'm from France. Can you specify how close we are to the deal? Would that be announced today, tomorrow? And do you want to see the hostages released before you travel to the region?
No, I think I'll probably go maybe before the hostages are released or shortly thereafter, pretty much shortly thereafter. Yeah, please.
Participating in these negotiations.
Go ahead. Who are you with?
The Center Square. I had the honor of asking you originally if you would designate Antifa a terror organization. And I stand here before you today, and I'm echoing what Andy said over here. Are you going to work with your administration, as the Secretary of State's here, are you going to work with your administration to designate it a foreign terror organization?
You mean a terror?
Antifa? A foreign terror organization.
Well, has that been done? Pretty close, right? Would you like to see it done?
Yes, Mr. President.
You think it would help?
They have foreign
I'd be
links
glad
all
to
across
do it. I
Western
think it's
Europe.
the kind of thing I'd like to do. If you'd like, does
Middle
everybody
East.
agree? If you agree, I agree. Let's get it done, okay? Let's get it done. Marco, we'll take care of it.
Mr. President.
That's international, you mean?
Yes.
International.
Yes, Mr. President.
Sounds good to me.
Foreign terror organization.
Steve, are you okay with it?
Yes, it's true. There are extensive foreign ties, and I think that would be a very valid step to take.
Good, I think so too.
Yes.
Good, I think it's a Good point. Thank you.
President, are you planning on personally participating in this? On the shutdown, we are now about 1 week away from military service members missing their paychecks.
We'll always take care of our military.
Would you encourage Congress to pass a standalone bill to pay our service members?
Yeah, that probably will happen. We don't have to worry about it yet. That's a long time. You know what 1 week is for me? An eternity. 1 week for me is a long time. We'll take care of it. Our military is always going to be taken care of. Yeah, please. Blue dress, blue.
President, Rebecca with Blaze News. I'm curious to know, so you're talking about the money funding these Antifa organizations, and somebody brought up Roy Singham, I think it was you, who, by the way, is married to one of the co-founders of Code Pink, this infamous left-wing organization. I'm curious to know the administration.
Who is that? Who is that?
Roy Singham. He's married to.
No, did you say they're here?
No, he's not. A journalist brought him up, but
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jameis, thank you.
Good bring up.
Excellent.
Go ahead.
He's somebody who's been reported on extensively, and I'd love to know what the administration is going to do to actually bring consequences to some of these names. You mentioned.
Well, I don't know the name, but I would like to ask Pam to take a look at it. You know, a lot of the best information we find are through you and other people like you, so I'd like you to look at it, Pam. In the back, please.
Compelling proof that Antifa did infiltrate on January 6th, dressed up like Trump supporters and incited violence. Is that something that you would want the new J6 committee at Congress to look into?
Well, I've heard that. They dress up like, they're fresh out of MAGA, but they have nothing to do with MAGA. And they make trouble and they try and blame it. And yeah, we know some of that, and we will be acting on some of that. We've seen it. So I think you could stay a little longer, but you know, the problem is, although you have some very honest journalists in here, you also have some largely dishonest journalists like MSDNC and CNN. I think they're very dishonest, unbelievably. It's like a waste of time even talking to them. But I have to go now to try and solve some problems in the Middle East, although I'm very well represented by our Secretary of State. He could probably do an even better job than me. But who knows? We don't want to take any chances, so we're going to go and do that. If you'd like, Pam, would you like to stay for another 5 minutes, 10 minutes while we have all these great people? And I'll let Pam and Christy take over and get some good points out. I just want to thank the people around the table in particular. You've been amazing. You've been brave. You're real patriots. You're real patriots. And at some point, we're going to have to look into, at least in certain cases, rewarding you with some very important medals and honors, okay, as we have done and will be doing with Charlie Kirk. You know, Charlie is getting the Presidential Medal of Freedom, which is our highest award outside of the Congressional Medal of Honor. And I think they're sort of even. One's civilian and one's military. But unfortunately, the civilian sometimes is military also because of what we have to go through on the streets of this country. I can only tell you this. We have a great nation. We have a nation that's right now the hottest in the entire world. We're the hottest nation in the world, despite all of the things we've been saying today. But that's going to make your job easier, because nobody's doing better than we are financially. We've never done better. We've had, I think, 58 stock market increases since I've been top, meaning record increases. We have never seen anything like it, and we're going to keep it going. That makes it a little bit easier for what we're doing. I guess maybe it also makes some people crazy because they don't want to see us do well. But we're the hottest nation anywhere in the world, and we were a dead nation 1 year ago. I say it all the time. We were a dead nation. Now we're the hottest nation in the world, and that's said to by every leader. One of the reasons that we have every country already signed up or just about to sign, every country in the world on this whole mess we have going over with Hamas and the Middle East and all of the things you see, is they respect our nation. A year ago, you wouldn't have been able to get it. You certainly couldn't have gotten it with Biden. You didn't know where the hell he was. But a year ago, you wouldn't have been able to have a situation like this. So I just want to thank the people around this table, and certainly the officials around the table, because they've been incredible. They've been brave. And I watched yesterday, Pam, and I watched a little bit. I thought it was so good. I rounded up, and I watched it late in the evening because I thought you were fantastic yesterday. You really, look, you had some wonderful senators, some great politicians asking you very fair questions, and you had some real slime balls. But I thought you were amazing. So thank you very much. And Christy, thanks for the great job. Cash, thanks for the great job.
Appreciate you guys for coming through. Some of y'all sent me some clips on Discord, so we're going to go through some of those clips, the ones I could watch on stream. Otherwise, guys, join the Discord. Appreciate y'all for hanging out. If you are getting out of here, hold up. I want to do a quick to all the moderators, to everybody in chat that, you know, kept their shit together. A round of applause. But I'm going to play some of these things that you guys sent me in chat or in Discord. The South Park clip. South Park, if I play South Park, YouTube does not like that. So I don't know if I'm going to chance playing the clips of her shooting the dog. But yeah. Let me see what we got here. Really appreciate you guys hanging out, chit-chatting. Drop a like, get sucked into the black hole. You know, join the Discord. We'll be doing deeper political streams and whatnot, news streams. I've kind of taken a break from it. It gets a little, what's the word? Toxic? I mean, don't get me wrong. I love rolling around in it at times, but sometimes decompressing from it is nice. So we've been doing more gaming streams as of recent, which is what we're probably going to flip into after this. But let me see about some of these links I was sent. Christopher, I think some of these are from you. I think, oh yeah, the one that you sent. Let me see. Joe Rogan, but the only reason I go, sometimes YouTube with Joe Rogan, it's not like that. Well, let me see what we can do here. But Joe Rogan, appreciate the mods and whatnot, and all the people keeping the peace. I mean, I like the chaos too. But all right, this is coming from Christopher. I think you sent me this. Benny Johnson, what do we got
with
here?
A perfect breakdown of the left-wing No Kings protests from this weekend.
Protesting on the streets, 99% of them are losers. The other ones work for the Fed. It's FBI agents and losers. That's all it is. Every protest is FBI agents and losers.
I talk about this all the time. I'm like, for me, you want me to join a protest? You want me to get out on the street? First of all, to make a sign? The f*** out here. And then
you don't have to make the sign. There's a guy with a van who's paid by George Soros,
yes,
and he's got stacks of signs that were made at Kinko's. Okay, they're not homemade at all, and you just pass those bad boys out.
As we have proven time and time again on this channel, these protests are fake. These are not real, authentic Americans. They are people who are being paid to be there. These are people that have no idea what they are doing there, like this young man.
Trump's a
Yeah, why is that? I saw this clip.
we don't like him. That's the word around here.
I think he's trolling, right?
Particular reason why you don't like him? No clue at all. I'm just going with everybody else saying.
Or stop. Senior citizens who are like being trotted out of their senior citizen home because they need something to do for them during activity hour. It is.
All right, how many of y'all participated in the No Kings protest? Hold up. I really like the poll we have in chat right now. Can you be anti-fascist without being Antifa? This was a nice split. 60% say yes, 40% say no. I find that a very interesting question. We're probably going to do a deeper dive on that here in the future. But, boom. Hold up, let me put this in. Did you No King protest? Question mark. Bam.
Truth that the left has lost the heart and soul of America. This is a center-right country. And these protests are indeed fake or attended by very, very old people needing activity hours in their nursing homes. This is what it is. Cry about it. Joe.
All right, we got Benny Johnson on here. You guys can check him out. I'll send this link on Discord. Join the Discord. Send me links. When we go to do deeper dives on stuff and you guys make claims,
Joe Rogan with
it helps a lot to just send me a link because then we could just investigate together. But this is Benny Johnson. Check out his stuff. What else did you guys send? I don't know what this is.
I'm gonna take you.
All right. I think this was another Chris. There's a lot of Chris's in chat. If this is not from Chris, I apologize. Sometimes your guys' Discord names are different from your YouTube names. It confuses me.
Go into an Antifa dungeon. You ready?
Get a light out of face now.
There you go. There go that male aggression on drugs. Right on cue. This looks like a video game. This was like Cyberpunk 2077, Night City, the little front area. You get your weapons. What in
I still haven't played Cyberpunk. Sorry, beside the point.
In the world? Someone please save the dog. It says disabled toilet. Hey, I wonder what kind of horrors lie behind that bathroom door. I'm sure an Antifa crowd stench is got to be the stinchiest stench of all stenches in the whole world.
Hey, happy Buddha, appreciate you. And I hope you stay blessed as well out there.
Little upstairs area. Trans liberation. What do trans folks need to be liberated from? Their genitalia. I don't.
Bam. Well, damn. Wow. This guy's quick with it. But yo, in the chat, my trans viewers, what do you need liberated from? We got some trans viewers. We got everybody. We've got all flavors in chat, which is what I love.
I don't understand. So you get the idea of what's happening in an Antifa dungeon. Does it look enticing to you?
All right. This was Anthony Brian Logan. This was sent to me on Discord. Never see this guy, but you know, gotta show support. Hit that subscribe button if you guys enjoyed that. Check him out. What else do we got here? I feel like you guys, yeah, like I said, I'm gonna have to avoid the South Park clips. I'll watch those on my own time, or maybe like on Discord or something. We could review that stuff. JRE clips, man. YouTube smacks me down when I do JRE, like clips. So I don't know how everybody else does it. Conspiracy chart. I know some of y'all have been wanting me to do a deeper dive on Israel, Palestine. That is not a tonight thing. So I do have some of the videos you sent me though. But that's not a tonight thing. Wait, how long? Oh my gosh. Why does it play ads through this?
Wix gives you the power of AI to build the website you need.
Nah, I'm sorry, guys. I'm not trying to hit you with ads.
So one of the things.
Yo, Christopher, are you in chat? Well, which? Oh, it won't show me your stuff. Yo, Christopher, that sent me the Secular Talk video. Are you in chat, bro? Because I'll watch that. I know you wanted me to watch that. If you're on chat, I'll just wait till later. Let me know if you're in chat. If you guys are prying yourself away from the black hole and you'd like to, you know, help me with the algorithm, be sure to just slap the like button. You could lightly slap it, you know. You could backhand it too. It's your choice, really. I'm gonna leave that up to you. I'm gonna try not to blow your ears out here.
Imagine being.
No. Alright. That dead air was killing me. Hey, appreciate y'all. Somebody says Secular Talk is GOAT. Okay. Yeah, because I've had some complaints. People say I watch too much right-leaning content. Guys, I try to watch content from all sorts of people. But sometimes, you know, I am influenced by the algorithm. So if you guys want to share who you're watching or who you want me to see, let me know. So Secular Talk was sort of apparently a lefty that I was sent. I don't watch too much of his stuff. You said which clip? All right, sorry. This is actually way too busy, this music. Let me turn it down. Jeez, it's way too busy. The clip in the Discord. This is just our news catch-up, guys. I know I'm not on the breaking news tonight. I'm not doing breaking news. I'm not doing the new stuff right now. That's a tomorrow thing, or later today, depending where you're coming from. Epstein files. That's probably one of the most popular things to be brought up in chat. Is there anything new with the Epstein files, guys? You said which clip? Well, no, I'm looking at the secular talk clip for the Trump is destroying farmers. Okay, I'm sorry. This music is it's not doing it. This is like, oh my gosh, I don't know what kind of music this is. There we go. Just something chill in the background. Actually, I'm gonna put the chat back on the screen. I think we got far enough with this poll, didn't we? Wow, 72%. Did you know King protest? 28% said yes, 72% said no. So right now, it's only 107 votes. But right now, most people in chat did not know King protest. Oh yeah, no, it's a different Chris. There's a lot of Chris's in chat apparently. Let's see if I can actually get my chat working. I've been trying some different stuff with stream. I doubt it's gonna work. Oh, it kind of does. Well, the chat box doesn't work though. Guys, we're figuring it out, okay? Only 28% clown. Guys, we try to keep a nice balanced chaos here. All right. You said you flipped the people off that were protesting? Yo, you gotta be careful with that. You gotta be careful. They're gonna surround your car. Where are you gonna go then? Were you on foot or were you in a car? They released more Epstein files? I mean, I'll put that on the list. We haven't heard anything that I can't imagine. Oh my gosh, did you guys see the Prince Andrew situation? Oh, can I watch that? Hold up. Because remember we did that Prince Andrew stream? YouTube or the BBC did not like that. And I had to take that down. But yo, Prince Andrew, hold up. I mean, you guys are talking about Epstein, so. All right, I got you. That's like some Animal Crossing music or something. Oh, there's the chat. Hey, glad you could make it.
He's giving up his royal titles, including Duke of York, pardon me. He says he has discussed the matter with King Charles. He's denying the accusations against him. Let's get straight to our...
Oh, not yet, Crab.
Max Foster. Max, what more do we know? What does the statement say?
Well, he hasn't technically given up his titles, but we'll come to that in a moment. I know why you're saying it. But this is after consultations with the King, other members of the royal family, also with Prince William, of course. I'm told that the King is glad of the outcome, so read into that what you will. The decision, I've been told, was taken in recognition of the fact that the Prince's personal issues continue to be an unwelcome distraction from the work of the wider royal family. Read into that, Issa. His associations with Epstein and how they kept on blowing up. I think one of the most damning things that happened most recently was a couple of British newspapers had an email from Prince Andrew to Epstein, which was dated after the date where he said he had broken all contact with Epstein. So we're expecting more revelations to come out of all these Epstein files. Maybe there's going to be more. It's just become too much.
Look, we watched that together, guys. So that's one of my favorite interviews. There's a few good interviews on the internet that like I'll sometimes circle back to. There's the Prince Andrew one. It always makes me laugh. And then Juicy Smoulier. I don't know why those two interviews just crack me up so bad.
Much of a distraction.
I mean, it's kind of messed up. Don't get me wrong. But at the same time, just watching it, it's just like the gall, right?
For the royal family. In terms of what it means that the titles that he has, he's agreed to no longer use. They haven't been taken from him. So Duke of York, he's no longer going to use that title, and there are various other titles that he has and honours. He's no longer going to use them, but they haven't been actually taken away. This was the quickest and cleanest way of doing it, frankly, because taking away Duke of York would need an act of Parliament.
Yo, George Rodriguez, I haven't fallen down or too deep down the Charlie Kirk conspiracy about, well, I know Candace Owens has apparently been on the case, and I've been meaning to do a deep dive into that and some of her streams and some of her content, just haven't made it around to it. Has anybody watched Candace Owens or heard any of the conspiracies out there? I'm just curious.
So this is just a swift solution, I think.
Oh, and the Sky News one, I got that link. I'm gonna pull it up.
The royal family to get away from this scandal.
Wait, you said no one watches Sky News in Australia? We laugh at Sky as the Temu Fox. Really? Oh my gosh.
And Prince Andrew has agreed to it all. He is, Issa, still Prince Andrew. That title's never going to be taken away because he was born with that title, being the son and a grandson of a monarch. So that can't be taken away. So he is still Prince Andrew. So that's how it stands.
And for our viewers, Max, just joining us, what we have seen, of course, in the UK, we follow this very closely, but we have seen kind of a drip feed, haven't we, of allegations, like you said, an endless distraction, of course, for the royal family and for other members of the royal family. Just bring us up to date with all the allegations that, you know, that really point towards Epstein.
Well, you know, these rumours have been around for a while. He decided to do a big BBC interview on it. It absolutely backfired. There were lots of inconsistencies in that interview, and he came across terribly, and that cost him his job as a working royal. At that point, he was also stopped from using the title Your Royal Highness, which is, you know, a sign of seniority within the royal family. So he got cast out, as it were. But then things keep happening, as I describe, you know, more emails, more scandal, it just won't go away. And the family just feels as though it's just too much of a distraction now. We haven't seen him in public for a long time, but
do we still have a decent amount of Aussies in chat?
Appear at private family events where there are cameras, so if there's a family event, we will see him. That's even going to change now, Issa. He's really been thrown out into the cold now. I'm told that he's not even going to be invited to Christmas. So we won't see him at any...
I've been meaning to watch the X-Files, guys. We get into UAPs and paranormal talk late at night sometimes. So if you're into that, circle back.
Public events at all. And, you know, what he did have in terms of a public profile has been completely stripped away from him. He's lost all privileges. I mean, think about the Order of the Garter. It is the highest level of chivalry. This is the outfit they wear for those occasions.
My favorite part of the interview was when he said he didn't, or he used to not be able to sweat. That always cracks me up. I don't know why.
In the UK, he's no longer part of that. You know, it speaks to the whole problem, doesn't it? Chivalry. Is he seen as chivalrous?
I've never seen
What
X-Files.
does it mean for his ex-wife,
I don't know how.
Ferguson, and his two daughters? Do we know? I know you're still doing chasing all the news lines and making contacts with your sources. What are you hearing on that?
Well, you know, all they're saying is for a long time she's been known as Sarah Ferguson in her professional capacity, and will do so in all other areas. Not entirely true. She does call herself the Duchess of York sometimes. She certainly on social media calls herself the Duchess. She, I'm sure, you know, having looked at how she operates, she doesn't...
I don't think CNN is going to say anything of interest in this.
Want to cause any more problems for Prince Andrew. I think she'll probably agree not to use that title as well. And in terms of the children, it's an interesting one. They are both princesses. They are actually quite fondly regarded within the royal family. They have been associated with Epstein to some extent. They took a jet with him, we found out recently. But I think that they will still be included.
I don't really care about his like status. So, all right, guys. I just found that interesting. Oh, you sent me that Sky News thing. I have it pulled up. Give me a sec. Dead air, dead air, dead air. All right, Sky News. Bam, drop this in the Discord, so we're going to check it out, guys. This is...
The Melbourne CBD resembled a war zone this afternoon as police used tear gas, stun grenades and rubber bullets in a bid to control dueling protests.
Yeah, thousands of people joined March for Australia rallies around the country. And as you would expect, the march in Australia was met with a counter-protest and things quickly turned ugly.
These scenes come just days after Victorian Premier Jacinta Allen insisted
the CBD of Melbourne is safe.
Yeah, famous last words, because Police Commander Wayne Cheeseman begs to differ.
This is what was thrown at police today, and I think Melbourne has had a gutful. The left-wing group were running up and down side streets. We were lucky we had barriers and police in place, but they were desperately trying to get to the March for Australia group, who was for a long time static at Parliament House.
You can see their police are furious. A couple of points about this, but before we get to that, I should mention a female police officer had a broken hand. Yeah. A male police officer had to be treated for a gash to the leg after he was glassed. And female
glassed? Is that what
protective
shields were? Is that what you guys call being cut by glass? Being glassed? Or is he talking about something else? I've never heard that. He got glassed.
Cracked. Such was the force with which things were thrown, and they were attacked. A couple of thoughts. Firstly, isn't it interesting to hear a police officer saying what many in the media won't, that this violence is coming from that quote-unquote left wing? Let's see if the ABC pick up that little report. But the police commissioner specifically said these are issues-based left-wing protesters. They call themselves anti-racists. Isn't it interesting, the ones who proclaim to be the moral guardians are the ones who are throwing rocks, throwing bricks, attacking police?
I've heard of glassing with explosives or lasers, but never just, with a piece of glass, right? Like turning a place to glass. I've heard of that. If there's any StarCraft, never mind. I'm not getting off topic.
Point I would make is police are furious now that they have been attacked. And I'm not having a shot at police, but I wish we'd seen that level of anger from Victorian police after people were attacked with machetes, after people were carjacked, after people had their homes invaded.
Aussie, are you saying this is fake news? You said they are reframing a bar fight to be political. This is my problem, guys. I'm kind of far away from Australia. We orbit a black hole out here. It's pretty far away from everything. So, I'm getting like second, third hand information here.
Finally, police are ropeable now that their officers have been attacked. Well, Victorians have been putting up with this sort of rubbish for a long time. Maybe now they'll get action. Of course, it won't be from Victorian Premier Jacinta Allen. She will say this is unacceptable. This has no place in Victoria. We're going to, enact tougher legislation, and we'll see the similar events next weekend or the weekend after.
And
nothing will change.
And I think we have to broadly also look at the march itself, why these people were there, James. They were there because...
Stop it, Sasha Bain. You said some of these head protesters in America are getting paid $80,000 to $100,000 a year. No flipping way. I'm not saying, look, I just know some people that could use a job. So if you could just send me a link, I just need it for a friend. Because if they're paying $80,000 to $100,000, I know some people that are looking to change careers. So if you could just go ahead and drop in the Discord, drop me that link, Guys, if I find a link to some sort of site or anything where they're paying protesters, we are definitely covering that. We're definitely covering that. I've seen some stuff online, but nothing really conclusive. At least for me, nothing that really screams to me like these guys are absolutely being paid. But if you guys have anything, please link me.
Sick to death of mass migration. They want.
Well, that's the other march.
And
yes.
This is what I'm saying, though.
Yeah.
Just to clarify, the March for Australia group police were very, very.
They
were
them.
very strong. In fact, that police officer that we just threw to, he said they were peaceful, engaging, and followed instructions.
You said cover a story on Jesus. What's the hook? What's the angle?
The other came with masks, hoodies and umbrellas, throwing rocks and hiding behind barriers. They came to harm our members. It's got to stop. So I just want to point out that this March for Australia, why they were there. They were there to say enough is enough. We've had enough of mass migration in this country. We have to start putting Australians...
Y'all are wild.
And there was this one woman that was there particularly. This is what she said. Have a listen to this.
You said ABC News Australia is the most trustworthy news to view down here. Okay, so I got one Aussie telling me ABC is the one to go with.
Immigration.
Crab, do you disagree?
We do need a pause, but it's got to be well considered and well managed. And unfortunately, the current government doesn't be able to manage that.
I'm not against migration at all.
Stop it. Yo, Logan S. We were just talking about this on stream one day. I said, why isn't slavery a part of the 10 Commandments? Like, hey, you shouldn't do this. I was thinking about this the other day. I think we were talking about it in chat. I'm not trying to get into the whole theological debate right now necessarily, but oh my gosh, we're going to circle back on that one of these days. I feel like a press secretary, a certain press secretary that was always like, oh, we're going to circle back on that.
Immigrants to Australia themselves, but I just think that we should have quality migration, not quantity migration, I think.
Obviously, in a crowd like this, you're going to have many different opinions. However, March for Australia's message is end mass immigration, protect our heritage, our culture, and our way of life.
Right, so we're talking...
Bam, she was very well spoken. Bam, bam, bam. Bam, 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 right?
Everyday Australians who have absolutely had a gutful of mass migration, which has obviously put a lot of pressure on the cost of living crisis as well as housing. We've got everyday Aussies, James, that cannot get into housing, yet literally Labor has the welcome mat open with more than 1.1 million Aussies coming into this country, right? But Labor will not have a proper debate.
No, I'm not going to get caught. See, this is how I get caught up. I get into some random debate or really conversation, because I'm not going to debate religion. I'm more just going to have a conversation with people about their beliefs, just because what am I going to debate? You know what I'm saying? Your God isn't real. This God is, like, it just doesn't make sense to me. It's not my lane, but I'm very interested in your guys' beliefs and whatnot. You know, there's a lot of people that are on YouTube Live that just read the Bible. It's very interesting to me. I've thought about it. I was like, maybe one day we'll do like a Bible reading or like a Bible study. That'd be interesting.
Later on in the show, but Labor refused to have a proper debate. The problem is with the left. Now, last time there was this big protest, every single MP, and I'm talking on both sides of politics, were falling over themselves to call all of those who attended the March for Australia rally racist. These people are not racist, so I can't wait.
So in Australia, what is, like, it sounds stupid, but like, what is racism? Like, who do you guys, I don't want to say who do you guys hate, but if there's like a bunch of Australians calling a bunch of other Australians racist, who are they being racist towards? Like, what is the minority group in Australia that's being targeted by the racists, if they are being targeted? Like, who is the victim in this?
Wait to hear what our politicians have to say tomorrow. Are they going to call them racist, or are they going to go, actually, that what the left did today, the disgusting scenes we saw, are they going to call them out for what they are because they're a disgrace?
Yeah, I would hold my breath, but I value my life too much to do so, Danica. And it's pretty clear the tactics of the left, right? They cause mayhem at these rallies. So the message of the March for...
Really? Just Aboriginals? I mean, somebody said Chinese. Australia's flooding their country with people, same as UK, Ireland, France, Spain, Canada. It is interesting that we're seeing sort of anti-immigration protests all over the world seeming to happen at the same time. That was blowing my mind. Wasn't there just a huge march in I believe it was in the UK? A huge march. I mean, it looked like, I don't know how to, guess here, but like 1 million people or millions of people out in the streets. It looked insane to me.
For Australia rally is lost
in
the violence and the mayhem. It's a deliberate tactic. And
Newcastle.
They achieve their aims.
Yep, exactly, which is such a shame.
After speaking at Google, Disney...
All right, listen, guys. I promise on the next one I'll be in the right... I'm not in the right account for my damn stuff, so I'm getting ads. I apologize. You said not just Aboriginals... Oh my gosh, get this out off my screen. Oh, I'm sorry. Not just Aboriginals. There's definitely some racism against Asians and Indians, but it's blown out of proportion often. Hold up. What? Let me look up. What is the demographics of Australia? All right. So, Australia. The population is aging with the median age of 37 years old and has a slight female majority. The most common ancestries are English, Australian, and Irish, though there is a rich diversity of other backgrounds with people of Chinese and Indian descent also making up substantial groups. All right, where's the numbers breakdown? Population, over 25... Really? Wait. Over 25 million people That's it? What? Stop it. Stop it. 27 million people in 2024. Yo, you guys don't have any people. That is crazy. Urbanization. 89% of the population lives in urban areas, making Australia one of the world's most urbanized countries. Population density is extremely low, with an average of 3.7 people per square kilometer due to the vast arid interior. Overseas-born population. 26% of the population was born overseas as of the 2021 census, a higher proportion than in the US, Canada, New Zealand, or in the UK. Over half the population is either overseas-born or has an overseas-born parent, demonstrating a rich cultural mix. Interesting. Okay, okay. Damn, 27 million? Am I crazy? Like, is that like, that's nothing. That's wild. The giant spiders in the middle. Look, I was looking up some of your guys' animals and stuff. What do you guys have? The lyrebird? That was really cool. That thing was cool. You showed me some other interesting like rodents or something. Those were very neat. But the spiders, look, I don't mind if the spider's up in the corner doing its thing. It's on its web. It sees me, see me, and it understands it's going to stay over there. I'm going to stay over here. It eats the bugs. I leave it alone. Some of those spiders, though, over there, guys, I don't know if I could do it. I'm sorry. You heard of 3.5 of the population stuff? No. What is this? You said America is crowded. Is it, though? You guys need to look up Wyoming, okay? If you think America's... Look, how many people live in Wyoming? Wyoming. Apparently I can't spell. Population. 500,000 people, basically. 587,000. Now, when you actually look at how much space is there, it's basically empty. Now, is it the greatest place to live? I don't know. Never been there. Yeah, the cities are dense, but we have so much land here. We could probably double our population to be just fine. We could probably hit 1 billion people in this country and be just fine, honestly. Koalas with STDs. Yes, we did the koalas with the STDs. That was fun. It's because most of Australia is a desert. Look up Australia population density map. All right, all right. You guys don't like living in the desert? Australia pop density. What do we got here? Oh, damn, yeah. I mean, you guys... I feel like you guys are not utilizing all of the space that you have. You know? Okay. Okay, yeah. So you guys are pretty densely populated in that sense. Okay. You guys need to spread out a little bit. I'm just kidding. Oh my gosh. The Chinese population conspiracy is a crazy topic. What do you mean? Like, what's the conspiracy? And what's like in terms of Australia, or is there like some other conspiracy that I'm unaware of? Something about only the 3.5% of the population needs to protest because the rest are working or can't? I'm not following. You said studies show their population is closer to the US population? Wait, what do you mean? Oh, wait, are you saying they're lying about their population size? No way. That's crazy. I've never heard that one. I've always just assumed they had 1 billion people. Them in India, right? 80% of our population lives within 50 kilometers of the coastline. Huh. 3-4 take the streets. They can influence the government in any way. I mean, yeah, right. I mean, what's 3% here? That's like over 10 million people, right? Roughly. I mean, 10 million people is a lot of people. All right, I might fall down that rabbit hole, maybe. Eventually, I'm just going to go over to China and just check for myself. I'm going to just, like, eyeball it. I'm going to look around and be like, that looks like 1 billion. All right. Let me see if there was anything else. That was the Sky News thing. Like I said, the Israel stuff is for another day. Oh, I see you sent this in the... Yeah, that's crazy. I can't imagine being in like the center of Australia though and being able to look up at the sky. You guys probably have so little light pollution. It's probably gorgeous out there. Wow, that's crazy. It's like empty. Wow. How dangerous is it to like travel through the desert there? Let me see if there's anything else here we could work through. It seems like everybody likes to drop things in the conspiracy hole, which I do enjoy. I do enjoy. I'm glad it gets used. Wait, see, Carol, are you in here? I wanted to watch your thing, but I hate to watch it without you. I hate when people send me stuff, I watch it and they're not here and they're like, what the hell? I didn't get to see it. The one child policy made so-called ghost children. What is this? What are you talking about? China ghost children. What do we got? The term China ghost children most commonly refers to... Well, I can't pronounce that. Hazi, or quote-unquote black children, who are unregistered children born in violation of the one-child policy or in other unregistered circumstances. These children were denied access to government services like healthcare and education and faced severe discrimination because they did not have a hukyo, household registration. The term can also sometimes refer to, quote, left-behind children whose parents migrate for work, leaving the children in the care of others. Wow. Interesting. I kind of wondered how that worked. Like, what happens if you did have more than one kid? So they were just like, oh, yeah, we're just not going to acknowledge that you have a second kid. That's crazy. It's conspiracy practice. Exactly. I feel like conspiracy and conspiracy theory, I think, used to be kind of a bad word. Like, it would turn a lot of people off. But over time, I think more people are open to considering other ideas, non-mainstream ideas, things outside the official story. Forced abortions a lot of the time. That's what I had assumed. Did you know there were thousands of black babies born after WW2 in Germany from the American soldiers? I mean, that's believable, right? I mean, anywhere an army goes, I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of sex going on between the soldiers and the natives there. So that's kind of what I assume. If they're stationed there and it's mostly dudes that you're stationed with, and then you go to the local town and there's women, they're like local women, it kind of just makes sense. Same with Vietnam. Yeah, I'm assuming it's just kind of just a norm, right? I said religious conflict is so stupid. I mean, conflict is kind of silly, right? Saudi politics? Me neither. We're learning. Oh, you're talking about the Saudi princes and the comedy stuff. Did we cover that? I feel like we did. I think we watched the Too Lazy to Try video. And really, what was the issue? The issue was the fact that Bill Burr seemed to kind of stand on the soapbox at some point and be like, hey, don't accept or don't do work for people that, you know, do immoral actions. Don't do work for oil blood money. And then he goes and does, you know, some things that people are saying, you know, is hypocritical. That's the problem. Listen, you can't stand in your soapbox and preach and then turn around and do the same thing. I don't have an issue. Like, I respect them if they're like, look, I don't care about any of that stuff. I tell jokes. I went over there to tell some jokes and make some money. But once you stand for something, if somebody just offers you $1.5 million and that makes you go, well, you know what? I don't think I stand for that anymore. Come on. What are you doing? What do you do? Just tell jokes and don't try to be a social warrior, like social justice warrior or whatever it is, if you're not going to stand by it. Because there were people that denied it, right? Didn't Shane Gillis not go? I respect that, you know. Again, I don't care if you went or didn't go, but if you were standing there like being all preachy and stuff, and then you went, it's kind of seems hypocritical. But I mean, get your bag, make your money. I mean, let's be honest. It's not like him not going was going to make some sort of giant social statement that would have changed anything. I think they waited too late. I was saying what they should have did was be like, look, we're going over there to spread Western values and to try to help them assimilate to our culture so they adopt our ideas of freedom of speech and things of that nature. But they waited too late for that to where everybody saw through it. Like, you're not going over there for no humanitarian aid or whatever. You're going over there to get a bag. And look, if somebody offered me $1.5 million, look, if I literally stood there and said the opposite, I'm probably not going to take the money. Especially because this is the problem. Most of us, I think most people, right, at like the normal level of society, 1.5 million is a lot of money. But you also have to consider the fact the guy already has millions of dollars. Now, shoot, making more money, it's not my business, right? But if you already have millions, it's money that you could turn down potentially, right? So, anyway, it's a non-issue. Aren't those the 9/11 guys? Yo, Shane Gillis with that was crazy. Oh my gosh. I respect it. I mean, what do you think he was offered? I bet you he was offered over $1 million. Tim Dillon said he was only offered like 300,000 or like 350 or something. I mean, don't quote me on these guys, but I mean, it was something around like 300 and something thousand. You said you sent me something in the black hole Discord conspiracy. Australia is under attack. Okay, dokie. Copy tag. Oh no, copy leak.
A second cue.
All right. Courtesy of, what do we got here? Well, this is coming from Isaac Butterfield on YouTube. Pull up this channel. This is who we're about to watch. But this is courtesy of Crab in the chat. Dropping this link here. So I'm unfamiliar with this guy. We're about to see what's up.
Family has been left traumatised after a team of thugs broke into their home last night while they slept.
Police say 4 aggressive and dangerous men are on the run after a man was allegedly punched and robbed.
Victorians could soon be given more power to protect their homes from intruders under a bold new bid to overhaul.
What's the situation with gun rights in Australia? Do you guys have guns, not have guns, allowed to have guns? I'm curious about that.
The state's self-defense laws.
What has happened to Australia? Something is going wrong in this country right now, and it seems that no one has
of restrictions.
a fix for it. Australia used to be called the lucky country. Well, we're quickly becoming the violent country. There has been, over the past few months, if not few years, a giant surge in the prevalence of violent crime affecting everyday citizens. Every week there are more and more reports of people having their cars broken into, you know, things stolen, but moreover and more terrifyingly, home invasions. People forcing their way into their safe space. Now, I know for a long time, the idea of a safe space was more of a joke, more of a meme than anything else, and it only existed on college campuses. Your home is your safe space. It's where your body can actually switch off and relax. And right now, it seems like safe spaces don't exist at all. Everyone seems to be somewhat...
I'd say my safe space is probably the bathroom, the shower in general. The shower, I like the shower, very comfy in the shower. But also right here, I love this space, man. Being right outside the black hole. It gets a bit wonky and weird out here, but this is my safe space.
On edge. A few days ago, this happened. A 20-year-old woman, in this case, was breaking into someone's home, allegedly, armed with, allegedly, a knife. Now, what happened when this 20-year-old, like obviously something's gone wrong in their lives to be breaking into people's houses, and particularly a woman, like that seems very out of the ordinary. But what happened when she broke in, allegedly? Well, the people who lived there, they subsequently restrained this individual.
Like you do.
Unfortunately passed away.
The person
who broke in.
Right, okay. Right.
And I say it's unfortunate because, we don't want anyone... dying. Particularly a 20-year-old woman. Obviously, something's gone terribly, terribly wrong in her existence for that to happen. But officers rushed to the scene and found the woman unconscious and performed CPR before rushing her to hospital in a critical condition. The woman died in hospital on Wednesday. Now, when they were restrained, I don't know too much about the details, but let's assume that they put her in like a rear naked choke or something like that.
Yeah, you gotta be careful with those chokeholds. Once you cut off the oxygen, or like the blood flow, rather, to somebody's brain, they're out in like a few seconds. It happens really fast. I took some MMA classes and stuff, and yeah, you don't pass out from lack of oxygen, like breathing, like air. You pass out because you're cutting the blood flow to the brain. You pass out like really fast from that. And then if you hold it too long, the person will get brain damage and probably die.
That and she passed out. Maybe she didn't start breathing. I don't know. Who knows what could have happened in that situation? Maybe, and I'm obviously just speculating here, maybe there were drugs involved. Maybe there was alcohol involved. Maybe there was a medical condition involved. Who knows? And I know I'm probably being a bit too lenient on this 20-year-old woman because she's a woman, and maybe that's a internal misogyny coming out. But I don't know. I don't like seeing a 20-year-old die. Call me crazy. But what's even worse than all of that is the two people involved in restraining this person.
Let me guess, they're getting sued or they're in trouble.
Are now facing very serious charges. I imagine they're murder or manslaughter charges.
Yo.
Because they defended their home.
What's the laws in Australia? Are you guys allowed to defend your home, or is it you're supposed to try to run out of your home, like try to escape?
Are now being turned upside down because some lunatic allegedly broke into their home. I'm
gonna be honest. If I break into somebody's house, I expect to get killed. That's why, one, I think I'm a decent person, but that's another reason that I don't break into people's houses. I kind of assume I'm going to die, or that it's a very likely chance. It's a non-zero chance, that's for sure.
A safe space. People aren't feeling safe in their homes because we, as Australians, don't have the ability to defend ourselves and defend our homes. Like these guys, they may get off these charges, and I hope they do. But they also have to then spend all this money defending themselves. So their lives are completely changed forever because some idiot broke in, allegedly, to their house. This all seems to happen more often than not in Australia's left-wing capital, Melbourne. Now, year on year, 21% increase in violent crime has happened in the state of Victoria, in which Melbourne sits in. This happens all over the world in far left progressive cities. It does. You can argue...
That stuff is crazy to me. Like, obviously, you can't tie the person up that breaks in your house and put them in your basement and, hold them there and whatever, right? Like, obviously, there has to be some sort of rules here. But if you get in trouble for defending yourself, within reason, somebody's breaking in your house, you defend yourself, the person kind of dies. I mean, again, if you executed them or something, they're handcuffed, obviously not a danger to you, and you just kind of take out a gun and shoot them, obviously that's a problem. But if just in the struggle, they lose their life, obviously you have to do an investigation and see what happened. But if the investigation concludes and it's, yeah, this person broke in their house, maybe assaulted them, who knows, but they weren't supposed to be in the house and these people defended themselves, the person ended up dead, I don't think you should be held accountable for that. Not in terms of murder, like in terms of like an illegal killing, because you're defending yourself in your home. Again, like if I kind of anticipate that, you know, if you climb through somebody's window, if you break into somebody's house, you're taking it upon yourself that you might die. You know what I mean? Like, am I crazy?
Me all day, but the stats point to the fact that it is far more likely that you are going to encounter someone violent in one of these places rather than in a place where their politics are more centrists or slightly right-leaning. We don't want far right, no way. But in the middle, that's where we want people. That seems to be where they're the most...
Especially in the United States. You break into somebody's house, you're getting shot, dude. Like, straight up.
Logical and the calmest. As for Australia, here's the answer. We need the ability to defend ourselves in our home. But our government has told us that that won't be happening. And I'll get to that in just a minute. But before I do, I wanted to focus on a story that really cements the problem in Australia when it comes to the justice system. And
all right, Biz, I hear you.
To go out on bail and then commit other crimes, or they get arrested and sentenced to jail and they're out in a couple of months, couple of years, and they're back on the streets. This is a story from Alice Springs. A Northern Territory Chief Justice outlines the court's decision to bail teenager charged over Alice Springs home invasion. This is the craziest story of the year, okay? Now, when I say that, I'm not being a...
Can I make the sound louder? Let me make... Oh! I'm sorry, guys. Yo, I appreciate that. You guys are always keeping me on point here. I think I turned it down because of the music. My fault.
Dick. All right, I'm not being crazy. Listen to this. The Northern Territory's Chief Justice has released a rare public statement responding to backlash over a decision to release on bail a teenager charged with an alleged home invasion in Alice Springs. A 17-year-old should be in jail for 10 years if you do this, by the way, minimum.
Are you guys saying Alice Springs is a... No, I appreciate you for pointing it out. I didn't realize. It's a lot of little dials and stuff. You said Alice Springs. Is that like a rough place over there, or...?
Was charged over the break-in at a Larapinta home in December that left a 2-month-old baby girl with a fractured skull. I'm fucking sorry, but if you do that, if you do something so horrific, you need to spend the next 2 decades in prison. I don't give a fuck about the rest of your life. That is fucking insane. Jesus. He was granted bail last week to attend his grandfather's funeral in remote community Larjaramunu. Fuck, I cannot pronounce things. Too fucking bad, bro. If you do that, you do something so outrageous, you don't get...
Well, wait, did it... I know it's not, the distinction might not matter that much, but did they purposely? The Northern Territory's Chief Justice has released a rare public statement responding to backlash over a decision to release the bail of a teenager charged with an alleged home invasion at Alice Springs. Charged with the break-in home that left a 2-month-old girl with a fractured skull. I'm just...
fucking insane. He was granted bail last week to attend his grandfather's funeral in remote community Larjaramunu. Fuck, I cannot pronounce things. Too fucking bad, bro. If you do that, you do something so outrageous, you don't get bail. And this is the problem. These people are being let out onto the streets, and this guy just went to his grandfather's funeral, but it's the message it sends. If you go to prison, you should be locked up for your time. However long that happens to be. We need more power for the courts to...
You said you could... yo, Art, what's going on? You said, Biz, you can get a gun license, but you cannot keep at home generally. And if you do, gun safe and ammunition separate safe. No way. In a separate safe? So you have to have 2 safes. You have to open both safes to even load your weapon? You're not even... that's...
Lock up criminals. Lock up bad people, violent people. If you're a drug dealer, All right, if you're like a petty criminal, all right, whatever. Bail those fucking idiots, whatever. But if they're a violent person, fuck you. Lock you up, motherfucker. Make the streets safe.
Christopher, my concerns with a finger... Man, the fingerprint safes, do they also have combinations you could put in? I just would not want to rely on any digital technology to be between me and, my protection, so to speak. Because if for some reason it fails in that moment, you're kind of screwed. Like, what if you don't plug in and charge your safe or something? I mean, I'm kind of kidding, but you get what I mean.
Safe. And what makes this more, and I alluded to this just before, when we try to do something, there was a petition, right, to go in front of the Parliament about castle law, about making changes, about giving Australians the ability to defend ourselves. We don't have anything. The best idea, like the Victorian government, for example, the best idea that they have to stop violent crime is to ask nicely to these violent criminals to put machetes in bins.
Wait, what? Machete amnesty safe disposal bin? Stop it. Hold up. What are we talking about? Machete amnesty bin. A machete amnesty bin is a secure container where people can anonymously dispose of illegal bladed weapons. Illegal bladed weapons? Wait a minute, what? Australia laws on bladed weapons. You guys aren't even allowed to have blades? In Australia, carrying a bladed weapon in public is illegal without a lawful excuse, such as for work or sport. Possession of prohibited items like flick knives, butterfly knives, and sword canes is restricted, and carrying a bladed weapon for self-defense is not a valid excuse. Laws can vary by state, with some jurisdictions recently implementing stricter rules, such as classifying machetes and swords as prohibited weapons unless an exemption. I mean, you probably don't need to be carrying around a machete. I mean, I'm not trying to police, what people could carry around, but if I see somebody carrying around a machete, I'm going to be very concerned. But, I mean, just a little knife, like a little pocket knife or something? That's interesting.
In like clothing donation bins. Yeah, put your machetes in there so you don't commit any more violent crimes. Wasn't there a dude with a machete that they let out on bail and he ended up killing 2 other people?
Wait, you said they're illegal smaller than your member are illegal to carry in Canada. Well, that doesn't say much. It could be 13 inches, so I don't know what we're saying here.
Fuck. In Australia, we don't have a way to protect ourselves. If someone breaks into your home, what are you going to do? We can't have pepper spray. That's illegal. We can't have the pew pew bang bangs. They're illegal, right? What do?
I guess can you carry shields? You could probably carry a shield. Stop it. 13 million? I don't believe it. Dude, if that's, I would think that's fraud or something. Come on. Now I gotta look this up. Machete bin Australia cost. Okay, with some sources citing a cost of around $2,500 to $3,000 per bin and others claiming a much higher price, the overall amnesty program cost was reported to be $13 million. The $13 million program budget included other expenses such as public awareness. Okay. I mean, at least it's not just for the bins, such as public awareness campaigns, staffing, and additional operational costs. Actual bin costs, $2,400. Man, I need to start building bins and selling them.
If we defend ourselves with an object from our house, we're likely to go to jail if we hurt that person. Fuck you. If you enter my home, then you enter a whole new set of rules. That should be late.
Listen, bro, we don't sleep here. Look, where's my no sleep emoji? All right, hold up. Bam, no sleep, all right?
Out as doctrine in this country that if you enter someone else's home,
appreciate you.
Fucking bad, mate. You're gonna cop it, and rightfully so. You come into my fucking home and threaten my family? I don't want to say these things on YouTube. I'll say it on Patreon. Here you go. You can join Patreon for $5 a month. Okay, I just said something a bit ridiculous on Patreon, but anyway, whatever. There's a libertarian guy known as David Limbrick.
No Patreon here, guys. Everything here is free. I mean, if you want to hit the like button, if you want to hit the sub button. And memberships are $0 a month. I'm just going to let y'all know that right now. $0 a month. That's right, 99 cents. Pfft, I know, it's crazy.
And he's pushing for castle doctrine to come into law, similar to the one that exists in the UK and the US, to be introduced into Victoria.
Whoa, Jim, I don't know. This is my first time hearing Isaac, all right? I was recommended Isaac. You said he's terrible. Oh, Lord.
Where all these violent crimes are happening. Castle doctrine would create a law that affords Victorians the opportunity to forcibly ward off home intruders without consequence, which is a fantastic idea. And in fact, here is the...
Wait, in Australia, it's $1.50 a month. Wait a second. Are you serious, Crab? When you click on it, does it raise the price? Wait, what do you mean it's $1.50? Wait, hold up. It's a currency thing, right? Look, 99 cents is as low as they would let me set it.
Petition. We'll put this in the description of the video as well, where you can sign this petition. Unfortunately, we have a lot of very weak politicians, particularly weak men, who won't stand up for this shit. And I imagine wouldn't stand up.
Currency thing. Okay.
Their families. Now, I say men in these situations, and I'll tell you.
Well, that ruins my whole entire pitch of it being less than $1. That ruins my pitch of it being $0. Because I thought I was very clever. I'm like, guys, it's $0. Oh, 99 cents. Now it doesn't work. It only works in the US. So that's kind of lame.
Why? If a baby, say you're a mother and father, husband and wife, and you've had a baby, they're 6 months old. In the vast majority of cases, if that baby cries, the mother wakes up. The father sleeps through it. But if there's a noise outside the window, that sounds a bit odd, sounds a bit ominous, sounds a bit scary, isn't normal, the father will wake up in the vast majority of cases, and the wife will sleep through. Because we are programmed to defend ours. This is probably why I expect male politicians to get behind this castle doctrine, but they haven't. They won't. Victorian Attorney General.
It's like, babe, I think somebody's breaking in. All right, babe, just go handle it. Go handle it. I'm asleep over here. No, I'm just playing.
Sonia Kilkenny defended the state's existing self-defense laws. Our self-defense laws in Victoria are proportionate, and Victorians are encouraged. In fact, we plead with Victorians to please continue to call Victoria Police in any emergency situation. That's not helpful. Yeah, obviously call the police. Police are there to help you. Agreed. They do an amazing job.
I mean, you obviously call the police, but I've learned that the police are there for after shit goes down, okay? In the moment, you are not relying on police. You call them to let them know, hey, you're going to need to send an ambulance and maybe some officers, okay? But I've got a situation that I need to handle right now. I would like you guys to start coming on over, though, okay? Because it might take them a minute to get there if you're lucky. It might take them 20 or 30 minutes. You kind of have to survive in that time period.
And they have to deal with bullshit every single day. But unless the police are parked out the front of your house, you're fucked. You have to fight off this attacker for 5 minutes.
I remember I worked at this job, and we just had to call the police a lot because of the nature of the job. And I remember this cop shows up an hour later after I have to remove somebody from the premises. And he's like, wait, so everything's okay here? And I'm like, well, yeah, I mean, at this point. And he's like, oh, okay, well, the city is kind of like busy tonight. So if there's nothing else you need, I gotta go. There's other stuff I gotta do. And I'm like, I mean, you showed up an hour later. Like, if this guy had a knife or wanted to cut me up or whatever, I'd be dead. You know, so I appreciate that fact that you made it over here. But I mean, after like an hour, you might as well just not even show up at that point.
Or more. But I've got some good news. Victoria is cracking down on this. In July, the Victorian government
cartons of beer
details of new bail law changes that it said were the toughest in the country. These changes will see people accused of committing 6 serious robbery and home invasion offences whilst on bail refuse additional bail. Unless the decision maker is satisfied, there is a high likelihood that the accused will not reoffend. Oh, so you can do 5 reoffences if you're on bail, but not 6. Don't do 6. That's too crazy. I got an idea. How about fucking none? How about no more offences? How about no more break-ins? How about no more violent attacks, you fucking scum? This is so consistent with the fucking politicians of the Western world who are confused. They think they're there to protect these fucking violent criminals. This is what it looks like. They don't believe they're there to protect us, the average citizen, and it's fucking garbage. And yet we voted in time after time. And if you don't believe me that the average citizen isn't looked after here, earlier
6 hours in the emergency room. I'm assuming it's a triage situation, and I would hope that if you're there for 6 hours, I don't want to say it's not so serious, but it's not life-threatening in that moment, right? Because, oh my gosh, I hate emergency rooms because, ugh. You said slingshots are kind of regulated? But, like, how are you going to regulate something you can make with sticks and elastic, right? A TV remote works like a pistol if you hold it right. That could work. Wait, prepare for the reveal. Ah, crap.
This year, Aldwin Serrano, and this is from a Greens, like a left-wing parody page, but it is a real story. A family man from Queensland faced a terrifying home invasion. A gang of thugs smashed a window and attempted to break into his home, threatening his wife and children. In a desperate bid to protect his family, Aldwin used pepper spray to defend them and stop the attack.
All right.
What happened? Well, Aldwin was charged with unlawful possession of a Category R weapon.
Stop it. Nope. We got to Google it. We got to look it up. Is pepper spray legal in Australia? What? Pepper spray is illegal in most of Australia, but it is legal in Western Australia. In other states and territories, possession and use of pepper spray are illegal unless you have a specific permit for a genuine reason, such as for business, theatrical, what? Or collection purposes. What? Collection? Stop it. This is like, you know, the Google AI overview. So, I mean, maybe it's not giving me all of the pieces, but collection purposes or theatrical, and have completed approval training. It is also important to note that even where it is legal, using it for self-defense can lead to criminal charges depending on the circumstances.
At his court appearance, a judge didn't just rule against him, but attacked him. She called his act a misconceived attempt to protect his property and lectured him. You should know the law and know that these things are prohibited. No, judge, you should know that your job is to protect the people.
Dude.
Failing that, and you should be absolutely ashamed of yourself. The fact that we can't hold pepper spray in this country is fucking that is so ridiculous. That is absolutely unbelievable. A non-lethal weapon. Give every Australian some pepper spray, and if you use it...
I mean, what if you use a baseball bat? Would you get in trouble for a baseball bat? What? I think you're trying to say ration, right? Right? Yeah, ration. Yeah. I mean, we got bats laying around here. I mean, I cannot. Okay, you wouldn't get in trouble for a baseball bat. Okay. I mean, hey, that's Old Faithful right there. Although, I mean, if I'm against a group of people, I'd rather just not. I'd rather have something a little stronger than a baseball bat. Maybe something with a slug.
Unjustly, then yeah, sure, be charged. But the fact remains that we do not have a way to defend ourselves in this country, and if we do it, we will be in trouble, we will go to jail. Despite this man's clean criminal record, he was placed on a 6-month good behaviour bond.
Okay, so I've learned. Okay, I'm gonna give him a sub. I appreciate y'all for linking me this guy. You guys could always drop in the Discord, link stuff. I've been looking for some, I was asking in some of the chats for some Australian creators or people covering news in Australia since we're talking about it, because I don't have a lot of people in my feed that do that. But that's insanity. You can't use pepper spray. I don't understand why you couldn't use pepper spray as like home defense, or that just seems so odd to me. Duty to retreat. I understand in a lot of cases the duty to retreat when you're out and about somewhere and you have the ability to retreat. I don't think you should have to retreat from your home. I'm sorry. Like, that is your fucking home. Why would you have to retreat? As far as I'm concerned, if somebody breaks into your place, they're basically signing their death warrant. Not saying you have to kill them or that you should necessarily. I'm just saying if it ends up happening, it's kind of an on them thing. What are you doing breaking into people's houses? Again, if I break into somebody's house, I expect a baseball bat across my skull and for me to never wake up again. Okay? That's what I anticipate. At the very least.
This country, honestly. Ladies and gentlemen, be a good motherfucker. Peace in the Middle East. Be extinct to...
I gave him a sub. So, oh yeah, that's right. I always have to give credit to what we're doing over here. So, Isaac Butterfield. Whoa! 2.2 million subscribers. Check out his stuff. It was a solid video and stuff. I mean, I learned some things. We did some Googlings, And apparently you're not allowed to have pepper spray. This is actually kind of wild. You said he's a comedian? I'll have to check out his comedy. Does he do, like, he does stand-up, you're saying? Man, I have the most basic... Well, no, I like my thumbnail. Fuck it. I don't know why I'm even thinking. Same with these two broke into my phone. I didn't condone this. Or broke into my home. Universe, do your business and take care of them. Set traps. I have a feeling you'll get in trouble if you set traps. I mean, even in the United States, I don't think you're really allowed to set traps. Because, I don't know if you're allowed to set traps in your home. I'm pretty sure outside your home you're not allowed to because you could catch an innocent person or something. I don't know. I've heard arguments, or I've heard people say you're not allowed to set traps. I'm actually not sure about that. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. Yeah, traps are illegal inside or out. Yeah, okay. What was that can of acid doing on top of your door, sir? I'd be like, sir, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how it got there. The Black Widow defense worked a month ago. The lady said they were pets. Black Widow? Stop it. What are you talking about? Somebody has like defense Black Widows protecting their home? You could get sued if someone breaks into your house and falls down the stairs. I think if that happened to me, and it's like somebody breaks in, they're like climbing through the window and they cut themselves or something as they're climbing through. And then somehow, I call the cops show up, they get arrested. And then I end up getting sued. I think my brain would actually break. I would probably come on here and crash out so hard. So hard. I would crash, dude. That would just, I'd be so black-pilled at that point. Defense Black Mamas 2025. Tactical box jellyfish. Oh, big dog. Yeah, dogs, I mean, that's the thing about a dog. They'll let you know. Like, I've always loved having dogs because they'll let you know when somebody's there. They'll let you know. If your dog bites someone breaking in. What? Okay, I just said the whole dog thing. That would upset me. Because if somebody breaks in and my dog bites them, and then my dog gets put down or taken away or something, again, that would break my brain. I'd be completely black-pilled. My friend's grandparents got sued for several million because someone broke into their house or something. And they had aggressive dog signs, and he got bit and sued them. Yeah, I met a Black whose Rottweiler protected him from intruders. She chased them down the street and ate the dude's calf muscle. Well, I mean, it's a shame for his calf muscle, but I mean, you can't be breaking into people's houses, guys, okay? You can't be breaking into people's houses. Who's breaking into your house anyway? Are you Al Capone or something? Listen, bro. People get their shit broken into all the time, all right? I moved into a pretty nice neighborhood. They told me, make sure to lock your car. People like to walk through this neighborhood and just steal your shit. They just walk up to your car. If it's unlocked, they steal your shit. They're still paying the settlement to this day. Oh my gosh. I'd be so disheartened at that point. I don't even know what I'd do. That would just be so tough. You're going to be liable to pay their medical bills. That is just crazy. You could set non-lethal in a gray area. Doors locking to trap somebody. I don't know. Is that even true? Because can't you get hit with kidnapping if you lock somebody in a room? She didn't get put down. Well, at least that's good. Well, it's common in Australia. Yo, man, home invasions happen every literal minute in the US. Yeah. I didn't even hear about break-ins where I'm at. As for sent you a vid. Check it out. All right, check it out. Oh my God, dude. Okay, I'm sorry. We'll pull him off. Somebody, Christopher here sent me another one. It was this one, right? Oh, this is the lawyer guy. You know you could trust the lawyer guys when they're wearing a suit. If they're not wearing a suit, I'm like, I don't know about these guys. But if they're wearing a suit, I'm like, okay, maybe I could trust you. There's some people that are going to take that serious, and I pray for you. Oh, my Lord. What do we got here? Lawyers react. Yeah, he's got, I need to sub to his channel if I haven't. Reaction.
A Texas man is fighting for his life in the hospital after he stole a package off of a woman's front porch, only to go back to his car, open it up, and see that it was full of black widow spiders. This woman was tired of this man coming by and stealing all of her before she could get home from work, so she made a little package that was just for him. He popped that package open in his car. Spiders bit him all over his face.
What's interesting, ladies and gentlemen, is that when the police went to the woman, she actually said that the spiders were her pets and that she wanted to press charges against the thief for killing them. The courts will always look at what your original intention.
Wow.
According to this video, the intention of the homeowner was to create a booby trap to teach this thief a lesson for constantly stealing her packages. And the Supreme Court has ruled time and time again that you can't set a booby trap to protect your property, which would make this homeowner liable for all the damages that happen next. Now, if you think you have a case, be sure to visit ithinkIhaveacase.com.
Lawyers. I understand. This man is fighting. I understand why we have to be careful with the trap situation. But again, it's like if you're taking something from somebody's and you taking it and it hurts you because you stole it, right? How is that on the person? I just don't get it. I don't get it. That seems so ridiculous. Hold up, where'd my chat go? What the hell? Where'd you guys go? There we are. She didn't get charged though, okay. Well, she still has to pay for the bills, it sounds like. Too busy doing yeah, until they run out. And then you wonder why your water is not on, and you go and you just realize all your copper in your house is gone. The catalytic converters are gone. Now I'm playing. So if someone keeps stealing your food at work and you put something in it and the thief is allergic to and you're aware, you could also be charged with assault and murder. Same thing. It breaks my brain. It breaks my brain a little bit. Oh my gosh. But how would you even figure out that they did it on purpose? It's like, okay, somebody, is stealing my food. I make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich one day. I like peanut butter and jelly. Peanut butter and jelly is good. They're allergic to peanut butter. They eat my peanut butter and jelly sandwich. They have an allergic reaction. I get sued. It's like, bro, it had my name on it. Why are you taking my sandwich? Oh my gosh. That is craziness. That is craziness. But you said if you know they're allergic, sure. But think about this logic for a second. What if somebody was taking your food every now and then? Or like stealing your stuff? And then you make some food and they're allergic to it, but you're not even thinking like that. You're not even doing it on purpose. Or you order a package that, if somebody were to open up, maybe it's got like corrosive liquid in it or something, right? It's like something specific that you're using that you have to be careful with. And you're not doing this on purpose to hurt anybody, but then somebody steals it and gets hurt. Again, they would have to, I guess, prove that you did it on purpose, but that just seems like so hard to prove. I don't understand how that would fall on the person who is being stolen from. You need intent. Okay. Yeah, but oh man, that seems so frustrating. They just cook more, man. My bro's baby was inhaling fumes from the house behind his shit. Wow, yikes. Put a condom in the food. No one is allergic to condoms. Actually, people are allergic to latex, I think, right? I think putting it intentionally, that's not good. Okay, two wrongs don't make a right. I will agree. But if somebody is like stealing your stuff and you put something there to stop them from stealing it, you could even say, look, I made the peanut butter and jelly sandwich because I thought they'd look at the sandwich and be like, I don't like peanut butter. And they wouldn't take the sandwich. But they took the sandwich anyway. They took a bite out of it. They were like, peanut butter. And then they continued eating it. They ate the whole sandwich and then they had an allergic reaction. How is that on me? Oh, I'm sorry. This is actually sending me. This is actually sending me. Oh my gosh. Okay, this is actually kind of frustrating. Again, I'm not saying we need to run around and booby trap everything, because that's going to lead to probably innocent people getting hurt or accidents happening, and you don't want that, right? At the same time, guys, we got to stop stealing stuff and breaking into people's houses, okay? That's just not... It's not neighborly behavior, okay, guys? You want to be a good neighbor. 1 to 6% are allergic to latex. Yeah, but is that even like a severe allergy? Like something that you could actually die from? Or is it just... I mean, how many people are like severely allergic to it? Oh, man. This is... I'm getting doomer pilled over here. Australia, interesting place, man. Every time we talk about Australia on here, it just seems more and more interesting to me. You guys had me with the animals. Some of your guys' rules are a little backwards, but... Oh, shit. You sent me another... No, you sent me this one. I just watched it, right? Yeah. Kitchens have to use vinyl or nitrile. Gives gloves due to latex allergies. All right, guys, I'm going to go eat a latex glove. We're going to test this. I'm not allergic. It's like you guys see me eat the first one, and I'm like, not bad. Start eating the second one. Wait, 1 to 2% it says, or 33 to 66 million in just the US. Well, that is not 1%. 1% of the US population is like 3.8 million. Now, if you meant 10 to 20%, maybe. Well, even that doesn't make sense. But I think 1% of our what was that, 380? 3.8 million? 3.3, my bad. Okay, yeah. I was about to say, I'm like, what the hell? Maybe the population is much bigger than I thought. Wait, what do you mean? How about the scenario if the neighborhood trying to take over your life, like they literally coercively doing stuff on a person he didn't wish off? Does it happen to your place? Can you give me an example? I mean, that sounds like harassment. Because there's all sorts of weird things you could do. You could make like a... What is it called? Like you could use like subsonic sounds and just point it at somebody's house. And I think you could crank it a bunch and make them extremely uncomfortable, but you won't hear anything. They'll just be very uncomfortable. I mean, there's a lot of weird things. Yeah, HOA. HOA, actually. Homeowners Association. They come by and they see how tall your grass is and then they bitch you out. Well, actually, you get a letter. But it's the same thing. You're getting bitched out regardless. Drunk to stone. Yeah, no, it's understandable. I knew where you were coming from. Gang stalking moment. I mean, yeah, you shouldn't harass people in your neighborhood, right? Example, like they coercively pushing you to get pregnant, bro. Wait, stop. What? What does that mean? What do you mean by that? Daily routine Philippine facts. I'm going to be tapping on you for some Philippine facts, but right now we got to get to the bottom of this. They're coercively pushing you to get pregnant. People in your neighborhood? Well, how is this coercively being done? I don't understand. Well, I might understand, but that's just... If it's what I'm thinking, that's illegal. I mean, that's just illegal. So, I'm not going to jump to conclusions, though. Do you know how much it cost when I was a kid? Don't know because we didn't use them. Oh my gosh. Oh, I'm fascinated right now by this example I'm being. Yeah, if you're being gang stalked or, you know, coercively, I don't know what you mean. But self-defense. Self-defense. Oh my gosh, yo, routine Philippine facts. I need to know. I'm like, oh, I'm at the edge of my seat. Yes, it's fair. If I'm allergic. I don't think I'm gonna get my answer. I'm not getting my answer. Damn it. It's okay though. It's okay. $200 bots? I hope not. I hope not. I know, we're all waiting. I mean, this is like fascinating. Frank Ruman has entered the chat. Yo, welcome, welcome. You missed a crazy stream, man. It was a bit hot in here. I'm not gonna lie. Gang stalking, trying to ruin the life of the person, but doing coercive control. Well, yes, I'm against that. I'm against that. Again, that sounds like harassment. I mean, stalking is generally illegal. Gang stalking just seems illegal multiplied. So yes, I mean, are you asking me what I would do in that situation? And you are right. I guess that's right. Yeah, it's harassment, right? It's harassment. I mean, talk to the authorities, I guess. And I mean, it just depends on the situation, right? Will, welcome, welcome. My buddy got drunk and passed out in his neighbor's yard. He got a prowling. What is prowling? What is prowling? What is prowling charge? A prowling charge is a criminal offense for loitering or wandering in a suspicious manner that causes alarm or concern for safety, often occurring at a time or place not usual for law-abiding individuals. It typically involves circumstances that suggest an intent to commit a crime, such as looking into windows late at night, trying car door handles, or hiding in an area without legitimate reason. The charge can result in fines, jail time, and a criminal record. Prowling. I didn't realize that was like a legal thing. His neighbor was a bitch. Sounds like it. Yeah, it really depends on the situation. Depends on the situation. I would, I mean, probably try to go the legal route initially. Again, there's a lot of context that needs to be sort of explored here. But, you know, I'm not going to say to do anything illegal, but knives and pepper spray are illegal in Scotland, UK, 4-year minimum. Stop it. Actually, I believe you now because we just looked it up for Australia and it's illegal there, which is wild. Or at least in most of Australia. It says in Western or West Australia that it might be legal in some circumstances for collection purposes and theatrical purposes, which I don't even understand what that means. You scared that lady to go to jail, but a dog biting you when you break into a house is the homeowner's fault. Yeah. It's a state-specific charge. Oh, okay, gotcha. Wow, that's crazy. Ugh. Man, knock on wood, none of us have to deal with any home invasions anytime soon. You know, I pity the fool regardless. But, yeah. Knock on wood. This isn't even wood, though. This is like some, this is like that particle board shit. So, I'm gonna have to go find some wood. But regardless, you guys get what I'm saying. Man, wildness. But there's a saying. There's a saying some people live by. Shoot first, ask questions later. You know? So before you go and break into somebody's house, you do have to understand there are people that live by that philosophy. Don't give me an ad. Why are you giving me ads? Sorry if I blew out your eardrums. Perhaps we start the Bible study stream. I don't know if I have the energy today for the Bible study, or at least on this stream. Actually, I would have to use a digital Bible. I have a lot of books. I don't know where the Bible is though. But the black hole does scatter things. So what can I say? Prowling is essentially searching for a victim. Okay. Yeah, I figured, I mean, that's why I said I'm not even surprised. Sadly, I'm in Maryland and it's not a stand your ground state, so I'd have to flee if someone broke into my house. That is wild. Home invasion is actually a real concern. It's sad, thou shalt not poison thy thieving coworker. I use a digital Bible. Face. Well, we are on the wind down at this point, guys. Join the Discord so you can drop links, keep the conversation going. I'm gonna let this stream run on a little longer. You guys could chit chat amongst each other and whatnot. I am gonna stand, stretch, drain the main vein, refill my coffee, possibly grab a smoke. But I'll be back because I'm finishing the night off with some gaming. I'm gonna be chilling out playing Fallout 4, just letting y'all know. I'll probably end up closing this stream when I come back and opening a new stream for Fallout 4. I have a dual stream going on right now. The one you guys are watching is in like the phone portrait mode. I also have a stream in the desktop mode. For gaming, if anybody is interested, I suggest watching the desktop version because you could actually see the game, but to each their own. Where is... Oh, I'm sorry about that picture that was on the screen the whole time, damn. That was from a short we were watching. Well, it's the same thing on this screen, so it doesn't make a difference. No, I broke my chat box. What the hell? Yes. All right, guys. Let me get myself right over here. I will be back. If very trash music starts playing, my apologies in advance. But sometimes it's funny. Remember, if you get too close to the black hole, you will get sucked in. Another round of applause for the amazing moderators, the members of the stream as well, and all the wonderful chatters. Yes, I love it. Y'all are amazing.
Introducing Iron Beam, a bright choice for futures trading. Iron Beam is an industry-leading broker catering to traders worldwide. With 24-hour live support and the free Iron Beam platform, you can trade the most popular and liquid future contracts anywhere and from any device. With day trade margins as low as $50 and no account minimums, futures trading is more accessible than ever. Register now and let us help you shine a light on futures trading. Iron Beam.
Oh my God!
For the ones who get it done, the most important part is the one you need now. And the best partner is the one who can deliver. That's why millions of maintenance and repair pros trust Grainger, because we have professional-grade supplies for every industry, even hard-to-find products. And we have same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders. But most importantly, we have an unwavering commitment to help keep you up and running. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This message is brought to you by Apple Card. Get 3% daily cash back when you buy an iPhone with your Apple Card at Apple. Subject to credit approval. Apple Card issued by Goldman Sachs Bank USA, Salt Lake City branch. Terms and more at applecard.com.
Dude, did you order the new iPhone 17 Pro? Got it from Verizon, the best 5G network in America. I've never looked so good.
You look the same.
But with this camera, everything looks better, especially me.
You haven't changed your hair in 15 years. Selfies? Check, please.
With Verizon, get the new iPhone 17 Pro, designed to be the most powerful iPhone ever, plus a new iPad and Apple One. No trade-in needed. Offer ends November 5th with a new line on Unlimited Ultimate. Best 5G source root metrics data, United States 1H 2025. All rights reserved. Additional terms apply for all offers. See Verizon.com for details.
creators Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
My debit card.
their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
Architecture and interior design?
Promise the ads will be gone on my next stream. Hope y'all are doing well, still hanging out here. Got to stretch my legs a little bit. Hopefully the music has been chill. Oh wow, there's still a few of you guys hanging out. Very nice, very nice. Appreciate y'all. We're only 4 likes away from 400, which I don't think I've ever gotten before, so appreciate you guys. This has actually been a really, really fun stream. Sirius Snape. Yo, it's been a while. Holy crap. Welcome, welcome, man. Good to see you. I've been meaning to get to something like this. I would love to have a chat or like a stream where it's almost like lo-fi music or something. And just a chat. That way I could like drop in and you guys could like hang out and chit chat with each other. And then I just drop in throughout the day when I'm gonna go on stream or whatever. Sort of like a 24-hour stream. It's been in the back of my mind for a while. Oh my gosh, hey, I'll never forget you either, Sirius Snape. Appreciate you for coming through. Like, sometimes you guys like to take a hiatus. I get it, life is lifing, life is doing its thing. But I appreciate y'all getting sucked back in over here. You missed the craziness earlier, but you're still in time. I think I'm gonna end up finishing up to playing some Fallout 4. And I might just do a third stream in the morning. A lot of times I do these all-nighters and then I end up doing the news in the morning when the sun's coming up. So appreciate you guys. We're 3 likes away from 400. I don't know if I've ever gotten this many. Actually, guys, I'm not gonna lie, I don't think I've ever gotten this many views. Like, this is kind of different. So I really, really, really appreciate y'all. Appreciate the mods. You guys are just awesome. Appreciate the members. Let's see, the stream is saying what is the stream saying? Bro, 233,000 views. I mean, that's just incredible. I mean, that's wild. Wow. But we're at 399 likes, guys. You guys are amazing. I promise I'm gonna be doing this daily. My tagline is on daily except for when I'm not. Here every day except for when I'm not. But I've kind of been working out a schedule, so I will be here every day. Every time I swear, I spent like 6 hours setting up like some stream stuff, trying to get things different, you know, so I could hit like different buttons and stuff and make things all fancy. And then my internet went out and there was this huge outage in my area. Then again, I saw it online. Apparently, there's been a lot of websites and services going down recently due to AWS or Amazon Web Services. And I don't know if that has something to do with my internet going down, but I spent all night like getting my stuff right. And then I wake up to no internet for like a whole day. And I was like, what the hell? Every time I feel like I'm set up. But I really appreciate y'all. Ayo.
Hear ye, hear ye! You just get more when you bundle and save at Bob's Discount.
Yeah, I noticed that YouTube was down for a bit as well. There's been a lot of sites going down. The sub number...
Or save
oh my gosh, I'm sorry. Like I said, guys, there won't be ads. Oh my gosh, that's so annoying. Later on today, there won't be ads. I'm on the wrong account, and it's kind of annoying. How many subs? I've been slacking. We should be further along, but I've been slacking, guys. I'm not gonna lie. We are at, wow, 6,128. That is insanity. I think when I started this stream, we were at 5,000, maybe 800, like 5,800 or less. So that's incredible. Wow. Really appreciate y'all. Oh, the music. Sorry about that. Bam, there you go. It's another one of those fancy things I'm supposed to have where it turns down the music when I talk, but a few more things I need to calibrate here. Oh no, it's totally worth it. It's totally worth it. Sometimes I sign into the wrong account and I don't notice because the White House, when you watch videos from the White House, they don't get ads. So I don't start to notice them until I'm either playing music or I'm playing like other content. And then I realized that today and I just didn't feel like signing out and signing in the middle of everything. But yeah, it's worth it, especially if you're on YouTube a lot. But I'm here a lot and I hate, you know, watching stuff with y'all and having ads play, so. Wait, the YouTube channel music platform is the best. Are you talking about the what we're listening to, or are you talking about they have like an actual like platform, or are you talking about the YouTube music app? Oh, the app. Yeah. No, I'll be using the music app. No, the guys in chat are really cool. They were more interesting than your channel. Lol, don't take it as rude. I do not. My favorite part of this is the chat, to be honest. I love chit-chatting with y'all. I need people to yell at the screen with. That's my problem. Even when I'm hanging out with people, I want to pause the video and, you know, it'd be yelling at the screen. So I was like, you know what? Let me get on YouTube because, you know, that's what people do. That's where people go to yell at the screen. Snow and surfing. I'm glad you guys kept the conversations tame. They do get a little out of hand sometimes. Yeah, Christopher is a goat, I swear. He's the goat. Always put me onto, or linking me to some good stuff. Things that are in my blind spots. It's another reason y'all are so great is the internet is very vast. So, yeah, I miss a lot of things. But y'all don't miss anything. Collectively. And we try to keep, you know, the chat open to everybody. This is not meant to be biased, partisan. I mean, I like just having, because, you know, we talk about the politics, people bump heads, we roll around in the mud. It's all good and, you know, fine and dandy, but then you could kind of chill out and, you know, talk about normal things, you know. It doesn't always have to be, you know, right at each other's throat here. Chess is great. Better than checkers. What about Go? Oh, dude, Christopher, that's totally... I appreciate you. I appreciate that, but no worries. I wish I could give them out. It just sucks because if you try to gift memberships, it goes to random people. I still haven't figured out the rhyme or reason to how it works. I think it goes by watch time or something. Because we tried one day to be handing out like memberships to specific people and it just did not work. But I appreciate you. I mean, if you hit the like button, you're subbed, you hang out. I mean, that's really enough. Kick it, chit chat. I mean, that's really the vibe. Just wait until you see Canadian. We've got some Canadians in chat. We have some Canadian moderators. They're fun. I think most of my Canadian people, though, at least the mods, I think I have 2. I think they're lefties. Not to put words in their mouth, but... Oh, Christopher, you're too sweet. We'll be up in the production value soon. I mean, I'm always trying to, you know, think outside the box and stuff. We got some ideas in the back burner. To the left here is literally communists. All right, we're gonna have to dive into Canada then. We've got some communists in chat as well. I'm surprised we didn't see Kami in chat today. He's generally lurking around. Yo, Kami, if you're in chat, say what's up. I don't know why you like to lurk. Generally, once somebody mentions communism, though, he'll pop up. It's kind of funny. People often ask, like, oh, well, which way does this channel lean? Or what are your leanings and all this kind of stuff? And I'm like, well, I'm kind of outside of it all. You know, I guess you would call me a middle person in the center. But as of recent, I've been thinking nonpartisan. I'm a part of the nonpartisan party. I don't know if that exists. If it exists, then never mind. But if it doesn't exist, then that would be my party. The nonpartisans, I think. We consider the ideas of everybody and, you know, try to come up with the best solution. Who is the community? If you talk about in like the community and chat, there's a moderator with the name Communism 2.0. So really hard to miss. I think he's got the hammer and sickle as his profile picture. So really on the nose there. Does not hide it. He's constantly trying to convert me and arguing with me. But I enjoy his passion. I respect when people believe, you know, what they get behind or what they're preaching. And I think he at least believes what he preaches. And that I could respect. Grifters, don't really like grifters. I understand people got to make money. And that's how some people make their money, but it's just not my cup of tea. Not my cup of tea. I say if I'm going to be a slave to a dream, let it be my own. It's an Astral Hilarious quote. Also, I'm the reflection of your negative. It's another quote. He's at 3 now. Is he really? Oh my gosh. He actually might be. That's the funny. Oh my gosh, he is. Oh my, in the Discord. Okay, yo, he's at 3.0 in the Discord. That's crazy. He has upped the communism to the next update. Oh, of course, we wish him well. Hope he's doing well. I don't know why he hasn't stopped through. I'm gonna have to bother him. Leveled up, exactly. Hey, 400? Are we serious? Oh no, we're almost there. 399. Up? Question mark. We're close. We're close. Upgrade complete. Oh, that reminds me of StarCraft. I doubt anybody gets the reference, but well, it's communism, so there's no up. It's just sideways, right? I don't know about 500. You know, I'm happy with the 399. That's beautiful. Y'all are crazy. Oh shoot, it shows 4. Hey, well there you go. I'm sure my billion of tabs is my billions of tabs open are slowing it down on my side, so. Wow, you're a vet. Oh shoot, man, I still play StarCraft 2. I've been getting bodied lately. But I've played that game for years. I played StarCraft like Brood Wars when I was a kid. He said Karl Marx was unemployed and relied on. Is that true? Christopher, I played Warcraft 1 and 2 before StarCraft was a thing. Wow. I played Warcraft 3, what is it? Like Reign of Chaos, and then Warcraft 3, the Frozen Throne. Oh, Jim. Okay, you're saying it's not true. What, for Karl Marx? Uh-oh. What was his job? Uh-oh. Oh, yeah, no, it was the RTS, the strategy game. Yeah, I never played World of Warcraft, but I played the RTS. One of my favorite characters had to be Illidan. I played a lot of Command and Conquer as well. Like, what was that? Yuri's Revenge? I can't remember all of the expansions, but I remember Yuri's Revenge was one of them. You said Warcraft 3 turns you off? You're not into RTS games? He said he was a teacher and editor. He had all the jobs. Oh yeah, Red Alert. That's right. Okay. You didn't like Warcraft 3? I mean, I played the so at that point, I think you had to pay for BattleNet, and yeah, no, I didn't. I wasn't online, but I played the campaigns, and I thought the story was really cool. You know, this guy sets out to save his people from the undead. He ends up taking a cursed sword to gain power to save his people, and then in the end, he ends up being the king of the undead and defeating his people because of the curse of the sword. I mean, it was just, I thought it was such a great story. Maybe I'm speaking from nostalgia. I don't know. I did enjoy playing that a lot. I never really got too much into big MMOs. Oh my god, you said that. I think I could hear the soundtrack you're talking about in my head. Okay, I'm not gonna try to do it. I'm gonna fail. But I think I can hear it. I know what soundtrack you're talking about. I think the story took precedent over the gameplay. I mean, I can see that. I've been a Papa John's GM as a kid. Designer career. Prison, then the AC tech. That's my resume. Oh, very nice. Like AC in terms of, what is that, like HVAC? Tim Curry. Let me see. Yeah, I think so. Tim Curry played Premier Anatoly Cherdenko in the 2008 video game Command & Conquer: Red Alert 3. His over-the-top performance as a Soviet leader is famous for its theatrical delivery, including a memorable scene where he declares he is escaping to space to avoid capture. You were on the money there. Oh yeah, architectural design and HVAC. Okay, very good. Denied a teaching post and work for a local newspaper. Uh-oh, we're pulling quotes. What's going on, Bahubali? Your opinion on the war on drugs? Probably bad. Probably bad. The war is over. Drugs won. Drugs will always be a part of society. There will always be demand. Yeah, that's why I think it's bad. And then you try to outlaw it, and you end up creating a black market. You inflate the prices, which gives people more incentive to go out and sell the stuff. Then people go out looking for the stuff. They're not getting the clean stuff, so they end up getting it mixed with things, and then they end up overdosing. So it's a tough one to solve, because I don't know if you necessarily want to say, okay, guys, it's all legal. At the same time, I don't think if you make it illegal. I mean, like, look at prohibition. Didn't work. Cannabis. We see how that worked out. So. That makes sense, Christopher. I mean, it's a huge border. All right, very good. I'm glad you enjoy that, Bahubali. I was fighting with it earlier because apparently when I make a poll, I don't know. I need to figure this stuff out, because if I make a poll, it was just ruining the chat and I couldn't put it on the screen. And I like having the chat on the screen for transparency, because YouTube blocks a lot of messages because it has just blacklists, and people will think that we're blocking messages. But when the chat is on the screen, if your message doesn't appear on that chat on the screen, and you don't see a moderation note like, hey, your comment was deleted by such and such, that means that YouTube has sort of like shadow banned your comment. So it kind of gives more transparency. So you're not just yelling into a void like, why aren't people responding to me? You could kind of figure out like, oh, they're not seeing my message. So that's one reason I like to have the chat on the screen. Yeah, Serious Snape. I've heard it's great for chronic pain, and a lot of people use it that way. And worse, the governor decriminalizes it and hand out so-called safe. Wait. Oh yeah, safe supply. Treat addicts like unwell people. Yeah, I think that's probably a better way to go about it, because there are some drugs out there that the hooks that they put in you are just otherworldly. So I haven't had personal experience with them, but I've spoken to people. Well, I've dealt with people that had issues with substances, and then I've talked to people who beat those issues. But even years later, I remember I was hanging out with somebody. This was years ago when Breaking Bad was like still on. And I was like, oh, let's try watching Breaking Bad. And I remember she ends up telling me that she can't watch it because, you know, years prior, she had gotten hooked on this stuff. And she got off of it. But even talking about it, she would start, I don't want to say twitching, but, you know, having those like, I don't know how to explain it, like draws or ticks. And she says she can't watch things like Breaking Bad because it like affects her and, you know, kind of makes her not relapse, but essentially, you know, kind of trigger. I don't know why I'm failing, but yeah, it's a trigger. So, and I was just surprised because it was like maybe a decade. It had been a decade since she beat it. So I was like, wow, that's crazy. You said, but how can a man who writes for a liberal newspaper speak of factory workers? I mean, he must have worked in a factory at some point, right? Which tool? I'm not sure what tool we're talking about here. Yeah, they need help. Wait, RA2. How March was written by... Oh, wait, hold up. Is my music on? Alright, cool. Was written by Frank Klacke, and it's used in German war speak. Who used German army drill speech? Everyone is in the world. Wait, RA2. Oh, Red Alert 2, duh. German war speak. Oh, wow, that's crazy. I wonder if that's like the soundtrack I could hear in my head right now. I love the emojis. Wolong Fallen Dynasty online co-op adventure game where you can create your own character for the PS5. Check it out. All right. Wolong Fallen Dynasty. Copy, paste. I don't have PlayStation. Only game you guys are gonna see from me is on the PC at this point. I do have an Xbox, but I just don't really use it. Oh, it's on Steam. Okay. Very nice. Oh, it's asking me to verify my age. I was born in 1905. Am I old enough? Oh, looks like I am. Yeah, it triggers them forever. Yeah, and that's what it seems like. So there are some things out there that, you know, people are like, well, just don't do it. Well, once you start doing it, there are some things that you can't just stop, you know, cold turkey because you'll actually die. And yeah, if those hooks are in you forever, I mean, that's some difficult stuff. I've seen it eat people up too. So he spoke with factory workers. Well, there you go. Despite his work, he did not earn enough from journalism to support his family and had to rely on financial help from his collaborator, Frederick Engels. He's pulling quotes. Orange God is pulling quotes. Say I use experimental version of YouTube and feeling some disconnections. What do you mean an experimental version? I'm confused. What are you doing over there? He said as a journalist would write about them and imagine collaborate a lot with workers. Sirius says Jim is right. Barely, hardly. Why are you so invested in Marx? Oh, I missed some things. Canada brings in all the drugs in Central. Oh, yeah, no, I think I. When I wonder about an idea, I look to the source. I love it. Beautiful. I have one of his books here. Where is it? I think it's Capital. I think it's volume 1. I've been meaning to read it. But why is his universal life pertinent to the theory? You're saying it's not relevant. Das Kapital. I mean, I look at it, I'm like, I'm gonna read it, and then I fall asleep. I need to, though. That and there's actually, I have a whole stack of books by my bed I need to read. Rules for Radicals. When I went on vacation, good book. But it's not the way to live, honestly. The Price by Machiavelli was good too. All right, Rules for Radicals and The Price. Rules for Radicals. Rules for Radicals, a pragmatic primer for realistic radicals, is a 1971 book by American community activist and writer Saul Alinsky about how to successfully run a movement for change. It was the last book written by Alinsky, and it was published shortly before his death in 1972. Interesting. And the other one was, I don't know where to go. The Price, Machiavellian. The Price. Wait, The Price or The Prince? Am I reading that wrong? The Prince, I'm sorry. The Prince is a 16th century political treatise by Niccolo Machiavelli. Did I say that right? That serves as a realistic guide for rulers on how to acquire and maintain power. Its central theme is that a ruler should be willing to use immoral or ruthless methods if they are necessary to achieve political stability and glory, famously suggesting it is better to be feared than loved. Written around 1513 but published posthumously in 1532, the work remains a controversial but influential text on leadership and statecraft. Oh wow, I definitely got to read that. The ends justify the means. Yeah, basically, right? I mean, I bet you that sums up pretty much everything. It's like you have to get the power to be able to make change. So anything to get the power. Because if you don't have the power, you can't change things to your concept of good. So, If you couldn't afford to live, surely the establishment wasn't supporting or helping him. Yeah, the Book of Machiavelli sounds interesting. I mean, I imagine that's where Machiavellian comes from. Because I've heard like that, like the term. How to survive in the forest. To survive in the forest. Book. Well, hold up. I might need an author. Is it How to Survive in the Woods? How to Stay Alive in the Woods, and Complete Guide to Food, Shelter, and Self-Preservation Anywhere? He called for the order for the establishment, but yet would have to rely on said establishment. Bingles was a float his existence on occasion. Doesn't that show us that the establishment doesn't support the workers? Curse lover. High school, my history teacher told us of Machiavelli. I don't know, I feel like I'm saying that wrong. And asked how he was wrong. I told her that it was proved wrong when Hitler invaded Poland. Then she asked if I viewed that as unsuccessful. Gave her a crazy look, and she realized what she was saying. Well, okay, I'm gonna play devil's advocate. Maybe she meant the fact that he rose to power, period. Like, sure, in the end he lost and all that stuff, but the fact that he was able to like get to that level of power in the first place, right? None of them are applicable in practice today. It's a literal how-to guide. Yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. 47 Laws of Power is banned and stuff. Really? I love that book. I swear I got it laying around here somewhere. I had 40, I think it's 48 Laws of Power. Maybe it's 47. And then there was, there's a game strategy book. What is it called? Strategy of War or something like that. It's not Art of War, but it's like Strategy of War. And that was a really, really interesting book. The Prince only really works for autocrats and dictators. Definitely not a way to live a regular life, right? No, not Sun Tzu, not Art of War. Oh my gosh, I have to look it up. It's like Strategy of War or something. It's really good. It just used like historical examples to explain just different strategies, and I thought it was really neat. Wait, this is a PDF? Oh, here it is. Yeah, Oh, the 33 Strategies of War. I wonder if it's by Robert Greene. Yeah, 48 Laws of Power. Oh yeah, it's actually by the same author. Robert Greene wrote the 48 Laws of Power, and he also wrote the 33 Strategies of War, which I found really interesting. I'm actually have to go back and read that. Yeah, Art of War too. I mean, I've perused it, but I definitely need to sit down and actually read it. That's what I feel like I could read on stream, because I've been wanting to do like a book talk type of thing, and I'm like, yeah, I probably can't read books on stream because that seems like a copyright issue. But I feel like Art of War would definitely be something I could read. Like that's public domain, right? Let me look. Is Art of War public domain? Yes, Sun Tzu's original work, The Art of War, is public domain, but each translation is a separate work that may be under copyright. Translations published before 1930 are in the public domain, as are works where the translator died more than 70 years ago. Why do they gotta make it so complicated? The original Chinese text is ancient and predates modern copyright law, so it is in the public domain worldwide. Well, sure, but I can't read Chinese text. Any translation by a living author or one who died less than 70 years ago is protected by copyright. Translations published before 19... So I gotta find a 1930 translation. Okay, cool. It basically says it is in the public domain. So, maybe we'll do like a review. That'll be kind of cool. Yeah, that's why I'm like, how could it not? You know, I just would hate to be caught by some sort of loophole. And then like Penguin Publishing comes over and is like, oh, did you just read our book on stream? And I'm like, wait, your book? How is this yours? Well, you see there in the right past the cover, it says I'll be like, damn, you got me. Revenge is a dish best served cold. Great chapter. All right. Yeah, so I could probably at least read excerpts from that and stuff, and we could talk about it. That'd actually be really cool. So I might try to... Well, actually, I could probably just download it at this point. Art of War. Bam, got it right on my screen. Ah, here we go. Got it. Okay. I was like, there's no way that's the whole book. Okay, got it. There we go. It's actually on a internet. Oh, it's on the Internet Archive. Okay, beautiful. All right, we got it. We're locked in. $2,500 old. Jeez. Oh, wait, serious? Are you German? Don't dox yourself. Don't dox yourself. Are you across the pond? You said I am. Wait, Jim, are you German? Oh my gosh, serious. You're, dude, oh my gosh. How many Austrians do we have in chat? This is crazy. Okay, so you've met the other Austrian, right? I should say the other, because I know there's like more than like one or two. But that's, oh wow, that's so interesting. Okay, so you're from Austria, but you live in Germany. That's so cool. I'm sure you've told me this. It's just, you know, sometimes keeping track of everything. I'll be surprised every damn time. Oh no, you're Australian, Jim. That's right, you're Australian. I have French, English, German, but mostly Polish blood. My ancestors came over on the Mayflower. Oh wow. Yeah, no, international chat is the best. It is the best. I wish I had some sort of way. It'd be really cool if it would give you guys like little flags or something to show where you were coming from, because I find it so fascinating. I mean, we've had Iranians, Russians, Ukrainians. It's just really neat. South Africa makes it kind of high up on my list of demographics because it like breaks down. Like Canada is second, UK is like third or fourth, South Africa is like fifth, Australia is up there too, like either fourth or sixth. Oh my gosh. Wait, you're from Austria. Hold up. I was trying to learn some stuff. Or is it German? Okay. Okay. Check me out. Hello. Right? I know. I'm like bilingual. Anyway. Damn it. I actually was like writing stuff down the one day because I was like, I'm going to learn. Oh yeah. Milk. Milk. I think we've been through this already. Milk. Milk, right? Milk. I'm working on it, guys. Anyway. No borders on the interwebs. Give them time. Give them time. You said ich habe. I'm not even gonna try. Let me stop. That emoji, like, I know you're cringing. Let me stop. Okay, what about, okay, what is, I don't know if this is German, and I'm probably gonna like butcher it. Vogel in Kef, okay. VOGEL space IM space KAFIG. Vogel im Kafig? Is that German? I don't know. Vogel? I don't know. First. You're the first Klingon. Oh, you guys are speaking Klingon? Okay, I'm way off. Well, what about Volkswagen? It's a respectable company, I imagine. Imkaf is German, but the first word I've never heard before. Vogel? It's like Vogel, I believe. I think it has like one of those little squiggly lines over. Let me stop. Vogel. Okay. And let's see. Yes, it says it's German and translates to bird in a cage. Translates to bird in a cage. It's a song. Well, yeah, it's a song. It's a composition, I believe. Respectable company, I'm sure, guys. I mean, oh yeah, it's really good. In fact, I'm gonna drop a link to this guy. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry about this music. This is a really funny, this is like an inside joke in the chat when that song plays. Let me find this. This one guy does a I don't know why my words aren't working. His own oh my gosh, not composition, not rendition. What is it called? I don't care. Anyway, you'll see what I mean. But I want to say it's this one. I wish I could play it for y'all, but I don't think I can. So let me just post in the chat. But this one, this is just like the piano version, but I really enjoy this. Volkswagen, whoa, car graveyard, NPR, what do we got here? Why 300,000 Volkswagens are being stored in these massive auto boneyards. Yo, if they could just break me off one, like what's wrong with them? As part of the settlement after it got caught cheating on its emissions tests, Volkswagen has bought back about 350,000 of its US diesel vehicle. Oh, diesel. The automaker so far has spent more than $7.4 billion on cars, according to court filings seen by Reuters. Where does Volkswagen put all those cars? Wherever it could find the space. The German automaker has 37 remote storage facilities across the U.S., and they're not just parking lots. The sites include a former football stadium in the Detroit suburbs, an old paper mill in Minnesota, and a giant patch of land in the California desert. What? People who own or lease one of the affected vehicles can choose to sell their cars back to Volkswagen, terminate their lease, or have their car modified for improved emissions. Owners and leasees have until September 1st to submit a claim. Okay, but are they not allowed to sell them? Because, dude, if I could get like a cheap Volkswagen, like a really, really cheap Volkswagen, like we're not really allowed to sell this, so give us $100 kind of a thing. Oh, these vehicles are being stored on an interim basis and routinely maintained in a manner to ensure their long-term operability and quality so that they may be returned to commerce or exported once U.S. regulators approve appropriate emission modifications. I only say that because of the sheer number of them. I mean, I'm sure they're doing their best out there, but some of these pictures, I'm like, wow. That is a lot of cars. That's a lot of wagons, all right? No one can own them? That's wild. Hitler wanted all people to have cars to make up for the Autobahn because the tanks couldn't drive on it. Wait, what? It's Volkswagen people's car. Hello from the North Pole. Hey, we got some people from the North Pole. What's up? Let's see what the weather is in the North Pole right now. Weather, I don't know if it's gonna work. Yo, Nightbot, can you help me out? What's the weather in the North Pole right now? Weather in the North Pole. Conditions are cloudy with a temperature of 27 degrees Fahrenheit. The wind is blowing from the north at about 2 miles per hour, guys. And for those of you that don't speak American, that's 3 kilometers per hour. And the current humidity is about 84%. Tanks can drive on the Autobahn. That is the reason that pushed the Autobahn. I'm anti-fascist. Well, that's what threw me off, is I'm pretty sure, isn't that why America has its highway system? I mean, partially was so we could move, well, tons of people when they need to be evacuated, but also you can move the military across the country using the highway system. So it makes sense that any highway system, Autobahn or whatnot, would be used for military transport or like logistics. H&K makes my favorite guns. H&K. I played a ton of Gary's mod back in the day. I'm not familiar. Well, what are you talking about? Same as Steam games now. You only rent it on their platform. Ugh, I'm sick of this. The fact that you can't buy software nowadays. Everything is a lease. Everything is a subscription. They don't sell you anything anymore. They want you to pay on everything forever. And then when they want to drop the service, it just disappears. Absolute insanity. TwitchCon. Oh my gosh, yes. Yes. TwitchCon had a female streamer get extra harassed. YouTube, there's a lot of words YouTube doesn't want me to say. It's a big topic of discussion lately. Also, the Hassan guy electrocuting his dog on stream. Oh my, I did cover a bit of it. I tried to avoid it, but wait, who's in chat? Yo, if you're in chat, like, you already know I'm talking about you right now. Somebody came and they were arguing with me that Hassan, I didn't even know what their argument was. I mentioned the dog thing and they were like, well, it's his dog. And then we just started going in because I'm like, well, what do you mean it's his dog? Like, of course it's your dog. So, you know, you're going to train it how you're going to train it. You're going to, you know, treat it how you're going to treat it. But that doesn't mean you could treat it any way. It's not like, you know, a piece of property in the sense of a pencil, right? It's not the, man, that Hassan thing, oh my gosh, has gotten so much worse. And then, yeah, the Twitch streamer drama. I shouldn't even say drama. I mean, she was like assaulted. Was really crazy. I was really looking forward to the Senate, I think it was the Senate hearing. Oh, let me get this right. Well, it was a hearing with Congress about, that was supposed to have Twitch, Reddit, Discord, and, oh, what was the other one? Twitch, Reddit, Discord. Oh, yeah, and Steam. I don't understand why Steam was there. But it was supposed to have those 4 CEOs showing up and testifying on the radicalization of their forum users. I don't know if it was canceled. It was supposed to like be last week. I ended up staying up waiting for it, and it ended up not coming through. They said they just never scheduled a date for it. I'm not sure why. I'm not sure. Well, they posted that it was going to be that day, but then they said they never scheduled the meeting. So I don't know how that works. Maybe the government shutdown had something to do with it. I don't know. Really looking forward to that. And now that this situation happened at TwitchCon, I have a feeling it's going to be brought up there. So, very interesting stuff. Life is beautiful. I love our planet. The asphalt would disintegrate with mass mobilization. It was not thick enough to support the mechanized forces. Huh. You will own nothing and be happy, they say. Yeah, it's more and more of a reality, it seems. It took a lot of thought and logistics to create the American system, and others are just ad hoc with population. Clark Kent. I don't know. When I get there or wherever I'm going, it'll be an interesting chat with God or, you know, whomever. The receptionist, or I'm not really sure, you know, how the actual system works, but it'll be interesting. I've got some questions. They probably have some questions for me. So, well, if they know everything, then I guess they don't. But anyway, Germany moves tanks on the Autobahn till now, but the tanks are on a big truck. I would imagine the, I don't know why my words are failing me, the tread of the tanks would kind of tear up the road. I mean, I lived in an Amish community growing up, and the horseshoes from the horses, from the horse and buggies would kind of tear up the road over time, so. Tom Piker's interview with Jesse Lee Peterson sent me. He did a Jesse Lee Peterson. Did I see that? He did a Jesse Lee Peterson interview? Yo. Dude, Jesse Lee Peterson is a character, man. Okay, we might have to catch this at some point. Yo, this is crazy. Did I miss this? Yo, good look. His Destiny's Jesse Lee Peterson interview was pretty funny. The entitlement, oh my gosh. The internet is here, is via satellites, and I see that the chat sometimes lags. We're doing scientific work here. That's why my dream is to go to the South Pole. Bro, exactly. Right? I appreciate you, Clark Cat. Are you Superman by chance? Oh, you're saying the Volkswagen was made to be affordable to make the Autobahn make sense. I guess that makes sense. If they couldn't use it for something else, it would seem like a waste of money. Fun fact, all North American bridges are engineered for loading of a marching army to cross. Huh. The marching army causes more stress than anything because of vibration. On trucks, yeah. I still have to play some of Scott's Wrath. Man, Destiny. I don't like Jesse Lee Peterson. I don't know how much of it's a character. I mean, it could just be how he is. It really could be, but it's really hard to know. I mean, that's true for everybody, but he is, I feel like, a special case. Oh no, I mean, I've listened through some of his arguments. His delivery is viral. Anything else on a planetary scale? We're not getting into politics here. If anyone is interested in exploring the planet, it's the world and our atmosphere all its own. You guys are trying to get into that theological discussion. Beta. Yo, that, oh my gosh, fire. Or Destiny's a girl's name, or Destiny's a woman's name. That sparked that meme for so long of you know, Destiny being a black woman. Oh my gosh. We are all over the map tonight. That's how I like it.
I had actually never built a website before, but Fiverr had exactly what I needed.
I don't mean to be so invisible here, but I'm here.
To market in 3 months, was unheard of, and we could not have done it without Fiverr freelancers. Go to Fiverr.com and start scaling your business.
But all right, y'all. I don't know why. I do know where some of y'all are coming from, but it's got to be late where you guys are. Y'all need to get some sleep. I give charity all my money unless Destiny is dancing that night. I'm stealing that. I'm putting it in my pocket. I'm gonna use that one day. I hope you know that. I appreciate you. I'm gonna quote you. I'm gonna say I was Christopher 863. That's awesome. I love that. When I first saw Destiny was a conservative. Now he's beta. Moment of silence. I watched Destiny years ago. I mean, I feel like I've watched everybody. I mean, not really, but I've watched a lot of different people. And I remember his JonTron debate. I remember his debate with race realists, ethno-nationalists. I mean, just so many interesting debates with people, and I really enjoyed them. I don't really watch him nowadays, though. I mean, I catch some of his, more viral clips and whatnot, but I don't really watch him like that. I don't really watch too many people. I mean, I watch like a lot of people, but I don't watch anybody like, I don't want to say religiously, litigiously. You know what I mean? He has like some of his rhetoric was good, at least from what I've saw in the past. I mean, this was like 10 years ago. But as a recent, I can't really, I don't really keep up with him. So yeah, Christopher, there's a lot of stuff out there on Destiny allegedly. So I don't even know. I've seen this, I've seen that. I don't really know what's going on over there. That is what some of the internet is saying. Yeah, I don't know. I think he's got, I don't know, some sort of situation he's working through. And I think once that situation is worked through, the public will have more knowledge onto what was happening behind the scenes with that. I don't want to put that on anybody, you know what I'm saying? But, the internet talks, spin stories and whatnot. Bait? Dude, you killing me. It's so funny because a lot of times when I see that word, especially if it's capitalized, I think of it in Jesse Lee Peterson's voice. What I do appreciate from a lot of creators, though, is like, sometimes I worry, I'm like, man, what if I say some like really crazy stuff that, people are really upset about? That'd be like crazy, right? But I mean, it is what it is. But then I see the crazy shit that other people say on some of these platforms, bro. I am like, wow, I really have nothing to worry about. I don't know if I'll ever say anything as unhinged as some of these people. I'm not even speaking about Destiny in particular, just in general. I've heard some just wild, wonky stuff from streamers and content creators, and I'm like, how do you get away with saying this? Slim Richmond, I'm not sure. It's like your uncle or something. I don't know. I think it's a term of endearment. I'm assuming it's a young people thing. Beta. Uncle's a term of endearment to the middle-aged dudes. Cheryl, what's going on? Welcome to the black hole. Get sucked in. Slim Rich. Yeah, it's a term of endearment. Term of endearment. I don't think I've ever been called Unc. Let's keep it that way. I don't know, Cheryl. I don't know. Even though you're from 2004, you disavow. How about brother? Brother works. Brother works. Unc, I don't know, man. OG is original gangster. Unc is 30 to 50-year-olds. 50 plus is OG. Okay, there we go. We've got the breakdown. Hood knowledge. Hood knowledge. I don't have a sound on my soundboard for that. Hood knowledge. Does that work? Maybe. Or maybe hood knowledge. I don't know. My soundboard is weak. All women are your sisters. All men are your brothers. I mean, I get your sentiment though. I get your sentiment. It's just like taken to a logical extreme. That could be problematic. The more you know. Why is one of the states in America named after a Japanese greeting? Ohio isn't. It's not Ohio, right? Is it Ohio? Or is this a joke? This is a joke. Oh, no, it is Ohio. Okay, okay. Right? Okay, cool. I think that comes from like a Native American thing, if I'm not mistaken. I should know that, considering I kind of grew up there. Wait, Unc is from Asians rebranded by black people, meaning... Oh, I thought Unc was like uncle. Jesus loves y'all. Appreciate you. Nightbot says amen when y'all say stuff like that. Yeah, Ohio is definitely native. Yeah. I want to say Cherokee, but I'm not, not well versed in the subject, so I'll let somebody else give y'all the history lesson. Old and out of touch. Okay, damn. I thought it was like a term of endearment. Like Christopher was saying, like in between an OG and a youngin'. A Zoomer, or whatever they're called nowadays.
When too much work bogs you down.
You added the out of touch. Yeah, I don't know about that one. I just haven't seen it be used like that. It seems like people are being... But then again, to be fair, I mean, has anybody ever said to you guys, bless your heart? Now, this might be a Southern thing, but bless your heart is not always a nice thing to hear from somebody. We just found 3,000-year-old pyramids in Georgia or Alabama area. That's a history lesson. Oh, nice. Wow. Man, there's pyramids all over the place. It seems like they were building pyramids all over, like everywhere. If a group of people got together a few thousand years ago, they were building pyramids. Sometimes it is, but mostly not, which is honestly kind of low-key cap. Bless your heart. Man, man, I don't know how to feel sometimes when I get hit by that. I'm like, well, bless your heart. Do you call a young person cuz? No, I don't really use cuz. I mean, sometimes, it really depends. But hardly. No, I don't think I ever say cuz. I'm like thinking about it. I'm like, yeah, I don't think I ever say cuz. No, people say nephew. People do say nephew. I guess it depends who I'm hanging out with. Yeah, I mean, there's different groups of people, so, lingo changes depending on, who you're talking to. Because if you're talking to somebody that doesn't understand the lingo, then you're kind of speaking a different language. I say bless your heart, and it is said when those whom are wicked are understood to know not what they do, and we forgive them. I've just heard that bless your heart could also mean, No, I guess I see what you're saying. I've heard it kind of means F you. But I guess, I mean, in a way, you're saying the same thing, sort of, kind of. Never F you? Nah, I've heard people say, like, if somebody says bless your heart, it's either like F you or like you're dumb or something like that. It's like a very polite way of saying F you. What's funny is, Christopher, you said bless you after a sneeze. Old meaning was sneezing was cleansing your body of evil spirits. So, quote, bless you after you sneeze. That's interesting because I've heard, and I don't know, I mean, there's all these sayings and stuff, but somebody told me once that when you sneeze, you're closest to death. Like your heart skips a beat or something and you're closest to death. So that's why people say bless you. I mean, it kind of sounds like some BS, but I've heard that as well. Get is for young kids or young adults. So something I like to say sometimes, nobody says this, gee, right? So like you have bro, I like to say gee for girls, right? Like gee. So that's what the bro, that's gee. Nobody says this. Nobody says this. It's like a me thing. It'll catch on eventually. What's up, gee? Bless your heart, you tried to figure something out but couldn't. Astra, dude, just pray for her. I understood bless you to mean that when you sneeze, you are unconscious and to rejoice to come back to consciousness. Okay, so that's similar to what I was saying. Bless your heart is sarcastic. It means you're dumb or ignorant, but I'm not going to be rude. Exactly. That's what people have told me. That's what people in the South have told me. Like, you would think, you know, coming from up north, you'd think like, oh, bless your heart. Oh, she's so sweet. You know, what a kind lady. And then people are like, ooh, that's not what she meant. And it's like, oh, well, damn. How can I help this love? Sneezing is a skip. Yeah, I thought the heart skipping thing might be, you know. Wait, 67? And you said don't. Wait, am I missing something? Your mind is dirty. Wait, what are y'all talking about? What am I missing? I don't know 67. Slim Rich. Oh, I'm sorry. Yo, Quantum, are you still there? Are we live? Yo, we are live. I don't know if you're still in the chat, but you're in the horizontal chat. You are in the horizontal stream. So if you're still over there, I am sorry. I was not looking at that chat. You said, are we live? Everyone ages. One day you will be called Unc. Yo, you could hop over. There's a link at the top. It says Mobile Crazy Chat Live. If you click that, it'll... Wait, what? Oh, I just realized. Oh my gosh, I did just realize something. Remove that. I'm so slow. Oh, that's hilarious. Weird. Okay. Huh. Well, go to my channel and then go to lives and go to the portrait mode. That's where everybody is. I'm sorry. I need to like look at both chats. It's just like nobody goes to the horizontal chat. But welcome if you're still there. Anybody over there? 6 was afraid of 7 because 7, 8, 9. Yes, 400. 401. Guys, I appreciate y'all so much. Round of applause. Wait, that was the wrong button. Round of applause for everybody in chat. Beautiful. You know what? Maybe a little water for you guys too. Just a little water, you know? I swear I'm going to up the production value, guys. I'm going to get some different sounds. I also have birds. I think they're seagulls. Anyway, beside the point though. Sneeze with your eyes open could cause your eyes to pop out of socket. This isn't actually a wise tale. It could actually happen. I don't know about that one. I've heard it, but I don't know about that. I love the emojis. Yes. Gotta have to throw that no sleep emoji in there too, because we're doing the no sleep here tonight, it seems like. Some flies. You said it's possible but rare? That'd be wild. Your eyes are just hanging out your head. Yeah, sorry, I sneezed. I had my eyes open. You said you thought it was a lie, so you looked it up? No way. Oh no, not horizontal. So basically I have like two streams. One is in portrait mode, so like your phone, like mobile mode, and then one is in desktop mode. So some people like to watch on their desktop. Some people say they watch on their Xbox, so they prefer the desktop version because it looks really bad. Like the portrait version looks really bad on the computer or on the Xbox. But then I also have the like desktop version for when I do gaming, so you could actually see the screen better, because people have to like squint and, you know, look closely if they're trying to like watch the gameplay on the mobile version. I've heard of, yeah, no, I've seen Silk Song. I haven't played it though. But everybody, like, it's a great game, right? I mean, I've always heard good things about it. I'm not gonna sneeze with my eyes open. Seether. What's Seether? The rock band? The band that rocks? I feel like I've heard of them. I feel like I've heard some music. Astra, everything on YouTube is real. Watch the video. Hold on. Sneezing, eyes open. Yes, it is possible to sneeze with your eyes open. Safety considerations. You may accidentally get germs. If you have a strong sneeze, the force of the air could cause your eyes to water or tear. In rare cases, if you have a very weak immune system, it is possible that sneezing with your eyes open could increase your risk of eye infections. Okay, well, that's not what we're looking for. No, sneezing with your eyes open does not cause your eyes to pop out. Your eyeballs are secured in their sockets by 6 extraocular muscles, and the pressure from a sneeze is not strong enough to dislodge them. While a sneeze can cause a pressure buildup in your head that may lead to ruptured blood vessels in the eyes, it does not cause the eyeball to pop out. Okay, so now, I don't know, guys. I don't know, guys. Now, that's just the Google AI. It could be lying to me. It could be trying to set me up. Should you hate one, you love none. I like that. I work in the medical field for years now. We had just one case. We just had a case, or you only had one case? Even so, if you had a case, then I guess that proves that it's possible. Tis a band. Oh, yeah. I feel like I've heard some of their stuff. Unfortunately, you know, playing music on YouTube is a very complicated endeavor, which means I play music and then YouTube screams at me. So this music we're listening to is copyright free, supposedly, but then after my stream, it likes to yell at me about this music too. So really, I can't win. I haven't paid for a service to play music here because it was supposed to be like, oh, you pay the fee and then you're good on copyright. And then after my streams, they would get copyrighted, and I'm like, what the hell? Like, I'm paying for this shit. Oh my god. But I will definitely listen to some. I swear I've heard some of their music though. Broken. Oh, Fake It. Oh yeah. No. Definitely. Definitely. %. It's a non-zero chance. There's a non-zero chance your eyes will pop out of your head if you guys sneeze with them open. This is a PSA, guys. Be careful out there. Only one in decades. Okay, so very, very, very low possibility. The stars kind of have to align for you for that to happen. We've got some weird emojis here. We've got like the Astrapoo, which I need to like the hair on the emoji kind of matches the color of the poo, so it kind of it kind of doesn't work. But and then we have rainbow. We have orange man. So we've got all of the, you know, different distinctions here. So if you think I'm talking trash or I'm talking shit, or like really however you guys want to use them. My favorite is no sleep because it's most applicable most of the time. It is. You can't see the nose ring on it. That's the only annoying part. So I need to make the nose ring bigger because I try to have balance. So we even took a vote because that's not the only rainbow hair one I have. I had another one that was shaped like the orange man hair, and we did a vote and they voted on that one. So, but I need to make the Astrapoo like, I guess, more distinct because the hair, I mean, you can kind of tell what it is, but not really. So. Okay, yeah, you got some wild, you got all sorts of emojis. I mean, not the nice one in chat. One in a billion, so there's a chance. That would be my luck. I would sneeze and my eyeballs would pop out of my head before I'd win the lottery. Wait, is that, yo, Orange God, is that a regular one? The loading emoji? That's kind of cool. I need that for when I have no sleep and like words fail me and my vocabulary shrinks and I'm just sitting here trying to think of the word. I need to be able to like hit that button so you guys know I'm trying. I'm buffering. You're telling me there's a chance. How the hell do you do that one? I will find it. Well, it says search emojis. Let me see. Circle. Circle of death is not... nope, let me type in loading. Loading. Huh. You must have a really special... you must have some special emojis, my good sir. Oh, yeah? Well, I'll raise you a strike. Anyway. That's right. Egyptians wrote emojis. Oh man, that reminds me of something. Guys, I be working on like the weirdest stuff. I really don't even have the energy or the calories here to describe what I was doing earlier. But let's just say trying to create a language using sounds. How do I describe it? Hold up. Let me try to break it down here. This is something I'm gonna have to just show you guys one day. If I could actually get it like built out. It's kind of out there. Try to design an auditory language, a structured way to encode information using parameters like pitch, timbre, rhythm, and amplitude instead of words or symbols. Okay. So using like clicks and buzzes and things along those lines, I'm using like an audio, like a DAW called Ableton, but it's like a digital audio workspace, and create a language that will transfer information faster than speech. I was working on this earlier. It was a whole thing. And hopefully I'll be able to show you guys some of it if I could actually get my brain trained to do it. Because my thought is, what if I could play a collection of tones and those tones could convey a whole page of information, like a page of a book, but within like 3 seconds, and you could understand it. Not really trying to get all into it because it's like a whole thing, but let's just say I spent a couple hours on that earlier. It was, I don't know why. I don't know why. Oh, serious? Are you out of here? Take care. Yes, no sleep. But take care. Hey, I appreciate you for coming through. It's been a minute, but it's always nice. Hopefully it doesn't take you 6 months to come back. But we'll save you a spot regardless. Anyway, I got really tired earlier trying to program the parameters into the synth, and I got frustrated because I just wasn't doing it right, and I realized, and I was like, let me take a nap. And then people came over and they're like, what were you up to today? And I showed them and they're like, well, that's kind of out there. Then a few hours later, I was building an app and they're like, what? And I'm like, wow, check out this app I built. And they're like, what? And I'm like, yeah, I'm sorry. I know. I need to get on my stream. They're like, you'd do anything to procrastinate streaming, won't you? And I'm like, no. I just have many interests and ideas that pop into my head. Why don't I sleep? It's a good question. That is a good question. I'm still working on an answer for you. Let me think. Ingrovert, much better, but all people in the vertical chat, right? So when I do gaming streams, I think what I'll do is just not have the vertical chat or the vertical stream. It's just weird. YouTube is so interesting. It seems like most people watch on mobile, so that's why most people end up in the mobile chat. And hopefully over time, I'm either going to find a way to combine the chats. I can combine the chats on the screen, but I can't combine the chats like through YouTube. So it frustrates me because I hate the fact that it splits chat into two because, you know, people want to talk to each other and stuff and like communicate. So I wish YouTube would figure that one out where it just combines the chats, but right now it has them split. So I could, like I said, I could do it on my screen though, but again, you can't at each other if you're in two different chats. So it's just a little thing I need to figure out. No, my hair is really like this. I do nothing. I wake up. I literally wake up. This is just how my hair is. It's how my hair has always been. I mean, I could mess with it and make it do different stuff, but I pretty much am, you know, just kind of all natural here. It's just how it is. Technology. Ingvar, why are you in that chat? There's nobody over there. And then the Nightbot is just going crazy over there. Again, I got some settings to figure out with that stuff. He's supposed to be programmed to wait like 30 or 40 or 50 lines in between each message, plus 30 minutes. But over there, Nightbot does not care. He just posts. So... I just feel bad. You're in like this like lonely, secluded space. Okay, they dropped down to 0 viewers over there. Okay, cool. Nope, now there's one. Guys, go over to the to the vertical chat. 19, Cheryl? 9 plus 10 is 19. That's a plus sign, right? Yeah, it's a plus sign. That's a flash. Wait, it's 21. Okay, what am I? Because somebody else said 21. Hold on, stop. Let me think about this for a second. What's 9 plus 10? What? To support your stream. Oh, I appreciate you. It's a meme. Okay, I gotta look this meme up. Hot take, aliens are extraterrestrial. They're either us, future us, or ancient us. Also, they were likely what was described in the Bible as angels, fallen or not, also likely interdimensional. Yeah, man, I don't even know. I don't even know anymore. I get so frustrated with that topic. If I could ask one damn question, if just one journalist could ask Trump a question or Caroline Levitt, I would really like them to ask about UAPs, because Trump did say he was going to release that info on that. I know he said he was going to release some other info too, but I really care about the UAPs / UFOs, if you guys are unfamiliar with the terminology. And we have yet to see that. Now, we did recently have a hearing. Now, whether they're interdimensional, which, you know, they floated that idea at the hearings, whether they're us from the future, whether they were described as the spinning wheels or what have you in the Bible, I can't say. The ocean is very big, very vast. They say that they see these things going in and out of the ocean, so who's to say? The new UAP video. Wait, what's the new? Yes, I mean, if you can, yeah, send it over. But what are you talking about here? I ended up having to take breaks from UAP because I remember at one point I was looking it up every single day for like the longest time, because I really thought some info was going to come out like a year or two ago after one of the big hearings. And I was like, this is it, finally, disclosure. And I remember I would get so frustrated because I just would keep watching people and reading about people just talking about, I've seen this and I've seen that. And I'm like, I've heard this for years. Like, what are we doing? Like, come on, I need something to sink my teeth into. Oh, holy crap. When did this go? This is June 20th. Seraphim. You know Seraphim from One Piece? Wait, what are Seraphim in One Piece? I actually don't know, spoilers. I'm sorry, I'm on the Kaido fight right before he goes Gear 5. It is the longest freaking fight in history. I'm on like episode 1050. I took a bit of a hiatus, but I need to catch up. I need to binge it. It's beyond time and beyond your understanding. For now, it's another dimension. Mm. All right, let's see what we got here. I'm sorry, I'm eating a homemade Reese's Pieces. Like Reese's Cup. It's actually really freaking good. My compliments to the chef. Sorry if you guys can hear me licking my fingers. All right, let me pull this up. I'm sorry. I just messed up everything. All right, there we go. All right.
Look behind you. Insane. Whoa, did you see that just shoot across? Did anyone else see that? Insane. Whoa, did you see that just shoot across? Did anyone else see that? Look behind you. Insane. Whoa, did you see that just shoot across? Did anyone else see that? Look behind you. Insane. Whoa, did you see that just shoot across? Did anyone else see that?
I just realized I was muted because I turned on my speaker. Okay, you know, that's interesting. It could be a weather balloon, as some people have pointed out. That's a bit of tongue-in-cheek there for you. I appreciate y'all. Yeah, I shouldn't realize my mic was off. I don't know why I do that. I want to believe. I really want to believe. I mean, that was interesting. I mean, I'm sure some people will say ball lightning, but it did look, I mean, assuming there's no like tampering with the video or what have you, it does look like something just shoots across the sky. And with the way that the pilots describe the acceleration of the UAPs and whatnot, that's what it reminds me of. It was hypersonic, not a balloon. I don't know, man. I'm just waiting for the government to come out and be like, it was actually a new type of weather balloon. Swamp gas, you know? Saw some crazy stuff in the night sky one evening. The only way I could describe it is a shooting star coming directly towards me. I noticed it too. It wasn't new. You know, when it comes to UAP and UFO stuff, call me a conspiracy theorist, but a lot of that stuff is shadow banned. As of recent, so I don't know when it happened. I forget, but YouTube did a crackdown on what is it called? Conspiracy videos, and UFO stuff and paranormal got kind of roped up in that, from what I believe, and a lot of it's a little different now. But even just like a year or two ago, if you were to type in UFO or UAP, you would only get mainstream news sources. You would only get Ancient Aliens History Channel. You would get a very, very curated type of content, and you would never be shown small creators or just non-mainstream creators. I think that with the UAP hearings and just like it getting publicity, that's been like this, the shadow banning or what have you has been kind of like easing up. But yeah, like you'll see these crazy videos from, you'll think it's brand new and it's like, oh, this was a year ago, this was 5 years ago. And you're like, wait, what? How did I not see this? So it's just something that it's something that I've noticed because, I've looked into the subject a lot. Sorry, I'm eating this bread. It's so good. Don't get me started with the damn China balloon, because that's what pisses me off. They freak out about some spy balloons, what have you, floating over the United States. So they have to freak out, do news stories, and shoot them down. Yet you have UAP, you have unidentified objects flying around military bases, flying around our fleets, flying around training ranges, flying around our jets, being chased by our jets, outmaneuvering in our airspace, and the government is damn near silent about it. Yet it's a national security risk, the China balloons. You really want to know what I'm thinking conspiracy-wise? I almost think the China balloons were a psyop to obscure the fact that maybe there was something else in the sky at the time, and they wanted to just come up with a cover story. So they told China, hey, we're about to blame you for some balloons, but it's not really that serious. I mean, this is just speculation, I'm just spitballing here, but the response from the government when it came to those weather balloons, quote unquote, or spy balloons, quote unquote, and the response that they, in fact, let me show you. I want to show you. This is a little short I made on my channel. I probably should. I mean, some of y'all have seen this, but I just find it rather interesting. It's cut off at the bottom because of the nature of the shorts, but maybe I can I fix it? I mean, you don't really need to see too much of the bottom. Anyway, I made this. So this is 3 different press secretaries over the course of multiple administrations. And, I mean, yeah, you guys will see.
Believe in the existence of UFOs.
The question hasn't come up in our back and forth, but there is no indication of aliens or
President believe in the existence of UFOs?
The question hasn't come up in our back and forth, but there is no indication of aliens or extraterrestrial activity.
We don't know. We don't have the answers about what these phenomena are. What we believe is that there are unexplained aerial phenomena that have been cited and reported by pilots, Navy and Air Force, that these phenomena have, in some cases, had an impact on our training ranges, on our pilots' ability to fly, train, operate, and stay ready.
Does the president believe in these?
So yeah, that's their response to that. But the China balloons we had to freak out about. Come on. Like, come on. Like, there's something going on. Yo, Acid Dust, welcome back. If you go to my channel, go to lives. I have another live going. We have 2 lives. Everybody is in the other chat right now on the mobile version. But I see you over here. I mean, you can stay in this chat if you'd like to, but it might get lonely. But you said, I remember they made a mod about the China balloon in Skyrim and called it the Thalmor balloon. Laughed my ass off. Oh, wow, interesting. But appreciate you coming through, Acid Dust. I've been meaning to get to Fallout, but now we're on UFO stuff, so... Which, once we get on this, I mean, I get very distracted. We don't know. We don't know what it is. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Predator type figure? Interesting. You said we're aware of that in the habitable zone? Yeah, and you know, that's if you're thinking inside the box. I mean, we're assuming that life is kind of like us. I imagine life might be able to come about in different types of environments. But yes, if you're just going by the Goldilocks zone of planets, you know, that are similar to us in temperature or temperament or what have you. Temperament, whatever. Yeah, there's plenty of planets out there that fit the bill. Again, I just look at the government's response or lack thereof compared to other things they respond to. Now, maybe it's just some secret tech. I doubt it, because the stories go back decades. The Tic Tac video was from 2004, if I'm not mistaken. It was only released in 2016. If we had this type of technology for decades, I think we would have seen it or deployed it. So anyway, it's, oh my gosh, I could go on about this all day. I often do. Chris Carter series. Chris Carter? A football player? Reminds me of Coach Carter. If you guys ever seen it, the basketball movie. But you said that's a good, is it like a good movie or something? Yeah, like I like to really stretch my imagination. I like to think that there might be life in the gas giants, you know, like Jupiter. Could you imagine? Isn't there, was it Venus or something, or is it Neptune, where they basically have, like, we have the water cycle with, well, water. They have it with methane. So it rains methane, there's liquid methane, there's gaseous methane, and it's almost like the water cycle, but with methane. Who's to say something couldn't have developed there? You know? You said good flick? Okay, okay, it's in the list. It's in the tabs. Is Air Bud? Air Bud is solid. Let's see, Coach Carter. 5. There was this one I used to watch. It was about LeBron and the what was it called? Not the Fab Five. It's the Fab Five of Michael Jackson. There was a something 5, and it was LeBron and his team in high school, I believe, or college. Anyway. Jackson 5. No, not Jackson 5. The this is like LeBron basketball. I'm glad you made it over to the chat. Acid dust. Scott 2390. You talk about that like giant storm that's moving about. SCP is the big red spot. Is that like an actual SCP? A hostile anomalous alien superstructure capable of causing an SK class barren Earth. The giant alien Jupiter red spot. Yo, that is so cool. Yo, SCPs are great. Well, didn't they find the what they think might be the remnants of life on Mars? Things that at least point to, well, there probably was life here at some point. Titan moon of Saturn. I'm not even like, how do I say it? Obviously, it's very interesting if we find microbial life out there, right? It'll be a moment for us. However, I assume there is life out there, even if it's just microbes. Okay. At this point, if there isn't life outside of Earth at all, something so weird is going on. Okay? That is too odd. The likelihood of this planet being the only place for life just doesn't make sense. Plus, I mean, aren't there like tardigrades and stuff? There's like creatures that could survive the vacuum of space. It is very hard for me to believe this is the only planet with life. It just doesn't make sense. If that is the case, something weird is going on. Like there actually might be significance to our planet, to our existence, in like the grand scheme of things. If we're the only place with life. Yeah, tardigrades, exactly. Well, assumption isn't truth. I still assume it. You know what? If it makes an ass out of me, I'll be an ass, okay? All right? You can call me Astralarius, you can call me Astral, you can call me Astro, or you can call me ass for short. But yes, in the vastness of space and everything else, if we are the only life, something is weird. I'd be willing to bet money we're not the only life form in the whole universe. But call me ass. They have a fungus that only grows on the outside of the space station. Holy shit. Yeah, more than just microbes, but that's what I'm saying. It's like I don't want to say I'll be unimpressed by that. But yeah, my assumption is that exists. Like there's all sorts of that out there, okay? That's not the interesting thing. I mean, it's interesting, I guess, because it's like, okay, once we prove that, then, you know, the rest kind of follows. We could be like, well, if that exists, maybe this could exist and that could exist, you know? It is kind of odd that we haven't found anything, but then again, we've hardly even looked. We've hardly even gone anywhere to find anything. And radio signals, if that's what we're looking for, good luck, you know, with how big the universe is, picking up any of that, assuming anything else is putting off radio signals, assuming it was putting off radio signals far enough back in time for the radio signals to have even reached us by now, or the light, for, you know, it's just, yeah, no. You're entering a great journey. I hope so. And Quantum, you made it over. Good. You made it over from the other chat. Maybe you've already been chatting over here, and actually, you kind of have been, I think, chatting already. But I'm glad you made it over. I didn't know. Yeah, I need to pay attention to the other place. Yeah, actual contact would be wild. You know, some people say we've already done it, you know? They're trying to investigate the, I mean, we've got Arrow. We've got these hearings that are, I don't even know how I feel about Arrow. I feel like Arrow is a psyop. But we have these hearings where they're saying that we have craft, we're reverse engineering them. I mean, who knows, right? I don't know if contact is impossible. Sure, but you're assuming they're using radio signals. I just don't think they are. But it could be. No worries. I mean, I hear you saying that's a psyop. Again, so I don't ascribe extraterrestrial to the UAP phenomena exactly. Is that one possibility? Well, let's go down the possibilities. Some sort of weird universal or atmospheric or whatever you want to call it phenomena that is just very, very weird. Very, very, very weird and very difficult, if not impossible, for us to predict. This seems very highly unlikely. Second, experimental technology. This seems unlikely because the stories go back for decades, unless everybody was hallucinating and lying about the same thing for decades all around the world. So third, and this is where it starts to get wonky. It's either, like, and this is where it gets to speculation and just kind of conjecture, which is like ET, so extraterrestrial. I forget what you call it, like terrestrial, but a breakaway civilization from us, hidden in plain sight, hidden in the oceans, what have you. Interdimensional has been mentioned in the hearings, even though nobody explains what that is. Although I'm assuming it's just there's parallel realities that exist sort of in the same space as ours, but they're moved over on like this extra axis or something. Long story short, we'll just say interdimensional from a different dimension. What else do we have? I mean, that's kind of like the main things, right? Now, I'm not going to sit here and stake my claim in like, oh, it's this one or that one or that one. But I feel like we can eliminate a few things to where we're just left with this giant question mark of we doubt it's anything that we have. We doubt it's human society that we know of, right? Maybe it's a secret society. Maybe it's us from the future. Maybe it's, you know, whatever, but it's probably not from our normal society on Earth. Yeah, civilization is, it's even life is difficult to really define. I mean, we're defining life by sort of our own standards, but there could be something that is just so different than us out there, but is quote unquote alive. I mean, shit, there's some people that think AI will never be conscious, but, you know, if consciousness does come from complexity, then it's possible the systems could be, but you could have a system that is like, oh, I'm alive and this, that, and the third, and nobody will consider it alive. So the concept of life, right? I guess it's intelligent life is what we're looking for. Because obviously if a probe came here from somewhere else, or like some humanoid robot or some robot came from somewhere else and was like, hey, I'm from this star system over here, we would consider it life, or we would consider it coming from life or something, right? Some sort of advanced civilization. So I just think aliens would enjoy air, but I don't know. This is like the one subject. There's only a couple subjects that I, for some reason, lean towards thinking there's something there, but I don't have a lot of evidence for it, like personally. It's like this one and certain paranormal stuff. I don't think I'm a kook or nothing. I try to be grounded and whatnot. It's just like you look into stuff and you start to realize people have been telling the same stories for a long time. People that are normies, people that are respected in their fields, people that are looked upon for leadership. You look through history and you see time and time and time again people telling these stories. Everybody could be bullshitting. Everybody could be hallucinating. Everybody. It's possible. But the more and more of it you see, the more you start to think, like, what is the likelihood that everybody's bullshitting at this point? That everybody's hallucinating? That it's just a trick of the light? You know, it's just, at a certain point, you're just kind of like, well, shit, there seems to be something here. Just something. What it is, I'm not going to sit here and claim it's this or that, or some people say fallen angels, some people say extraterrestrials, some people say interdimensional, some people, whatever. That's beside the point. I mean, it's a very interesting and like the most important part, you know, in some ways. But just identifying the fact that there is something there that we're tracking, that is appearing and then disappearing and has been coming here or at least around for a long time. Again, the Tic Tac video isn't bullshit that was put out by the government. That shit was taken in, I believe, 2004. Released in 2016, like 12 years later. We've been dealing with this stuff. Yet it's never shown itself. Like no country has deployed it in battle. No industry has deployed it. We have not seen it like commercially or just anything. Something is off. Something is weird. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. I mean, I'm sorry. It's just like, it is so, even if you want to go theological, I mean, really, God is all powerful and he only created us. Come on. One planet. Come on. Come on. But let's just, okay, theology, set that to the side. If you set that to the side for a second, really? You think that we were born from random chance on this planet, life, and that it's just so rare that it doesn't exist anywhere else, never existed before us, hasn't existed since we've come about, just doesn't make sense. Is it possible? I suppose it's a non-zero chance, yes. But we are getting so close to zero. You know? Like, come on. Maybe you got a side project. That's what I'm saying. It's like to assume... It's just like, would it not be within God's reach or God's ability to create other, you know, life forms, to create other planets, to create other solar systems? Like, is it not within his ability? It's just like, I don't think tapping on any holy scripture to say that this is the only, you know, this is the only thing he did. It's just, if anything, you're limiting God's power at that point. It just doesn't really make sense to me. Orange God, I don't even know. I thought they couldn't lock onto it. I thought it was actively jamming them, which is also apparently jamming a fighter jet is an act of war. Then it disappeared in like a flash and ended up at their rendezvous point, their predetermined rendezvous point. I just, bro, it's, come on. Like, it's just some weird stuff. Why would he need to create other things than man? Why would he need to create man? Well, we've run through all the topics, Al. But right now we are talking about UAPs, aliens, you know, kind of the norm actually at this point. Okay, so why wouldn't he want his image to spread across the universe, across the cosmos, you know, or what have you? It's just like you're telling me God created all the galaxies and all of that shit just for this little speck. It just, maybe CIA psyop. Just for us to look at. Hey, that's possible too. You know, it's possible. You know, guys, if I'm being honest, I'm leaning towards there's something out there. That's where I'm standing. That's where I'm standing. It's possible. Look, it's possible this is all there is out there. I grant that. See, I don't have my head buried too far up my ass. You know, I can entertain ideas. I just happen to fall on the side of, no, I think there's stuff out there. I don't know if people are hateful. I mean, people are hateful, I suppose, in general, but in terms of this conversation, I don't know if people are hateful. I mean, some people are just, you know, their worldviews, they don't preconceive, what is it called? Presuppositions or whatever, right? So, you know, a lot of us are coming from different places. You know what, Brian? I'll give you that. I'll grant you that. If Earth is the only place with life in the universe, I think I would be more interested in the religions. I think I would have to start taking up some religion and just, you know, just learning some stuff about it and maybe trying to find God, so to speak, right? A little bit more actively. Because yes, I think that would point to God probably more than anything else. Like for me personally. Now, of course, we can never prove that there's nothing out there, because how do you prove that there's nothing out there? But yeah, if we somehow were to prove that this is it, then yeah, that would just be weird. That means there's something else going on. Life everywhere makes more sense. Exactly. Us alone would require some crazy miracle. That's what I'm saying. It seems unlikely. I don't think something that isn't scary is easy. You just feel safe. I don't know about that, Jim. I have a feeling there's some things out there that, you know, might come in peace, but when you lay your eyes upon them, you may fall to your knees in horror. I appreciate you, Christopher. Yeah, again, this isn't to. Well, I don't disregard religion. I have like my own sort of beliefs and stuff when it comes. I mean, my own spirituality or what have you. Because it appears to be that there's probably forces at work that we can't quite measure. Maybe we'll never be able to measure. But there's something operating right under our noses that's either moving things or keeping things together. Again, it's not tangible, but it's there. And all the religions for the last however many thousands of years and all the different flavors of them that tell somewhat similar stories to each other, I don't think it's coincidence that all of these people around the world just had this imagination that they're these gods and these things that exist that control everything. And through faith, you can get closer to them. In some cases, you go to hell or heaven. In some cases, it's reincarnation. In some cases, it's this, it's that, whatever. Everybody's telling all these stories. Something tells me that all of these stories kind of are getting at something deeper, and they're all kind of telling the same story. Is kind of what my idea is. But we just have these stories to kind of convey the allegory over time, and it's not exact. That's kind of what I think. Yeah, the whole life is impossible without God, because then you could go to the question of, well, who created God? And then you'll say, well, God is like, the beginning and the end. So he has no beginning, he has no end, da, da, da. And then it becomes, but then it's like, well, how do you, conceptualize that? Well, we're not meant to conceptualize it because we're not gods, we're mortal, blah, blah, blah. I've run the gambit a little bit, okay? So, reality is a strong illusion. Yeah, probably, actually. I have a feeling our brain is sort of like an antenna, and it's like tuned basically to the reality that we live in, essentially. A fundamental meaning, exactly. I don't think they're all bullshit. I think there's something there to them. There's something. Now, some people believe in, Islam. Some people are Christian. Some people are Jewish, Hindu, what have you, right? But I do think a lot of them are touching on similar things. I think there is something to spirituality, probably. And, yeah. Plus, I've had weird experiences that point to there being something operating here. I don't want to say good or evil, just something. I don't want to put like a moral lens on it necessarily. Although, I do think there are things operating here that have helped me personally save my life at least once. So, yeah, things I can't explain. So, yeah, when it comes to certain evolutions and stuff, it does throw me off as to how so much complexity could arise from random mutation. Yeah, I'm not knowledgeable enough in like biology or evolutionary biology to really speak strongly on this, but it does seem, even with a lot of time, that random mutation would be rather difficult to get the diversity of life that we have on this planet. But people say if you throw enough time at it, it'll work, I guess. So, I suppose. Mm. Yeah, to say there's no other life. Yeah, I don't know why, unless there's something specifically in the Bible or in, religious texts that say man is the only living thing or something along those lines, which that doesn't even make sense because like, what are angels and like demons and stuff like that, right? I mean, or are they not living? But again, like, what is this concept of life that we're talking about? I don't think there being a God necessarily means that man can be the only living, or Earth can be the only place that harbors life in the universe. I don't think that they're mutually exclusive. I think you could have a God that created everything and have life in different parts of the universe. I don't think these are mutually exclusive ideas. Now, you said in Genesis. All right. Look, I'll have to peruse Genesis again. Mangus, hold your tongue. Flute playing squirrels. You've never seen a flute playing squirrel? Let me pull something up. Let me stop. Listen, I've had my experiences. I don't know what if I'd call them ghosts or monsters, but I've had things that are difficult to explain. Don't think they were tricks of the mind or tricks of light. Only thing it makes me sound crazy. I like to think I'm grounded. I like to think I'm reasonable. I try to, have evidences for things and whatnot, and I think a lot about things. But I just have had some experiences that point me to there's something here. I mean, even if you just look at our senses only pick up so much of the world. I mean, how many different spectrums of light are moving through you right now? The Wi-Fi from your phone or from your modem or whatever. There's just so much stuff that is existing all around us that we already can't see. And we have instruments that could utilize these things, right? But what if there's stuff outside of what even our instruments can measure, but they're there, we just don't have the instruments to measure them yet? Maybe we never will. It just makes sense to me. And again, had experiences that just, make me open to the idea. No, it's just the idea. If you're speaking to me when you say it has nothing to do with God or ghosts, I don't know if you're speaking to me about that. But just the idea that there's things there that you can't necessarily perceive. Spiritual attack. I don't know if you're talking to me with the spiritual attack. Oh, you may be talking to the gym, the sleep paralysis demon. I think I've had stuff like that. For me, I've seen a shadow person, caught it on camera. That was really interesting. And again, I think my life was saved one day. I probably should have died. And something seemed to be there and pushing me out of the way of a train, quite literally. So yeah, different wavelengths of light, exactly. Sometimes when we're doing the no sleep stream, where's my no sleep emoji? My brain fails at words, so. Well, shadow people. I mean, I guess you could call them shadow ghosts. I want to say shadow ghost because that just, that colors it a certain way and frames it a certain way. But shadow people. Well, for me, a shadow person. So. Caught it on camera during a Skype call with a friend that was in the hospital. Sent them the video. Didn't think much of it because I was recording myself sending them a video. They called me. I'm like, how'd the operation or whatever? They're like, whoa, stop. What was that thing behind you? Me and my mom have watched this over and over. What was that thing behind you? And I watched the video. I mean, even when I was making the video, I remember I saw it because the camera was facing me and the screen was facing me. And I went, and I turned around because I saw something move behind me. And I just kind of, shrugged my shoulders and shook it off. But after they said, look, we've watched this video over and over again, I looked and it dead ass looks like I'm in the room. Blinds are closed. The lamp is on right here. I'm sitting down with the tablet. I'm recording the video. It looks like there's a shadow on the wall. It looks like somebody stands up. It is a silhouette of a person. Well, a silhouette of a humanoid figure. It looks like somebody stood up and walked across the room. Limbs and everything. I'll never forget it. There was nobody in the room with me. There was nothing moving in the room. I was by myself. Even with the place the lamp was placed and the way the shadow moved, it is impossible. I'll never forget that. I don't know about demons. If I could sign into that Skype account and it still exists, it was on a Surface RT. If you guys know the Microsoft Surface Pro, the Surface RT was like one of the first iterations, or like the cheap version, like 10 or 12 years ago, maybe even longer than that. No, this wasn't a trick. This was recorded and then sent to somebody, not even me thinking of it, and them sitting there watching it, and then me going back and looking at it, and it existed. I mean, it was like a real like thing I was just in a video. I just could not explain. It just blew my mind. It's incredible. It was incredible. Hey, Sir Cross. Humans say we come in peace. We could be scary to other things out there. True. It could be. Everything else could be afraid of us. Maybe nothing else is talking to us. Dark forest hypothesis, sure. Everybody's hiding in a dark forest, you know, afraid to alert the predators of their presence. Knew that was me. Satan would mean for humanity. How do you guys fit in free will to the all-knowing God? Or is it just the illusion of free will? Well, you're crazy. All right, Orange God just came out and said it. There's no free will. So it's just an illusion. Is everything deterministic from like a physical sense, or like a material sense, or is it God's plan? You are an illusion. I might be. I might be. Oh no, a fight in chat. No, we were doing so good, guys. Guys, we were getting along for hours. We got along for hours. Come on now. Oh my gosh, this has escalated very quickly. Censorship can't. That illustrious hair. Yo, by this point of the stream, illustrious is not the word I would use, but I appreciate you. Holy shit. God knew Lucifer was going to give us the forbidden fruit. God knows all. Exactly. That's the problem with it. Even by that logic, even those who disobey his will are following it. Nah, I know, Jib. I'm just messing. It's been very chill. It's been very, very chill. Sometimes when people be talking about, actually, no, most of the time people talk about God here when we get into like the religious conversations, it's actually pretty chill and pretty respectful. I have to say. I think I out of all things, I'd expect there to maybe be more fighting over this issue, but I'd say most people are pretty chill with this. Long hair bros, yes. Long hair bros, no sleep bros, no sleep. What is on the screen? No, it's just me in the chat. Turn on music a bit. No, it's not just my voice here. Turn that down a bit. A little background. A little ambiance. You saw what shouldn't be seen. What are you talking about? Did you read me? Wait, I'm so confused. Sometimes y'all gotta at me if you are talking to me. I can't tell. Oh, the shadow people. Yeah, no. I mean, yeah, shadow person. I don't know how else to explain it. Yeah, the shadow person, yeah. Shadow man, shadow... I just say shadow person, shadow people. But person, because it was only one. I didn't see multiple. And it wasn't just seeing it. Again, the only reason it was such a big deal is I see a shadow behind me in the camera, like on the video, and I turn and I look and I just kind of shake my head and I'm like, whatever. I mean, that was nothing, like trick of the light or something. I must have just whatever. And I send the video out, whatever. They call me and they're like, what was that thing behind you in the video? We've watched it over and over. And then I sat there and watched it and was like, whoa, what was that thing? And again, it just looked like a person that just stood up in my room and walked across the room, except I was the only person in the room. Just weird. Which it's not, like shadow people, I only discovered shadow people like years later, and it dawned on me, it just like hit me like a ton of bricks that's what I call it now. After I discovered that other people have had these experiences. Some people there's something called the Hat Man. If you look it up, that's what some people see. Mine didn't look like that. A lot of people connect it to sleep paralysis type stuff. I wasn't asleep. I was wide awake filming a video. But yeah, shadow people. I mean, shit. We watched a video on it during one of the streams, one of our paranormal streams. So that's the only thing I could liken it to. I mean, it just looked like the silhouette of a person as a shadow on the wall, walking across my room. So I'm not gonna say it was good, it was bad, it was this, it was that. It just was. You know what I mean? It was an experience that I had that I'll never forget. Oh yeah, if your chat doesn't appear in this box up here, then YouTube might be banning it. So it's not me, it's not the moderators. If it doesn't appear in that, YouTube, I mean, I'm still working some things out, but generally if it doesn't appear there, you said something that YouTube didn't like, so you need to rephrase whatever you're saying to please YouTube. But yeah, I'm just saying my experience. It's not to get anybody convinced one way or the other of anything. It's just like I experienced this thing. I can't make heads or tails of it. I can't really tell you what it is, what it was, what it meant. I can't say anything. I can just say I had this experience. It's very, very odd. Other people witnessed it as well. In fact, they're the ones that pointed it out to me. To where I know I'm not crazy, because had they not even pointed it out, I would have just never looks back at the video to even notice it. Yeah. So. Hey, Magus. Appreciate you. Magnus. Take care. Take care. Appreciate you. Appreciate all of y'all. We passed 400 likes, which I think that's the first time I've done that here. So that's really appreciating y'all for that. Yeah, at the end of the day, I'm just asking questions, y'all. And giving my 2 cents and, you know, what I've, you know, experienced and whatnot. I like sharing some of my experiences too, just to see if you guys, you know, if it clicks anything for y'all and y'all are like, wait a second, I've had an experience like that too. And then you guys could, like, you know, give me your 2 cents or give me your experiences or whatever. Oh, 405, beautiful. Oh my gosh, your guys are awesome. Because I would just love, I mean, I don't know. I'll probably never get an answer to that, but yeah. Oh my gosh, dude, Acid Dust, you're always doing too much. Oh my gosh, appreciate you so much for the 10 gifted. Appreciate you, bro. Holding it down, I swear. MVP. Here. We're Acid Dust. Hold up. Where are we at? I'm going to try to get to my soundboard today to make it a little bit more exciting. But there's a splash for you too. I also have seagulls, phone call, crowd awing. I will improve this in time. But appreciate you, Acid Dust. I'm gonna have to take a break. Maybe use the bathroom real quick and whatnot. Yeah, I appreciate you. Acid Dust. Doing the most, I swear. Again, you guys are, a lot of you guys are much more well read on the Bible than I am, for sure, without a doubt. Why would the devil betray God? This is my question. If God is, you know, so perfect, all powerful, and all of this, you think you would just kind of follow along, right? So my question then is, well, why do they explain why the devil, you know, betrayed him? And Airbud. We're gonna have to get like a little Airbud meme for you or something here. I'm looking at my finger caught on the microphone. It's crazy. You're keeping the lights on here, Acid Dust. We're gonna be getting, I think we're gonna do a long Fallout stream today, I think. You said, Astro, most people want hell. The devil wants man to believe in anything but God. Lucifer developed an idea that he can be God. Doesn't Lucifer question God's will, and that's why he was damned? Yeah, I'm asking the question. I'm not sure. Because my whole thing is, if this is an all-powerful being, and let's say the being even created you, for you to look at that being and be like, I'm going to betray you, seems like an odd choice to make. Humans do it all the time. Well, yeah, Cross, you say humans do it all the time. I suppose. But even so, it's like, I mean, we're humans, we're mortals. This is, you know, an all-powerful entity that's creating like everything, right? Essentially creating the rules for the universe, probably, right? That just seems to be at a different level. You said the devil opposes God because he was originally created with free will, but his pride led him to choose rebellion over his creator. Like other angels, he was not created evil, but it was like his choice. We're back to why you do that. I mean, I think it's a pretty good question, right? Well, what? I heard the all-powerful thing. What is the paradox? You know, can God make what is it? An unstoppable force meeting an immovable object? Like, could God make an object that couldn't be moved, but then move the object? Because if he couldn't move the object, then he's not all powerful. But if he couldn't make an object that couldn't be moved, then he's not all powerful. Isn't it like a paradox or something? But then again, maybe this is just too complex for our like mortal minds to wrap our heads around, really. Or we're thinking too literally or something. DJ Technics, perfect match. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? We're gonna put that in the old search bar. I'll add it to my list of things to fall down. Orange God, I don't understand. Maybe that was for somebody else. I don't understand the. Okay, never mind. Because you said the drug dealer wants to sell drugs. Does that mean you must buy the drugs? That must be for somebody else because I don't understand. You said look up love in the Google AI. Okay. What is love? Okay. AI overview. Love is a complex range of strong emotions and behaviors that include deep affection, attraction, and care, but can also involve commitment and passion. It is expressed in many forms, such as a love for a family member, a romantic partner, or even a thing, and can be experienced as a positive emotion bringing joy, or as a source of sadness. At its core, love is a fundamental part of the human experience, fostering connection and relationships. I mean, it goes on and on, but I mean, yeah. Baby, don't hurt me. Oh my gosh. Biblical love is different than human love. No, not AI overview. Hey, I'm just using the tools at at my disposal here. You said it gives a good definition. The devil wants you to be evil. Does that mean you should be evil? The drug dealer is wrong to sell drugs. Satan is wrong to desire us to have hatred. Well, I'm not even going to... I mean, sure. I mean, I could... How do I say this? I could grant you all of that. I'm not going to argue. Like, if I grant all of what you're saying is true, I'm not going to argue with... Like, if I grant your premises, I'm not going to argue against your conclusion. Okay? But that means I already have to assume your premises are true. Does that make sense? Because you said the drug dealer is wrong to sell drugs. Satan is wrong to desire us to have hatred. I mean, sure. I mean, if that's true, then sure. Right? My apologies for the ads. Like I said, later today, we will have no ads. It's crazy because are angels above us in a way? In terms of, if there's a hierarchy and you got God up at the top of the hierarchy, would angels not be next on the hierarchy in some sense? And then humans would come down here somewhere? So it's if that's true, it's crazy to think that an angel made the wrong choice. Yet man is supposed to make the correct choice. Even the angel. Was it the devil, if I'm not mistaken, the right-hand man of God? If I'm not mistaken. And he made the wrong choice? That just seems crazy. You said, no, man is created in God's image. Angels were created to serve God. You said, no, Astra, God loves us more than his angel lapdogs. Hmm. Why would God love us more than his angels? Baby, don't hurt me. I got you, Quantum. Bam. For the coffee refill, guys. Hopefully that's, I mean, that should be right. It should have my little picture. I think it has my little picture on it. Just want to make sure it does. But really, guys, all you have to do to support the stream, if you really like the stream, guys, double tap the screen and hit the subscribe button. Come back here to talk about everything from politics, at this point, religion, paranormal UFO stuff, gaming, really a little bit of everything. Kind of depends on the day. That is really the greatest way to support. Just your guys' presence here is truly a present. And I appreciate you. I appreciate all the likes and shit. Like I said, I think this is the first time I've hit, I think it's the first time I've hit 400 likes on a live stream. So I'm really excited about that. And I'm not gonna lie, I think we're nearing like 250,000 views on this live stream, which is also, I think, kind of a first for me.
Start now.
So I really appreciate the support, y'all.
Save time creating content.
Gets lonely out here by the black hole.
Voice with 11 Labs.
It's nice having y'all hang out with me.
Podcast, voiceovers, and branded content with the #1.
The blackest hole in the universe.
Stop searching for the perfect voice and stop wasting time re-recording take after take.
Get sucked in.
For free and start elevating
all right, y'all.
Content today.
Oh, let me oh my gosh, I'm sorry about the ads. It'll be fixed later. But give me a minute. I will be right back. Let me refill my coffee here. This is no sleep radio at this point. Forget black hole radio. This is no sleep radio. No sleep emojis. Bam.
What are your holiday traditions? Putting up a minimum of 6 trees? Decorating every room with a different theme? Whatever it is, here's one way to make those traditions extra special. Start the season with Etsy. On Etsy, you'll discover original pieces from small shops to help you celebrate your way. Shop Etsy for holiday decor that makes you feel seen. Special starts on Etsy.
Ew. Appreciate you, RX20. Feeling or heating up my coffee at this point. Got it heating up. Also, Quantum, appreciate you for the support. Amazing. Y'all are too sweet, really. But welcome to the Astral Anomalies. Oh my gosh! RX20, you became an anomaly? No, really appreciate that. A special shout out to all of my astral anomalies. Let me pull up the list, guys. All right, let's read through it. All right. Thank you to my astral anomalies. RX20. All right, that's the end of the list. Guys, I appreciate y'all. Nah, seriously though. Y'all are too sweet. Appreciate you. All right, now you're doing too much. Now you're doing too much. But appreciate you. Yeah, Jim, you do like debate. I appreciate your energy.
When too much work bogs you down, Asana helps you handle it. That's because Asana is where humans and AI coordinate work together. AI makes it easy to hand off routine tasks, streamline workflows, and keep everyone focused on the work that matters most. That's how work gets handled. That's Asana. Visit us at asana.com. That's ASANA.com.
Man, I came in heat my coffee up. Yo, Christopher, what are you doing? Appreciate you. What the hell? Bro, y'all are too sweet. Yeah, I was gonna say, Christopher, I thought you were just saying, like, what are you, I'm like, what are you doing over here? I appreciate you. Don't find any more. All right. We gotta hold on to them. But yo, really appreciate you supporting the stream here. Y'all are the best. And if you guys would like to support, remember, just hang out and double tap. Hit the like button, guys. Just hang out. Enjoy the vibe. Get sucked in to the black hole. It's the blackest hole. All right? It's the blackest. the darkest hole in the universe. If I find a blacker hole, I'll move to it. But right now, the old radio station is kind of stuck orbiting this one. Will, yo, appreciate you. Another astral voyager taking off. Applause. Y'all are too much today. A little mid-distant boom. No, making me want to upgrade my damn sound. I'm gonna be adding sounds today. All right. Yo, hey, who said that? Hold up. Where's my chat? Ingvar. That's all I do. I swear. All right. One sec.
Creators, I built these 3 apps.
Architecture and interior design? Find a 3D designer today. Fiverr. Start now.
Save time creating content and generate a high-quality clone of your voice with 11 Labs. Change the way you record podcasts, voiceovers, and branded content with the #1 AI-powered voice-generating technology. Stop searching for the perfect voice and stop wasting time re-recording take after take. Try 11 Labs for free and start elevating your content today.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning. When I say insurance, you say financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Insurance. Financial services. Now when I say Nationwide, you you say is both. Nationwide. Is both. Nationwide. Is both. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
All right, my fault. Jeez. Christopher, I said stop. Stop finding dollars. What are you doing? Nah, I appreciate you, bro. Where are we in the chat? Where are we in the chat? Oh, I'm still on theology. Very good. Wait, you said a morality test on babies? Sorry, I'm like working through the chat. I try to keep up on my phone when I step away, but... Stream is buffering. Y'all are killing me. I don't know how to do that emoji. I did see that, Christopher. The tarantulas. They're like a symbiotic. Is that what it is? Relationships. Can you steel man his position, Jim? Can you give the most charitable representation of the opposing viewpoint? Hey, Christopher, do you think that animals don't have souls? I remember as a kid, I was riding the bus, and there was a lot of Amish, and I went to school until generally 6th to like 8th grade. And I remember I was talking to this Amish boy named Luke, and he told me that animals don't have souls. And I found it so interesting. But I don't know if it's like all Amish believe that, or, you know, I'm sure there's different sects and stuff, but the ones over there did not believe that animals had souls. You said humans are not animals. Animals do not have souls. You've never seen the movie All Dogs Go to Heaven? I have not seen A Dog's Purpose, no.
Most people don't know that you can get a domain from Squarespace, not just a website. But you're not
You can't steel man it.
because now you know you can get a domain from Squarespace. Something like velvetchords.com for your music studio. Or KidCords.
Isn't there some sort of test they did where when somebody passed away, they're not sure the validity to this, but they weighed somebody, and when they passed away, they weighed less. And they think it was sort of like a measurement of the soul, so to speak. I've heard about this, I'm not sure. 0.006. Is that the measurement? The weight of the soul about what you're talking about. Let me see here. Weight of the soul. Experiment. The idea that a soul weighs 21 grams originates, it says, from a flawed 1907 experiment by Dr. Duncan McDougall, which is widely discredited by modern science. McDougall hypothesized that the soul had physical weight and claimed that 1 of 6 dying patients lost about 21 grams at the moment of death. However, his work was criticized. Okay, weight of the soul. I'm going to do 0.006. In case it's a different one. Oh, it's a variation. Okay. 0.006 ounces is a variation of the widely discredited 21 grams. Neither figure is scientifically valid, as the soul is a spiritual concept that cannot be weighed or measured by physical instruments. It does make sense that it wouldn't be able to be, you know, measured by physical instruments. Otherwise, I feel like we would have measured it a long time ago. Wait, really? The sad part about All Dogs Go to Heaven is that the little girl voice actor was killed before the dog Charlie voice actor had the final dialogue before he died. Really? Her dad murdered? What? All Dogs Go to Heaven. Voice actor death. Judith Barcy was an American child actress. She began her career in television, making appearances in commercials and television series Jaws, The Revenge, Ducky, The Land Before Time, All Dogs Go to Heaven, both released after her death. She and her mother Maria were killed in July 1988 in a double murder self-ending committed in their home by her father. Wow. Well, that's tragic. I did not know that. You said watch the short? You sent me a short. Let me see. Wait, is it are you saying of the girl? Like a short of the story? Trying to see the video you were talking about. Yeah, still at it. Yo, Dirty Money, go to the vertical chat or the other stream, and that's where everybody's at. Video. Oh, you sent the baby experiment. Oh, there it is. Did you change your profile picture? I think that's what's throwing me off. I swear you changed your profile picture. Alright, let me copy paste this link. Copy. Paste.
Here's an incredible study by the Infant Cognition Center at Yale University that demonstrates how babies might be able to understand.
Let us see. Where is my media? All right, here we go. All right, let's see what we got. Coming from Christopher here.
Right from wrong. Here's an incredible study by the Infant Cognition Center at Yale University that demonstrates how babies might be able to understand right from wrong as early as 6 months. This experiment starts with a climber puppet whose goal is to reach the top of this hill. It'll attempt to climb the hill twice, but fails both times. On the third attempt, the climber is either bumped up the hill by the helpful character, or it's bumped down the hill by this bad guy, aka the hindering character. Experimenters showed this interaction to infants on an average of 9 times, and at the end of this, they asked the infants to choose a character. Watch what happens next.
We're just gonna have her choose between the puppets now. That one.
100% of the 6-month-olds chose the helper, and 87% of the 10-month-olds. The study in its whole was the first of its kind to show that infants prefer an individual who helps another over one who hinders another, prefer a helping individual over a neutral individual, as well as prefer a neutral individual over a hindering individual. Researchers believe these findings constitute evidence that moral evaluation does not require language or complex reasoning, and may be a fundamental part of human cognition, even in the pre-verbal stages. It also points to the possibility that the roots of morality are present very early in development, potentially because our capacity to evaluate the actions and intentions of other people is essential for our survival. Here's an incredible study by the Infant Cognition
I'm taking this in here.
Center at Yale University that demonstrates how babies might be able to understand right from wrong as early as 6 months. This experiment starts with a climber puppet whose goal is to reach the top of this hill. It'll attempt to climb the hill twice, but fails both times. On the third attempt, the climber is either bumped up the hill by the helpful character, or it's bumped down the hill by this bad guy.
Interesting.
AKA the hindering character. Experimenters showed this interaction to infants on an average of 9 times, and at the end of this, they asked the infants to choose a character. Watch what happens next.
We're just gonna have her choose between the puppets now. That one.
100% of the 6-month-olds chose the helper, and 87% of the 10-month-olds. The study in its whole was the first of its kind to show that infants prefer an individual who helps another over one who hinders another, prefer a helping individual over a
So basically, babies start off good, but maybe over time or like life makes them bad. So what you're saying is they start off morally good. Yeah, the control is a bit, I mean, I would have to, like, the methodology and all that, but taking it, like, at face value here, it's an interesting study. And it's, can babies tell right from wrong? But it's claiming that, okay. You said at least 4 months old, plenty of interaction and conditioning. Would love to see the the deprived of interaction babies. Ah. No way you'd find a baby from the streets, though. Oh, RX20, RX. Oh, when's the Fallout stream? Or are we getting to it? I think we should probably be firing it up soon here. Not that hard, sadly. Oh my gosh.
Neutral individual, as well as prefer a neutral individual over a hindering individual. Researchers believe these findings constitute evidence that moral evaluation does not require language or complex reasoning and may be a fundamental part of human cognition, even in the preverbal stages. It also points to the possibility that the roots of morality are present very early in development, potentially because our capacity to evaluate the actions and intentions.
Did they do the test over the same?
It's a possibility that the root 6-month-olds.
I'm curious if it'd be cool to do the test for the baby at 6 months and then at 10 months. If it's like the same babies. I'm not sure if it's the same ones. But you can find them. They did it 9 or 10 times, they said. Then again, again at 10 months. Okay, gotcha. I thought it was like they did it 9 or 10 times with one set, like of 6-month-olds, and then they did it with 10-month-olds. Okay. I guess I'd be curious to see if they did it again with them at like 12 or 14 months and then again at 20 months and see how it changes. Because right now, I mean, it says it was, it went up a bit. It was like 100% for the 6-month-olds. Then it was like 85% or so for the 10-month-olds. I'm curious if it continues as a trend and as they get older, it evens out maybe. That'd be interesting. 100% at 6 months chose good. 85% at 10 months. What do you take away from that? All right, RX20. You'll have to catch the Fallout stream later then. I probably should catch a nap between because Fallout takes a lot out of me. But really appreciate you, RX20. Very good. Get some sleep. Rest. Recuperate. Babies might be good people. I don't know. Well, I don't know if it's color identification, because that's the thing is it's like, well, why are they choosing it? I mean, what they said is there was, one character trying to work its way up a hill but struggling. There was another character that helped it, and there was a character that hindered it. And the babies would choose the helping character 100% of the time at 6 months, 85% of the time at 10 months, and they were more likely to pick the helper or the neutral and least likely to pick the hinderer. Now, yeah, I would assume they would have to switch around the colors, I would think, right? So that maybe make the helpful one color, during some of the experiments, make it a different color during some of the experiments, and like so forth. Yeah, it is a brighter color, or like prettier color over gray. But they seem to have good morality. I mean, I would hope so. That'd be really, it would be kind of scary results if they always chose the hinder, or if it like, if the results were reversed, that would be a little concerning, right? And it's like, well, what does that mean? What can we take away from that?
What if you can create your own?
You said little passport bros. What? Stop. Why do you got to do this to them? Yeah, a much larger sample size with different variables. Yeah. But starting out, I mean, that is, it's interesting. Little passport bros, you're crazy, dude. If you find more experiments on that, I mean, experiments, again, yeah, like on babies, it's interesting because they have little, I guess, world experience to color their actions. Because as you get older, you might think, well, I should pick the helpful one, or you could have like, reasoning kind of, or different, yeah, like different reasonings kind of come into play. But the idea is like you're testing a blank, like with the babies, you're testing a blank slate, more or less. Or as blank of a slate as, you possibly could get. They could have been shot collaring, making them choose correctly, or good editing. True. I can't lie, the free Kaya, the dog memes, I can't believe it's gone on as long as it has with the whole dog situation. Like, I knew it was going to be a bit of a big deal for at least, a little bit, because people really care about dogs. In fact, I was looking this up, and I was surprised and not surprised how many dogs in the US. There are 89.7 million dogs in the US in 2024. Ownership, approximately 65 million Americans households own a dog. Average per household, the average number of dogs per pet owning household is 1.5. The number of pet dogs has grown significantly since 1996, when the population was an estimated 52.9 million. So, basically, yeah, hurting an animal, especially a dog, is going to ruffle the feathers of a lot of people. Wait, he admitted when they catch you, deny. Well, the thing is it's like, we got his story, He says he didn't shock the dog. That's his story. There's a lot of clips out there that, for me, it paints a different picture. Looks like there's something going on there. But what are you talking about? Did he admit it? The rule of shock collars, you shock them at first, but also with a vibration or sound. After they're trained, you only use vibrations or beep sounds. For me, it's not even really the electric collar part of it that is the concerning aspect. It's the fact that when you watch the video, at least from, my perspective, all the dog did was stand up, step off of the bed. It looks like, Hassan went and said something to the dog to sort of like let it know, like, hey, get back on the bed. Like, what are you doing? It appeared to me that the dog was going to get back on the bed. And then, you know, Hassan's arm moves and, you know, suspicious manner. The dog yelps and jumps, you know, into place and lays down. Doesn't lick itself or, you know, act as though its paw was hurting or anything along those lines. And then it's not just that clip, it's all of the other clips that have come out that are sort of building this narrative and sort of making it like every time, like there's more clips where he reaches over to the same spot on the desk and the dog appears to maybe jump or jolt or move quickly to its space, you know, on the bed. Yeah, used to train. For me though, I've had dogs, house dogs and everything. And I mean, maybe it's personal preference, but they've always been allowed to roam. And then, you know, sometimes, you know, the dog gets annoying, you know, it's being too much. Maybe you know, you put it outside the room or something or, you know, whatever, even though I don't even think we've really ever had to do that. But to make a dog lay in one spot and then it moves out of that spot just a little bit and then you force it back in the spot, whether you're using a shock collar or not, it's just, it comes off, you know, kind of messed up. Can't believe a word he says now once a liar. The history tends to repeat. Yeah. It's like, I didn't want to put it on him though, you know. I was like, hey, his story is he didn't. But the story kept kind of seeming to change. And again, it's all of the added context where people went digging through his VODs. And I mean, it just, all of the other evidences that people are pulling up just don't paint a really good picture for him. And he probably would have been better off. Let's just say he did it, right? He would have probably been better off coming out and just being honest about it. And then maybe trying to be apologetic and come from like a, oh, I'm learning, I didn't realize, you know, maybe coming from that perspective. But once he said he didn't do it, he kind of had to keep saying he didn't do it. And, you know, that was a problem. But most people's problems, I think, is the fact that he seemed to get upset or seemed to be so bothered from the dog simply moving from its space, which is pretty normal for a dog to do. I mean, Mr. Muscles, at this point, I mean, we're winding down. We covered some of the news with Trump. We covered some peripheral memes and subjects. We talked about UFOs and UAPs. Talked about God and, you know, free will and whatnot, and the devil. And whether or not the soul exists. Whether or not babies have a moral compass. And now we are talking about the Hassan dog situation. So we've kind of run through a lot of things. I'm Muslim. Am I welcome here? Everybody's welcome here. We don't discriminate based on, you know, religion, sex, you know, all the stuff, right? We don't really discriminate like that. It's like, just don't spam, you know, don't break the YouTube rules. It's actually really pretty simple. Of course, Mr. Muscles. Yeah, we have a very diverse, you know, people here, so. Now, I'm not gonna lie, sometimes it could be unhinged depending on what we're covering. So, it could get kind of crazy in chat. You came during a very, very chill time. But for the most part, I mean, it really is chill. Everybody gets along. But during the politics and the news, you know, people, you know, bump heads with each other and roll around in the mud. But at the end of the day, we all come together. And we talk about Hassan's dog. So, it's all good. I respect Christian, but I don't like... Shoosh. Well... I'm contemplating how to unpack this, Mr. Muscles. I'm contemplating if I have the energy to unpack this right now. I mean, you're still welcome, sure. I mean, you're still welcome, of course. But I mean, simply put, I mean, he just said, I appreciate the honesty. I really do. I guess, why don't you like Jews? I didn't necessarily do anything bad. I'm gonna be honest, when it comes to comments about the Jews, your comment was, I would say, pretty tepid or pretty moderate, you know, as it kind of goes on the internet, especially as of late. There's been a lot of what some would call anti-Semitism on the internet. I've noticed much more of it in the last 6 months to a year than I normally notice on the internet. Oh my God, Will. But yeah, I mean, I guess the question is, like, why? You know, this is a very steep, slippery slope. We were doing so good too. He's like, you know, because I thought he meant I don't like Christians. Or he said, I respect Christians, but I don't like them. That's what I thought, you know, he was going with. And I'm like, okay, you know, I could kind of get what you're saying. You know, you respect it, but it's not your cup of tea. I did not expect Jews to be the end of that that sentence there. Like, it had me in the first half. I'm not gonna lie, I'm interested now. I mean, I am interested. Because it's hard to believe you don't like all of them, right? I mean, it's a lot of people. So some of them must be cool, you know what I mean? Like, some of them you probably get along with. Like, if they didn't even tell you they were Jewish and you guys were just kicking it, hanging out, chit-chatting, you guys would probably get along. I do want to see how far it goes as well. Is this because of, you know, ancient history? Is this because of, you know, more recent history? Is this from personal experience? Mr. Muscles, I really hope you don't leave us hanging now. I feel like you can't come in and just drop that and then, you know, not expand upon it. The popcorn's ready. I met some of them online. They are nice, but don't talk politics with them. Okay, there we go. So we're getting somewhere. So they're nice. They're nice. But don't talk politics with them. Well, that, you know, you could say that about pretty much every group of people. Honestly, this is very tame. This is very tame. So you don't agree with a lot of their political ideas. Now, I don't really treat large groups as a monolith. That is, I don't think that they all, like, large groups, all the people in that group think the same. I don't believe that. So I guess the question is, what politics in particular have you butted heads, you know, butted heads with them over? I'm assuming it has to do with Israel, Palestine, but I'm ready to be surprised if it's not. Try to thread this needle here carefully. Sorry, y'all. I threw some eggs on the stove. I'm starving. Now they're cooked. Now we're good. Okay. I knew I was gonna need some calories for this one. Okay. So Mr. Muscles, where are we at here? Oh, and I wanted to say, Mr. Muscles, if your only experience with a group of people is on the internet, I would take that experience with a grain of salt. Because the internet is a weird place. Some people might be just pretending to be that group. But regardless, yes, protein. I got some eggs, threw some onions in it, some ham. I am starved. I didn't realize I haven't eaten in a while. I tend to forget to eat. But let's see where we're at here. There's a difference between Jews and Zionists. Well, sure. Okay, so this is where we're going. Okay. So do you have an issue with Jews or Zionists? I don't like radical Muslims, but you seem kind of cool so far. I respect everyone mostly. Yeah, right? Thank you, Christopher. I was radical, then I dropped it. Oh, interesting. God is good, brother. I dislike the ones that walk into places of worship and go boom. Yeah, that's one way to put it. No, we don't do that, only in the battlefield. The bush will tell you, the rock will proclaim, there's a Jew here. Is that your belief? Where do you go? The worst thing that happened to the world in recent decades is social media. Yeah, maybe. I would just take, anybody on the internet, you gotta kind of take with a grain of salt. I wouldn't paint with a broad brush from your experiences on the internet. You know, I've met some Jews in real life. I've met a lot of different people in real life. I can't say, you know, most groups aren't too much more or less annoying than any other group of people. It really depends on the individual, I think. I've met very reasonable Muslims, very nice people, very kind and I would say loving people. Met some nice Jewish people. Christians, I mean, kind of surrounded by them. They could be pretty nice. So your issue, I'm assuming, is with the state of Israel existing. That is what I'm going to go ahead and assume your issue is. Bro, okay, so your issue is the state of Israel. Okay. I mean, to be fair though, you did start this by saying Jews, and then you're making the distinction between Jews and Zionists. So are you sure it's just the state of Israel? Are you coming from like an predominantly Islamic nation? Because I'm trying to get your view here. You said, yeah, dude, I'm confused. They are sneaky. Interesting. Well, how are they sneaky? Speaking of Jews. Sebastian, the fuck is wrong with you? Welcome. Holy crap. Guys, the stream is taking a turn I was not anticipating. Oh, I'm speaking of good movie. Oh my gosh. Steven Spielberg is making another UFO movie that comes out next year. I'm kind of excited. Oh shit. I'm looking forward to it too then. You had me at UFO. Oh my gosh. I guess this is the hot take hour. That's what we need. We need a hot take hour. I think that's what we're gonna, yeah, we're making a segment called Hot Takes. That way we could just, you know, point out the elephants in the room, so to speak, and unpack them. Hope you're having a good morning, Sebastian. I know we didn't get up to gaming. We've been doing a lot here on stream. As you can see. I sat up in bed immediately about the Jew thing, and now I'm smoking cigarettes back to back. I'm not gonna lie, it did put a little jolt in my body there, because it was just so, like, it was whiplash. It was whiplash. You're breadcrumbing us, Mr. Muscles. I think we've covered black fatigue once, like a month or two ago. I keep seeing it popping up on my feed. People keep making videos about it. I like to think of it as not so much black fatigue as it is probably just like ghetto fatigue. Maybe entitlement fatigue. Yeah, something along those lines. I think everybody's just fatigued in general. Be careful, they were closed the last year. I'm not too worried. I'm not too worried. I wouldn't stress about them too much myself. But then again, I don't know what part of the world you're coming from, so. I'm also... Elaborate, please. Oh my god. Well, yeah, you guys can continue to elaborate, but if you struggle to, I'm curious what you meant, Mr. Muscles, by you used to be radical. I'm curious what you meant by that, if you don't mind expanding on it. I'm fatigued quite a bit about a lot of things. I try not to put it on like humongous groups of people. I'm assuming there's idiots in every group. It's really just the idiots in every group. That's the problem. He said, where is the cord? Would you like me to share? So you could share with the rest of the class? Wait, are you saying in the Discord? I don't know what, dude. Now that we've touched on this subject, everybody's gonna get excited and be like, oh, actually, I have some links to show you. Oh, we're talking about Jews. It's like, oh, hold on, guy. I've already got a bunch of stuff on Israel that people want me to go over about, I'm assuming Israel being evil. And I said I was not doing that this stream because I did not have the energy for it. But please, yeah, no, send me your links. Wow. Mr. Muscles. No, I understand, Sebastian. I understand. Holy shit. I'm not gonna... Is this really a conversation we need 1,000 people to be privy to? In real time? The Hangout tab? Alright. Oh, Lord, Mr. Muscles. I don't know how much of this is a meme, but I'm really feeling like this isn't a meme. So, I'm just going to keep asking questions, and you feel free to keep answering. So, you said you used to be radical. I asked you how you are radical. You said you've been supporting ISIS. Now, I guess my question would be, are you still supporting them? Or is that like, that's your past? That was when you were radical. Now you're not radical. Now you're not really in support of them. No, I kind of believe you're dead serious. That's the thing. I don't want you to dox yourself necessarily. I am curious. Like, are you like coming from the Middle East here? Like, I'm curious. What continent are you coming from at the very least? Yeah, Mr. Muscles, I would, yeah, that's an interesting way to put it. They're gone, so you have to stop doing that. That would imply that if they weren't gone, that you would still be doing it. Algeria, okay. Interesting. Interesting. I'm trying to think. I think I knew some Algerians, actually. Oh, no. Well, no. Was he Algerian? What was his name? Oh, what was his freaking name? There was Latif, but no, he wasn't. I think he was Algerian. Who am I thinking of? Oh, I can't think of his name. Bro, he's straight Eurotrash, just trolling. You think so? I'm not gonna lie, he's kind of got me. I'm like hook, line, and sinker here. If he's trolling, he's actually really freaking good at trolling. Picture the brother in the 51st dates. Mr. Muscles, I think there's like a TV show, like a cartoon. Is it Mordecai and Rigby? The regular show. Yeah, I know. I want to hear this too. Okay, I guess, okay, let me say. Why were you in support of ISIS? Oh, muscle man. Okay, yeah, true. They have no natural ports along the coastline. That's kind of weird. Because you want an Islamic country. Okay. Okay. So what is your issue? Oh, wow, you already are beating me to it. I don't want hoes around and gay people. Well, that was actually my next question is, why do you want an Islamic country, or what is wrong with a non-majority Islamic country? We're not even getting that far. Will, you're jumping ahead here. I'm assuming Mr. Muscles doesn't want to move to another country. I'm assuming Mr. Muscles wants the country they're in to be an Islamic state. Because there are places in the world, Mr. Muscles, where I think your dream already exists. Sebastian, I think we both know. Why? Sebastian, why? Don't do this. Well, I'm confused though. What's wrong with the West, Mr. Muscles? I mean, you're hanging out here. You're chit-chatting with us. A lot of us would be, you know, considered from the West. Well, I mean, we seem pretty reasonable, right? I mean, we're sitting here, we're chit-chatting, right? AIDS. You know, I hear what you're saying. Everywhere in your countries. Wait, hold up. Stop. Do you think AIDS is like a a rampant disease in let's say the United States? I'm gonna talk a little bit out of my ass here and say it's not. Although if you have like some stats, I mean, we could talk about it. I just don't think AIDS is like a big deal here. Plus they have medication for it now. But regardless, I don't know if it's as widespread a phenomena. You might have the wrong idea. You might have the wrong idea of Western countries. You know, Christopher, that's actually a funny point because, yeah, a lot of people do point towards Africa for that one. But that's why this is so interesting, like getting this different perspective. To me, is just fascinating. It's kind of funny when different people are pointing the finger at each other, like saying the same thing, like, ah, you guys have AIDS. And the other side is like, no, you guys have AIDS. You know, we definitely do. Yes, I know. It's just fucked up. I mean, AIDS is kind of... Oh, shit. Here we go. Mr. Muscles. You guys have sex without marriage and black people spreading it. But how is that a Western issue? I'm pretty sure Africa has some black people, and like, I'm pretty sure. Last time I checked, I could be wrong. I haven't looked at the demographics recently. It could have changed. It's more of a mosquito joke. You said it's just fucked up. You know, Mr. Muscles, I was expecting some stronger points. Might mean the mental AIDS. Ah. At no point in this conversation did I think you were black, but I do appreciate you for clarifying. Could have fooled me more. You stupid. Again, I don't think, yeah, I think you just have a warped view of the West. Now, granted, do we have, you know, things that you might not agree with, such as something called LGBT, you know, gay people, bi people, lesbian people, trans people. The list goes on. I don't need to sit here and name every, you know, thing. But, you know, something tells me you don't like that. You don't like Trump, too. He's a hypocrite. I do feel like we can... Oh, my God, Sebastian. I do feel like we could sink our teeth into that one. I feel like I've already pretty much figured your views out with the LGBTQ stuff. Trust Trump, don't like you either. But why don't you like Trump? You said he's a hypocrite. But how is he a hypocrite? Plus, yes, all the pluses. He's a Jew. Is he? I have never seen him wear the famous hat. Not to say that that's, you know, the only indication of such. But I guess you mean, you know, his relationship with Netanyahu, United States' relationship with Israel. I'm assuming that's kind of what you're getting at. I'm open-minded, but not to gay culture. As long as people aren't trying to kiss me or touch on me, I'm pretty fine with it. I don't really, it's like, you're over there doing your business in your bedroom. I don't care, personally. I mean, I'm not gonna kick in the door and be like, whoa, get that dick out your mouth. That's just not my lane. Yes, I mean, I've talked about this. Like, oh my gosh. Are we doing LGBTQ right now? How did we get here? I do think that the LGBTQ situation could be broken up into different categories to make more sense. For example, lesbian, gay, and bi would probably be its own category due to sexuality, it being a sexuality type thing. Trans and non-binary falls into like a gender sort of a thing, so that would probably be its own. Everything else, I don't even know. Like the asexual, that's a measurement of libido, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. So that could be its own thing. Really putting them all under the same umbrella does seem a little counterintuitive. And in some ways I get it. But when you really sit back and think about it, I don't know if they really all belong in the same category. But I guess it's under the umbrella of non-traditional. So I guess that's kind of how they fit together under the umbrella. But stop it. LGHHTV. Oh man. Why is Trump helping Israel then? That's a good question. I think it's more of a strategy situation. We have bases all over the world. We have soft power. We have hard power. We kind of like having our fingers in like everything. So I imagine there's some sort of strategic advantage to having Israel, probably some sort of strategic advantage to having Ukraine, some sort of strategic advantage to backing Taiwan. Yeah. I wouldn't say that, if Trump says he's going to defend Taiwan, that he's Taiwanese, or that if, he's funding or giving supplies to Ukraine, that he's Ukrainian or Slavic. So I don't know what you mean by highest. When you start with the gender thing, it's like, I feel this way, so if I identify with that, with what I feel like, I guess I could be a cat, so there better be a litter box in the restrooms. My lord. Wasn't there a situation, oh my gosh, I don't know if this is a meme, it's probably some fake news, but like in schools, or maybe not schools, maybe it was just one school, it's probably just like one instance of this, but I still can't believe it. But that a teacher did put a litter box in their class because a kid identified as a cat. I can't imagine that's true. Somebody saying they're a cat, I could believe that. I mean, just look at furries. But for a teacher to go as far as to put a litter box in a class just doesn't make sense to me. Israel is sacred to Christians. Our country was built on it. Jerusalem is very important to us, just like it is to the Muslims, says Christopher. Okay. I like to think of things as just like strategy, military strategy, diplomacy. That's how I think most stuff at like the higher levels is operating. Will is trying to keep us on track. It's very interesting. Yeah, listen, Mr. Muscles, if your comment doesn't show up on the screen on the channel, that means that YouTube did not like your comment. So you're gonna have to find a way to phrase your comment in a way that doesn't make YouTube feel uncomfortable. That, or maybe the advertisers. There's probably a specific word in your comment somewhere that is setting off the sensors. Oh, I'm actually thinking that's a good idea, acid dust. You said it was a hoax. Okay, Cherry Bomb, welcome. To make fun of the idea of furries. Okay. I didn't believe it. I didn't believe it because it's too far out there. It's too far. Acid is sick of this shit. I think so. Well, Mr. Muscles, I mean, I feel like we've kind of gotten your worldview a bit. You're Muslim. You want an Islamic State. You don't vibe with certain things like AIDS. I don't think a lot of people like AIDS, to be honest with you. LGBTQ, that's a more complicated issue to dive into, but it's something you don't agree with. So, you know, simply put, I mean, I get that. There's a lot of people that don't agree with it. I support Israel, but the politics are a different story. They have infiltrated our government, I agree, but the land of Israel is still sacred ground. I feel like there's really no good way to approach the Jewish question. And, you know, from like an objective standpoint, that isn't going to somehow just explode in my face. I'm vehemently against AIDS. Well, there you go. See, Acid Dust, you and Mr. Muscles have something in common. In fact, we all might be on the same page, and we all in this chat might be against AIDS. If I ran a poll, honestly, if I ran a poll on AIDS, there'd be somebody that says they're for AIDS. But for the most part, I think it's like a 99% issue. Vehemently. That just kills me. I don't have an issue being united. I just don't endorse mental health issues. Matthew says, man, Israel's gay. Exactly, Nunya. There we go. I'm for. Okay, Nunya is the one person here that's for AIDS. Okay, outside of Nunya, you really ain't gotta worry about it. Oh, I'm sorry. Never mind. Like, scratch that. My brain was doing too much right there. Or actually, it wasn't doing enough. They're for AIDS in the sense of assistance. They're not for AIDS in the sense of the disease. No, people have AIDS in the sense of assistance. You said it's curable? It can be put into remission so well now that it's possible. You know, I've heard that if you keep taking the medications or whatever, that you won't be infectious, or you won't be able to pass it on. Is that the word? Or, yeah, you won't be able to pass it on. Is it infectious? No. It's not transmittable. You said the Second Amendment? Some herpes are curable. Oh, wow. So we're going to be able to cure all of that stuff. You know, you just pop a pill. And then once we get rid of it out of the population, maybe it'll just completely disappear and we won't have to worry about it anymore. So really, your issue with AIDS is it's a dying issue. It's an issue that is disappearing, I think. Now, herpes aren't cold sores like a type of herpes? Yes, I've heard the monkey memes. I am curious, like, where did it come from? Like, I don't know. Shake my head. Get it out of your system, guys. Get it out of your system. y'all are too much here. We did so good. YouTube, the algorithm blessed me today. And something tells me when I fire up the next stream, YouTube is not gonna be blessing me. You know, Mr. Muscles, that is something I know little to nothing about. Russia versus Ukraine. Oh, okay, yeah. Sorry, I was thinking something else. I'm not even gonna try to guess where you fall on this side. So, who are you for, Russia or Ukraine, Mr. Muscles? Now that my whole channel is going to be shadow banned. And I'm just kidding. But yeah, who are you for? Russia or Ukraine? Russia. Okay, I don't know how I was yeah, okay. Why are you on Russia's side? I'm not even judging. I'm just curious. You either really like Russia or you really dislike Ukraine. Or there's some other reasoning that I'm just not factoring in. Because NATO trying to take over more lands. Oh, okay. I mean, yeah, that makes sense. I mean, that's a pretty reasonable take. So you don't like NATO, which kind of makes sense, you know. From your worldview, it kind of makes sense. The Russians trying to protect themselves. But let's just say the Russians did. Let's just say the Russians were able to take over Ukraine. Wouldn't they be bordering NATO at that point? It's like, whether or not Ukraine joins NATO, if they take Ukraine, they're bordering NATO. If Ukraine joins NATO, they're bordering NATO. So, isn't it kind of, either way they go, they're kind of screwed? Acid Dust is really trying to right the ship here. NATO already borders Russia. Well, yeah, but I mean, I guess more so. I mean, boxing them in, so to speak. At least Moscow is far now. I mean, I guess it depends how you measure that. I mean, ballistic missiles, I mean, I don't think that distance makes much of a difference, really. But I don't like NATO either, but I'm rather have NATO defending me over Putin being unchecked in Europe. UNGOC, welcome, welcome, welcome. So UNGOC, you don't trust Putin, from the sounds of it. The US borders Russia. Finland has pissed them off. He said Putin is just stupid, J-Red. How long has Putin been in power? Oh, Sweden and Finland crushed their Baltic Sea access. My question is, what is the end point? I didn't anticipate the war to go on this long. I figured once he kind of secured the Donbass region, like that eastern region of Ukraine, I thought he was just going to try to call it. But then you have Zelensky saying they don't want to lose any land, which just seems unreasonable. Well, it doesn't seem unreasonable in the sense of course, if you're the leader of a country, like let's say somebody attacked the United States and they captured Florida. It's kind of like our president said, you know, being okay with losing Florida. Obviously, we're not going to be okay with losing Florida. Florida is, we can't lose Florida. Okay, we just can't do it. Plus, if we lose a state, then we got to change the flag to 49 stars. It's just not going to work. It's really just too much. So I understand where Zelensky's coming from in the sense of, oh, we're not going to give up any land. At the same time, you kind of have to be able to take the land back and stand on it in order to, like, you know, have any claim to it. So, yeah. Imagine Putin trying to invade Alaska. Ah, we got a Swede. Welcome, 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 welcome. Of course, I don't trust Putin. Okay, interesting. We got to get some Swedish perspectives in here. I love this. So we've got some Algerian perspective. We got some Swedish perspective. I'm liking this. We got some American perspectives. I don't know too much about the Putin issue, but I don't think he's going unchecked on willy-nilly doing whatever. Well, not at this point. Will said, but we could hold our land. Are you saying, yeah, the United States? Yeah, I don't think the United States is a smart country to try to invade. It just seems like it would be very costly. It would be very expensive, just like in pure resources and capital, let alone actually trying to capture anything just seems like it would probably be impossible. A blockade of Russia now is a very realistic, and Putin knows it. Geography is not in their favor. No, I know what you meant, Mr. Muscles. No one is coming over here. We have oceans to protect us. Algeria can't do nothing. Yeah, no, I don't think there's, like, it just doesn't make sense for a country to attack us directly. It just doesn't make sense. I mean, I can think of ways, but even it just doesn't make sense. Is from within, exactly. Like if I was trying to destroy America from the outside, I would be trying to do it from the inside. So, yeah, I don't think a hot war to invade the United States, it's just too costly. It's just too much resources. The Swedish perspective. We don't hate Russia, but we also don't trust them. It's more of a, we will respect you, but we won't allow you to get away with this stuff. So is this a Russia thing, or is this more of a Putin thing? Like, let's say Putin steps down, you know, another leader comes in. I guess it'll take generations or, you know, maybe decades or what have you to maybe build that trust with Russia. But is it mostly like a Putin thing, you think? You can't trust us in America. You probably shouldn't trust anybody, really, to be fair. I mean, we're being 100% right now. I wouldn't trust anybody. What's the Swedish perspective? I mean, I'm not asking you to be the ambassador of Sweden. I'm not expecting you to speak for all of Sweden. But so I guess what is your perspective as a Swede on President Trump, just out of curiosity? You said actually mostly from the old times with the USSR, but yeah, Putin. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah. No, I know you're being real. I thought about it for a second. I was like, yeah, you probably should just not trust anybody. Or at least just understand the interests of each party at play. That's this, you know, at least it puts you in a safer position because you could begin to predict what people are going to do. You need to understand the incentives. That's a good question. Let us ask UNGOC. Are there Swedish troops in Ukraine? You love their furniture. I mean, sure, most of Sweden dislikes him, especially after the Greenland situation, but in general, we like USA and the American people. Okay, very nice. Now, the Greenland situation, are you talking about him, talking about buying Greenland? Is that what you were talking about? Why would you? All people go for what's best for them. Yeah. No Swedish troops, but Swedish equipment. Okay. But do you have oil? Do you have oil, natural gas, I don't know, platinum, lithium, cobalt, really just no reason in particular. Threatening to invade? What? Did we threaten to invade? Wait, did Trump threaten to invade Greenland? Who invades? What? Why would we invade Greenland? It doesn't make sense. I mean, I can see him saying some shit, so I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Obviously, you know, Trump does say some shit sometimes. You have a ton of iron, but that's about it. Don't y'all have cheese or something? You guys got something over there. You're holding out on us. What do you got over there? Again, we're just curious. We're just doing an audit here. He said we won't roll out military force. Well, saying he won't use military force seems like it's not a threat. right? I mean, he did talk about buying Greenland. They have all our money. Swedish banks. So you got banks over there. Dude, that Canada situation was great. I'm sorry, the 51st state. I know some of y'all Canadians in chat don't like me joking about it, but I'm just saying, you know, I think Canada obviously would probably have to split it into multiple states, but, you know, becoming a part of America wouldn't be the end of the world. I think that we would all get along, you know? Meatballs, IKEA, climate laws. I don't know. We don't have too much. All right, let me Google this. You're holding out on us. What is Sweden known for? All right. Sweden is known for its innovative design, social welfare system, and commitment to... Okay, what the hell are you talking about? Sustainability and recycling. No. Oh, I'm sorry. What valuable resources does Sweden have? Damn, you were right. Iron ore, timber, and hydropower. It's a major producer of iron ore and other base metals like copper, lead, and zinc. Okay. It also has significant deposits of rare earth metals such as lithium. You were holding out. Well, let's talk about this lithium. Let me stop. Why are you holding out on us? Sure, you didn't. Okay. I'm just messing. He's like, what do you have over there? You're like, socialism. Two steps away from... Wait, look at the diversity of Sweden. Okay. Let's do some deep dive in here, some investigations. Sweden demographics. What do we got here? Sweden's population is predominantly of ethnic Swedish origin, making up about 80% of the total. A significant portion of the remaining population includes various immigrant groups, with the largest minority groups being Syrian, Iraqi, and Finnish. The population also includes the indigenous Sami people in the northern part of the country. If I said that wrong, my apologies. Okay. So it's 80%, 79.6% Swedish. I mean, I don't know. That seems like, you know, pretty regular, right? You said Elon wants lithium, but it's cheaper to mine in Africa. Yeah, but you gotta know where the other deposits are, just in case, you know, things start running low. You know what I mean? You said Canada's lived in the illusion they're not a part of the crown, but they still are. Is that right? You can have Lithuania. No blacks in Sweden. Interesting. Yeah, it did not seem to... I mean, well, yeah, I mean, it didn't really specify. I mean, it doesn't seem like there's a large makeup there. You said we got a bit of everyone. Some Goss. 80%. I was thinking Estonia demographics. Ah, I see. Gloss. Oh, gloss to 80%. We allow many immigrants in due to our beliefs in human rights. So a lot of brown people, LOL, and a higher number of whites. The moon has lithium for your information. That's part of the space mission. No, that and gold. There's huge gold deposits. I didn't know about the lithium. There's Is it helium-3? There's a bunch of stuff. The moon is very, very rich. That's why we're building bases up there. China's building bases up there. Everybody's building bases up there now. I mean, they mentioned this like 5 years ago, 7 years ago. They're supposed to start building bases in the next few years. Last time I looked it up. You said actually quite a bit of black people in Sweden. Well, look at that. You learn something new every day. China and Taiwan. I mean, what do you want to talk about China and Taiwan for? It's the same country. Like, what's the difference? I'm just kidding, guys. Calm down. Or am I? I don't know. I don't know. The official stance is kind of murky. Depends who you ask and when you ask them and who's in the room. Will, always try to circle back. We call Canada our hat. Yeah, what about China and Taiwan? Actually, no, there isn't. Shout out to Sweden for being humanitarian legends. Hey, AJ, welcome, welcome. Fun fact, during Vietnam War, Sweden gave American draft dodgers citizenship. Really? So a bunch of people ran off to Sweden to escape the war, and you guys gave them citizenship. Very nice, I think. I mean, that's nice, I suppose. So they're still part of the crowd. I'm gonna have to do some research. Will, I cannot with you. We have somehow gotten off of the subject. Somehow Taiwan, China feels less divisive than the last subject. Wait, does it not want me to say Mayo Monk? What the fuck? What do you mean? Did it block you? America should not interfere in China. Do we interfere in China? So in Australia, the crown is crumbling. They all want to jump ship. Cat, are we better off with joining us? I say, guys, this is my hot take. Canada, Mexico, we just combine everything together, okay? We call it North America. Or we just call it America. Right? And then eventually South America joins. And then it's just called America. I think it's a good idea. China kind of goaded for the way they threatened the US with nuclear war. When did they do that? I don't really think they're about it. Because it's just, it's kind of mutual insured destruction, and I don't know, I feel like our economies kind of rely on each other, or at least are, deeply tied to each other. It just seems like it'd be shooting yourself in the foot, kind of. We also sent medical aids to North Vietnam and medical personnel to teach them better. Oh, nice. So you guys are out here. Okay, I see you. They'll figure it out in 20 years. China is a sleeping giant, to be quite frank. I guess it's just hard for me. Like, I could see maybe slick ways that China and America could fight each other, through cyber warfare or trade or, something along those lines. I just can't imagine a hot war popping off. I'm really surprised, if China was interested in taking Taiwan by force, I really thought they were going to use the Ukraine situation, while we're kind of distracted over there to kind of mount that attack. I'm with you. America interferes everywhere, bro. We just got a few CIA branch here in New Zealand. Really? Okay, so we got New Zealand up in here. Australia, New Zealand, Sweden, Algeria. I'm loving it. You're not happy about having the CIA branch there? I'm pretty sure it's just to keep you guys safe. You know what I mean? Christopher, we need a fence. China outnumbers us so fucking bad. Only difference between us is we have at home artillery. China doesn't have that. Well, I don't know. There's a conspiracy out there that China does not have a lot of people. Plus, when it comes to America, I don't know. I don't know if like pure manpower matters so much. I mean, obviously, you know, for the economy it does, and for production and things of that nature. I just assume America has some like secret weaponry outside of nuclear weapons that would wreak havoc, like some DARPA type stuff that just has not been shown to the world. That if need be, they could like crack out and just start obliterating things. That could be wrong. I mean, it's kind of an assumption. We call Canada America 2 and South America, we call it America 3. I'm curious what would happen if the countries did try to combine. Like if Canada was open to the idea of fusing with the United States, what other countries would do. I think that would set off alarms in other countries if America just got way bigger. They're not, it's the same thing we do, posturing. You said China will win? I don't know, man. I think both sides lose. Because what do you win at the end of the day? You think China's gonna come over here and occupy? You think America's gonna go over there and occupy? I don't see it. I just don't see it. Remember, like 80 to 90% of the shit we buy is made in China. They quite literally have us in their grip. Russia stabbed China in the back with the Mongolia's land grab. China is eyeing Siberia for resources. I thought Russia and China were kind of, you know, they seem friendly. CIA is responsible for 13 known coups in the last 40 years. Most normal people here know they're a threat. Well, I mean, a coup, you could call it a coup, but it really just depends how you frame it, right? Because a coup sounds bad, right? Like, I mean, it kind of sounds bad. But liberation, right? Or spreading freedom? What do they say in Helldivers? All the stuff they say in Helldivers, basically. They need water and minerals. China has the biggest military in the world and 6th generation planes that in theory can head on with the F-35s. They still can't beat themselves up. More likely that we would before they did. I do really think Canada would never allow a union to happen. We tried with Norway and they hated it to a degree. Still does that to this day. China population is close to 1.5 billion and America's 345. And I think that matters to some extent, but once you get into like really heavy weaponry, I don't think the numbers matter as much. Now, it depends on, I guess, the infrastructure and the production, because I do think future wars between superpowers are going to be fought mostly with drones anyway. I think it was either 70 or 80% of the recorded casualties in Ukraine have been with drones. So I think that is the future of warfare. You said you might move to Sweden or Denmark or such. I see a lot of Yanks wanting to colonize. That's New Zealand. It's not even close, bro. Yeah, how come Sweden or Denmark, AJ? You're conflating numbers with ability, Sebastian. Says Will. Liberation. Yeah, man, really liberating those people by destroying their economy. What you have first, you have to liberate the people from their money and from their economy, from their infrastructure. That's the first thing you need to do. You see, sometimes when you're cleaning, you make a bigger mess before, you know, you get everything cleaned up. Sort of like cracking the eggs to make an omelet. I'm just talking shit, guys. Great Lakes states need to join Canada instead, except Indiana. Wait, why? Why would they do that? That makes no sense at all. Again, that's going to make America look really silly. That's going to, like, if you look at our map, that's just going to look really silly. That's going to look really silly. And again, I don't think we can lose states. That or we have to split other states or grant other places statehood just so we don't have to change the flag. I think changing it. 50 is a nice round number for stars. So I don't really think that's going to happen. Canada is never joining America. The politics and healthcare are totally messed up. That's always what people point to is the healthcare. Is how would the healthcare work? How would benefits and healthcare work? I think you could create different zones, maybe, that fall under different laws that over time integrate with each other. But I understand, yeah, that would be a very, very complicated mess. Wait, what did Tilly say? Need to join Canada. Oh, that was... Tilly, you said that? Yeah, I don't know about that, Tilly. I don't know about that one. Mostly because of socialist policies, support for the mental health and poor, along with their notorious rejection of joining world wars. Yeah, being a neutral party is probably nice. Dude, Will said no blacks. Jesus Christ. Because fuck the US. Why fuck the US? Why fuck the US? I don't understand. Sweden or Denmark, no minority. Well, that's just not true. We just looked up the stats. There's minorities, about 20%. We Swedes don't like wars. We had our glory days in the Northern Wars, but yeah, welfare and such is quite nice. Well, there you go. Gross. I love cleaning, especially of the... Oh my God. What? Yo, hey, hold up. AJ, what? That is not an Astralarius quote. I don't know about that one. I don't know about that. That's a misquote, a mistranslation. You got lost in the sauce. I don't know if the broadcast is coming through clear. I don't remember saying that one. I'm not for it, just pointing it out. Segregating by separate and not equal. That'll work great. Was that a response to like the different zone thing? I mean, I'm just trying to think of like logistically how you would actually handle that. Fuck the US. Mr. Muscles, have you been to the US? And when you say fuck the US, you probably mean the government, right? Because I'm telling you, there are some cool people in the US. Out of 350 plus million people, believe it or not, some of them are kind of cool, all right? I don't know if we have shit politics. I mean, there's a lot of people here. We just, you know, unfortunately have a duopoly of sorts. It's really the partisanship. It's really the two-party system that is, I think, really causing some issues. Sweden, we have free healthcare, but you could also go to a private doctor like in the US. Acid Dust makes strong points. The US did give us Airbud. You love cleaning, bro. You know, the framing of what I said is, you know, this is, you know, I see how people can be taken out of context on the internet here. Sometimes when you're cleaning, bro, stop. Like, stop. Like, you guys are recontextualizing what I was talking about. Ew! Acid Dust. With the applause, man. You're really doing too much. I appreciate you, though. The black hole appreciates you. EO is turbo shit at anything trans healthcare, but that's what private is for. So the EU is bad at trans healthcare? I didn't know that. I never understood hating a country. Every country has good and bad people. Yeah, that's why I assume when people say they hate America, they hate, whatever, insert country, they mean the government and, the policies of the government. Will, misinformation. A future MSNBC guest. Oh, Mr. Muscles. People are nice as far as I know. There we go. Mr. Muscles. You started off really hot when you showed up here. You were dropping some of the spiciest takes. But I feel like you've leveled out. 77 million or so voted for a grape who literally wants me dead. So, Tilly, I don't know that he wants you dead. I feel like we've circled on this topic a couple of times. I can't know what he wants necessarily, or what conservatives want as a whole, or Republicans and stuff. I don't think they want you dead per se. But I could be wrong. Will says we have diversity. Well, there we go. And then Acidos with the 10. There was a huge mass exodus of professors some point start of this year, especially of those who studied fascism in World War II. So a bunch of people jump ship because they're seeing the warning signs. That sounds like what you're saying. So today I gotta figure out why YouTube. Wait, is that something you have to turn on? Because Tilly, I don't really understand the rhyme or reason to how it gives out gifted subs. I really don't understand. EU is gatekeeping hell. Zeki, Americans are brainwashed to think they're the best country ever, but their government gives them nothing. It's dog eat dog and division. Meanwhile, Europe governments are for the people. All right. It's funny because sometimes Europeans are in the chat and they're saying they wish they had Trump. It feels like a grass is greener situation. Like, the grass is greener over there. Now, granted, not everybody in Europe or the UK, or whatever. I mean, generally, during that conversation, we were talking about the UK, and there were people coming in like, oh, we wish we had Trump over here. So, not like everybody's going to agree, but it does feel like the grass is greener type of a situation. Will, we have successfully disengaged. We have disengaged from that topic somehow. And it's smooth sailing, all right? It's smooth. I know you're trying to, you are the one that is turning the ship into the iceberg, okay? You're the one saying full steam ahead. Fuck that iceberg. That ain't nothing. So I can agree I dislike U.S. soldiers and politicians, but the people, most of my friends are American and Canadian. Well, there we go. They're not in Sweden, oh my lord. I don't even know if that's true. We'll have to look it up. Bro, he said it straight up literally multiple times. What did he say straight up multiple times? I don't know if you're talking about the trans stuff. If you are, I think your claim was that he wants you dead. I do not. Look, if he said that, I'll be like, yo, that's crazy. If he said that. We'll find it. We'll find the clip. We'll find the stuff. I don't think he says that. But it's possible. I just feel like if he said that, I would have seen it. Because I feel like the news would be playing that on repeat. And would have been playing it on repeat for the last 6 months. There's Jews in Sweden, Will. Alright, Will. Looks like UN says they're up there too, bro. Had to step away for a bit. Did we get back on the Jew thing yet? What is up with you guys? Why do you guys keep trying to run into the iceberg? All right, what are we doing here? It said I've been gone years ago. We love it. Will loves his cartoon windows, which are missing some of the support beams. Oh, this is flying over my head. How many related to the majority? You know, Will, you really like ratios or something. In your membership tab, you have to hit accept gifted memberships. Ah. UNGOC, I think Will is obsessed with demographic breakdowns in measuring countries that he wants to move to. He just said the H word, homogenous. Oh my gosh. Oh, into the EU stuff too. Working on it, Chris. My last question, what do you like about Trump? For real, man? No, just kidding. Wait, what? Oh, no, maybe you mean not kidding? You know, I'd say one thing that's, you know, I'd say positive about him. And I think, you know, this rubs a lot of people the wrong way. You know, different people take this differently. How do I say this in a way that, it, you know, It seems as though he says what's on his mind. Like, he doesn't really do the political speak so much. Like, he does for some issues, or he's careful around some issues. For example, if you hear him talk about Taiwan, he's very careful about Taiwan. During the Israel-Palestine negotiations, he was careful around that. But a lot of the times he speaks off the cuff to where I kind of feel like we get what he's thinking, right? And but then some people be like, well, no, he's a liar and he's manipulating you. But then those same people will say, but he's an idiot. He's the dumbest president ever. Well, I'm like, well, how is he simultaneously the dumbest president ever and a master manipulator? A mastilator. You know what I mean? So I guess it does seem as though he, I have to say, for some of the things that he said he was going to do, now he has dropped the ball. UAPs, UFOs, I have yet to hear him disclose anything about that. That rubs me the wrong way. The Epstein files, that rubs me the wrong way. However, I mean, when he was talking about the immigration stuff, it's really no surprise what's happening. Not even immigration, illegal immigration. He kind of did what he said he was going to do on that one. Let's see. One of his most popular ads was, I think it was like trans sports stuff or whatever. He followed through with that. I mean, he seems to have followed through with what his base more or less wanted. Again, outside of the Epstein files. Yeah. I'd say his base, from what I could tell, just from what I've seen, their biggest issues are probably Israel and our funding of, you know, Israel. Probably our funding of Ukraine. The Epstein files. Personal thing for me, the UFOs. Nobody else cares about it, just me. Yeah. Dirty money with the bait, I love it. Unemployment, inflation rising. I think unemployment is going to get severely worse. I think, I'm not going to go on a whole tangent here. You guys have heard it 20,000 times. I made a little short video just to, you know, kind of get my thoughts out there. AI and robotics and automation, I think, are going to destroy labor in developed nations. But I could be wrong. I doubt I am, but I could be wrong. Unless the country's, you know, the government steps in and does something ahead of time. How homogenous your country is, which changes the product of your stance. So you seem to really like homogenous countries. Maybe you should move to Japan, Will. I think Japan is very homogenous. Capitalism elevates people while so... Oh, yeah, that's right. Dropping the bait in here. I feel like you're just trying to summon communism, Dirty Money. I feel like that's what you're doing right now. Shit. I didn't realize I got this far back in the, damn. Oh, damn, Mr. Muscles. All right, take care, bro. Be safe out there. Be safe. It's a crazy world, my guy. People's Ring cameras will now be used for surveillance by the government and police. Amazon just sold out. I assumed there was already a backdoor into that shit. I realize when you actually realize how many people have Ring cameras, you realize that when you're walking down the sidewalk in a neighborhood, you are on so many cameras. You don't even need street cameras anymore in these places, okay? Every house has a camera on it. And it's all being fed to like a centralized place where all the data is gathered. It's crazy. You said, you know what was fucking jarring? Old roommate had a MAGA hat here in New Zealand. Dumbfounding, so hard to not call him the R word on the spot. Wait, which R word? What, it doesn't matter. So I take it in New Zealand, there's not a lot of Trump love. It is kind of weird for the MAGA hat because it's so interesting to me because I don't see Americans wearing political paraphernalia of other countries' politicians. So I could see how that's weird if you're in New Zealand, Australia, Austria, the UK, whatever. And you have like a Trump hat. I could see like for a meme or something, but wearing like American political paraphernalia. I don't know. I just like that word right now, paraphernalia. It just doesn't make sense to me as, you know, if you're not from America. It's kind of weird. I mean, it's cool that you're showing support, I suppose. It is a little odd. He said it multiple times, including the family. I don't know what you're talking about here. I'm assuming. Tilly, are you really far behind in the... Are you using like voice to text? Because you might be like really far behind responding to me. That or you're talking to somebody else. But I'm gonna have to look up links now. I'm gonna have to look up links because I do not recall Trump ever saying that he wanted to kill trans people. But you might be talking about something else at this point. So Democrats think insults are going to help them. What's going on, Jesus Rivera? Jesus Rivera. I'm not really sure how to pronounce that. It's probably Jesus, right? Hey, could you not equate developmental disability to MAGA? I'm the former, and it's insulting. Well, to be fair, I did ask what R word. And plus, I don't think that necessarily means developmental disability, but we've had that conversation already. Persecutory delusions, Tilly. Oh my gosh, dirty money in the chat. Santos 2028, he's a con man felon too. What's going on, Zeki? Zeki 29 lip. Trump supporters don't care about racism or being called racist or fascist or Nazi. That is accurate, actually. That is, I think, an accurate description. They have been called that for the last decade. If you keep calling somebody something, eventually they will just stop caring. Democrats think political assassination is cool too. Yeah, it's not cool. That's not cool. I think so too, Astralarius. And I'm sorry I'm so far behind in chat. I don't know why I'm so slow. Hill would leave the best country in the world for hell. The hell would I leave the best country in the world for, says Will. Jesus says he voted for deportation. Mouth of diarrhea. America is really horrific TV show that directly affects my daily life. Wait, AJ, I didn't catch. Are you American by chance, or Trump seems more genuine than most other presidents. And that doesn't necessarily mean you're gonna like what he says. It's just, it feels like it's not political speak. Like you kind of get an answer. And some answers that you don't get, it just kind of makes sense. Like, are you going to strike this country? Well, you're not going to say, no president is going to say they're going to strike a country. He might say, oh, it's possible, it's on the table, I'm not going to take it off the table because it's, you know, political theater, negotiation, you know, leverage, whatever you want to call it. You know, and every president should probably act like that. But when it comes to a lot of things, I mean, he does speak pretty straightforward. He's like, yeah, no, I'm not for that. So, Jesus says, we love you, Trump. Keep going, MAGA. Is he dumb or a mastermind? Trump is as genuine as I am straight. So you're saying he's genuine, right? I mean, that's what that statement sounds like to me. He said they are dumb. They can't see the forest through the trees. Rats never see it coming because they're looking at free cheese.
What?
I'm the only one that matters, Donald Trump.
Weird for you to hear, but I needed you to hear it.
Wait, where's...
Probably not good timing. I know that. I just...
What are you doing? What do you expect me to say to that?
There's no way I'm this far back. What the hell?
I just needed you to know. Once.
Well,
How did I get this far back?
I can't.
I'm not with you guys on the AI fear. Will? I'm not gonna go on a whole long tangent. I just my concern is that the goal of these companies. I'm saying I'm not gonna go on a tangent. I'm not going to go on a tangent. The goal of these companies, I think, is to create software and hardware that could perform all of human tasks. If they're successful in that, I don't know what we do about jobs. Boom, bam, I'm done. Okay. Yes, that's why I don't trust that 77 million. He didn't. Wait, what? He isn't dictator enough, says Dirty Money. I want NYC to vote for socialism so they could see how bad socialism is and never try it again. All the things he ran and was elected on are being carried out. There's a few discrepancies, but yes, for the most part, his major campaign promises he seems to be following through on. Jesus, I love my socialist policies. AI will expedite unemployment. Yeah, that's what I think. Unless the government steps in ahead of time, or... I mean, there has to be planning. There has to be planning. But that is my main concern. My most near future concern is... well, just not needing labor anymore from humans. Unemployment is a choice in most cases. I'm speaking of a case where like most jobs just get taken, but I'm not sure. We'll see. So they'll never try it again. Oh no, workers owning means of production. Isn't that more of a, well, I guess that could be socialism, right? That was like more of a communism thing, but I guess that's the state owning it, right? Yeah, AI is going to destroy most jobs. Okay, see, we got some people in here that are thinking the same way. I love capitalism. I just wish I was better at it. Yo, same. But guys, listen. We are right around the corner from $1 billion, okay? Just keep going. We got this, all right? We got this. I'm not with you guys in the AI. Jesus, what's so bad about socialism? Or Jesus. Japan loves immigrants. Yeah. Wait, they do? I swear I just watched a video where they're complaining about immigrants. I mean, it was only like one video, but we'll have to do a deep dive on that. I thought they were pretty kind of reserved and closed off to that, but I could be wrong. Republicans are, or maybe you're being sarcastic. Republicans are always obsessed with denying Americans health care. Meanwhile, we pay for universal health care in Israel. Is that true? No, I love America's diversity. That's my point. I see. Mr. Muscles has left the chat, I believe. So I don't know if he's going to do that. It's gonna be baby steps with Mr. Muscles. You know, I do appreciate. I mean, if he's not trolling, I do appreciate his points and just kind of participating and hanging out. Hopefully, we see him back here again. I can't wait for news for this. They're gonna try it again. That's why I refuse to get a door cam that I can't control myself. I mean, you could have them locally. I mean, you could just get a camera and just, you know, hook it up to your computer. Thankfully, Ring cameras are not too common in Sweden. Really? Yeah, they're everywhere, dude. They're everywhere in the U.S. They are everywhere, bro. And the microphones pick up so much. It is actually wild how good they are. There's a lot of Trump love in New Zealand. Really? Love you. Keep going. Sounds like wearing a kick me sign. We influence global thought. Silly I'm eating. Socialists overlook the human spirit, providing only basic necessities like a prisoner receives. Yeah, I mean, there's some socialist policy or like the idea of safety nets that I'm not, you know, super opposed to. However, when you get closer to communism, what is it? I was talking to a communist recently, and it really seems like the individual is not considered very much. It seems like, you know, you really care more about the collective. And there's times where, I mean, obviously you want to care about the collective, but it just seems like there's such a lack of individualism or a care for it. And that's what kind of, you know, one of the things that kind of pushes me away from it. Also the centralized, you know, the government owning everything and everything being centralized, all the power in just one place. And, you know, it's kind of scary. I mean, yeah. I do think there's probably ways to organize society and economies at least, to be better, maybe. But the whole communist thing, I'm just like, I don't know about that one, guys. I don't know about that one. If we're talking about the government owning everything, yeah, I don't know about that one. NGOC, not true. He never said that, says Christopher. People who hate people who wear MAGA hats are unhinged. Yeah, at least stop and have a conversation, you know? Make sure that you actually hate them. I've met too many people on too many sides to just assume I'm going to hate somebody. I mean, hate's a strong word, too. For me to hate you, it's probably going to be personal, rather personal. Yeah, you're gonna have to like personally do something to me. Significant. Said it multiple times. I don't know what you're talking about. You have to be kind of stupid to believe MAGA, to be honest. Says Don. What's up, Don? They hate Trump more than they love their own country. It makes me ill, says Christopher. I think that's where he was going with this as well. They don't care because they are. I'm trying to catch up. Like once I get to where chat is, the messages will make more sense to me. Correct, we don't care about small words. We don't. It's political fatigue. There is a political fatigue. I have been feeling political fatigue, which is why I've been doing maybe a few more gaming streams and not as many political streams. But we're back though. We're back. Don't worry. Every day we'll be doing the news and the politics. It's just finding that balance. Bingo, we don't care about being called fascist. Yeah, I mean, at this point, when you keep calling somebody something, it just stops losing effect. Also, I don't think using words like fascist and race, you gotta be careful because it becomes like the boy who cried wolf. You know, if you're stretching and you're reaching when using those words, it's going to cause people to not listen to you in the future when you use those words. So I think, you know, you gotta be tactful with that one. Oh, Sebastian. Man, now you got me jumping around. At least Trump isn't hiding in a basement. If you know, you know. Oh, are you talking about Biden by chance? That was one of my main gripes with Biden is I used to like look up like, you know, Joe Biden, is he talking about this? Where is he speaking? Is he doing a speech? And I remember I used to struggle to find videos of Joe Biden speaking on anything or taking questions, and the questions he did take seemed rather contrived. You know what I mean? And one more. Yo, Sebastian. Communism is like having a king you elect. I'm wrong. Wait. Communism is like having a king you elect. Am I wrong? Is that what you're saying? Am I wrong? Yeah, I think that's what you're saying. I'm going to eventually catch up to chat, I swear. I'm somehow moving further back in it. I don't know how this is happening. I need to stop going on tangents. No Democrats think that at all. You think a patriot would hate a grape pissing all over the Constitution even more than me? But go figure. And that's bullshit. Trump 2028. Well, it's only if JD Vance runs and then steps down and Trump is his vice president. But hey, it's possible. I have hot pocket fatigue. I ate a 12-pack. Wow. Oh, over the weekend. Okay. Bro, I thought you were going to say like yesterday. I was like, damn, that's a lot of hot pockets. Cope. Where's the Epstein answer? I've been waiting. This Epstein situation is wild, I'm kind of pissed at everybody for the Epstein stuff. But to be honest, with the recent developments with Prince Andrew, I really believe that the Epstein stuff is... One, I think it implicates both the left and the right of America, but I also think it implicates other powerful people in other countries. I do not think this will ever come out, at least in our lifetime, because of the people implicated. It's mutual insured destruction, and it might actually shake up the order of things if certain names are released and people, protest and riot and stuff. So, a tech support scammer isn't political, and they're about as genuine as Trump. Interesting. Protest insults don't work. I quite honestly never understood racism and anti-immigration. Every white person in the U.S. are the great-grandchildren of immigrants. Same with Scandinavians. I make a distinction when talking about immigration and illegal immigration. I don't think that many people in America have an issue with legal immigration. I think most people have an issue are most of the people that have an issue with illegal immigration. I could be wrong about that. Is there a group of people that is like, oh, I hate brown people? Yeah, of course. I mean, yes, of course. But I think that's a minority. I could be wrong. But I think most people, when it comes to the immigration situation, it's more about illegal immigration. I think there's been some sort of conflation. I was just talking to somebody about this, and I was explaining. I was like, how many people Obama deported, right? I mean, I'm not trying to do the whataboutisms. But, and I was younger at the time, so I wasn't really paying attention to politics in the same way. But he deported more people than Trump, and I just don't remember there being any type of political backlash to that at the time. Now, again, I really wasn't engaged at all. I was much younger and just not engaged in this stuff. So maybe there was a lot of political backlash for his deportations, but I don't recall it. I quite honestly never said racism. Trump not genuine at all. He said, I don't know, a woman, then you had a picture with her. He said I want to sleep with her, then thought it was his wife. I kind of vaguely remember that. We laugh at the protests. He says, I know. Well, I could actually believe that part. When you see women as objects, they all probably blur together. Tilly, I feel like I don't want to say project. What's the word I'm looking for? It's like you're seeing patterns that I'm not seeing at the very least. Yeah, we were having this conversation kind of the other day when we were talking about the IVF stuff. That was an interesting one. You folks don't even know what socialism is. Workers owning the means of production, ? I want New York City to vote for socialism. The immigrant comment was sarcasm. Oh, okay, gotcha. Oh, they don't. Capitalism isn't the way for everything. It's that simple. We need a mix of both. If you don't know this, you're a retard or make like 400K a year plus. You could be both though. Oh no, capitalism is complete garbage. I don't know about that one, Tilly. There are some issues I think with, you know, capitalism, obviously, or there can be issues, but I feel like you're gonna find that in any system. You know, I was talking to a communist maybe a week ago. Hold up, let me not go on a tangent. We're gonna get back to communism here in a second. All the MAGA people I know personally have one thing in common. There are huge liars, and it seems they're worshiping their liar-in-chief. They love how Trump lies. Don says it's not. How many times has socialism succeeded versus failed, Tilly? Ring cameras solve so many murders. Do they really? I could see that, though. I could see that. You want capitalism for food, for example, so you get the best taste at the lowest price. It exists to maintain exploitative authority, hierarchy crap, while letting the people it's using think it's totally... We'll be the next on the top. I mean, like, again, there are some issues with it. He doesn't understand capitalism. He's using an iPhone, too. Try Joven or someone else more anarcho something. No, I've seen some of his stuff. I'll have to look at more of his stuff. But I did watch some. In fact, one of the chatters here actually called Joven and had a conversation with them on stream, I believe. And I was actually talking to them. If they want to speak up on that, they can in chat. I'm not going to call anybody out, but that was interesting. I had a conversation about that with one of the chatters here. Oh, Sebastian, I'm sorry. I'm trying to work down this freaking chat, but appreciate the two, bro. Kind of like the N-word lost its potency because, you know. Oh, yeah, I mean, has it lost its potency? I mean, the hard R, I don't know if it's lost its potency. Now, if you're talking about the A because of music and whatnot, maybe. But I almost feel like it's kind of falling out of fashion. I could be wrong, though. It's not... I don't Apple. I hate the centralized authoritarian communist stuff too. Tilly, you and me, I mean, hate's a strong word, but yeah, the centralized authoritarian communist stuff does also rub me the wrong way. So we're at least on the same page there. But like energy, why you want it capitalism system so they could charge you 400% profits for something that's needed. Yeah. It's less fucked to capitalism, but I'm anarchist before. Okay, Tilly, if you could just explain anarchy to me. Like, I mean this, I asked you earlier. If you don't want to, fine. But I don't understand. I guess I haven't really researched anarchy or anarchism or what have you. How does that work? And I don't mean like, oh, you know, how does that work? Like a tongue-in-cheek thing, and then you say, well, how does capitalism work? It doesn't. I mean, like literally, like how does it function? Like what is the steps? Like what are the different pieces? How does it come together? Like what is anarchist? Like I don't understand. Just seeing Richard, if you enjoyed, what country is anarchist? That's a good question too. I am developmentally disabled and question mark. I don't think that's what they were getting at. Socialists just want free shite. They aren't fooling anyone. As in the US would allow one to exist. Well, Tilly, and this is one of my issues as well, is, you know, economies, we're talking about different like ways of organizing economies. Your economy has to be able, if you're organizing an economy, it has to be able to survive the other economies in the world. You can't have an economy that could just be toppled by any other government, right? So it kind of has to be able to withstand the attacks from other places. I think that's kind of a prerequisite. Otherwise, what you're saying is you need the whole world to basically agree on one thing, which good luck, right? Socialists, appreciate. I don't know. That's stupidity. The people that love the country the most will hate Trump. He don't follow laws and process the Constitution, says Don. Joe's handlers refuse to let him in front of the microphone. Yeah, that was, I'm sure it was difficult. I mean, I really think it got swept under the rug that they just pulled this guy out in the middle of a presidential race and put Kamala in. I don't think that got talked about enough. Yeah. Communism is actually having a king ruler you are stuck with. What? Kind of like the Emperor lost his potency because, you know. I shake my head. You're not wrong. Will. Classless, stateless, definitively would involve a king, man. Oh, definitely, I'm sorry. Would involve a king, man. Just as people did in Germany, yeah, I mean, how can you see it any other way, Will? Donald's the king, all the libs would be uncharted Pacific Island. Well, I'm not a lib. Dirty money, give me a close reference to communism. Freedom movement to get the fuck out, that's my issue. Freedom of movement or get the fuck out, that's my issue. I'm so confused, Tilly. I really want to drill down on this anarchist thing with you. Dirty money Putin. MAGA doesn't care if Trump is a PDF. They aren't good people and they'll just lie about it. I don't know about that. I mean, maybe some people are bad, but I don't know. I've met some people that are, I think, are MAGA and they seem like they're pretty decent. Brown people hate brown people. I think people just hate people, but I feel you. There was, guess what 90% of the people saying? It's illegal immigration, but your own folks wasn't legal. I'm gonna need an expansion on that. It wasn't as bad because it was given a chance to see immigration judge. Barack Obama for that too. Yeah, I realize I'm like way far back in the chat. Don, please elaborate. Dirty money, you just proved my point. If reread what I said, Putin got elected by his people, da 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 da. It's just hate. So how am I wrong then? Okay, we're almost there, guys. We're almost there. Oh my god. The definition. Wait, did I skip some? See, I don't like this whole how does capitalism function. I'm not asking. I don't like the what about answers. Like when I'm trying to get like an answer to one question, and then it's like, well, what about this thing over here? It's just like, how does that help me? You know, with what I'm asking. I'm literally. I'm not asking it in like, well, how does it work? Like, I mean. Literally, how does it work? Like, how do you put it together? What are the different pieces involved, right? What is the structure? I'm never gonna get caught up in chat. I don't know what the hell. So am I wrong then? Should we give it a chance? Will agree patterns like Trump perving on women in changing rooms, perving on kids, talking about women as objects in general. He's elected by those who want to keep their heads or not spend their lives in the gulag. All rape, assault accusations, including adjudicated in court. Labeling girls broke the law by illegal immigrating. Blah. Don't you think there is a difference in gender, Tilly? Guys. Well, I don't know why you're constantly steering into icebergs. But you know, he told us doesn't objectify women. I was about to have the hottest take. I don't even think it's... No, fuck it. I'm moving forward. I'm speaking of Trump. He has a wife. What? They call the illegals for a reason. I'm asking you. Also, it's a misdemeanor. So is jaywalking. Is that true? What? Okay. This... Oh, my God. There's just too many points. There's just... I'm going to go on a tangent, and I'm going to be like 50,000 more messages behind. I'm not left or right. I just know that most of MAGA are white nationalists. I don't know that that's true. It could be, but I just don't think that's true. Pointy tail, or are you saying Tilly? What are you talking about? Where's your proof instead of citing allegations? I don't give a fuck, but other people clearly providing humans that way. How many illegals live with you? Why would I tell you? Wait, what? 0 is the answer. You can't. Wikipedia is it, my dude. Oregon, C. Jobin's stuff. How does capitalism function? Wait, I'm so confused. Okay, never mind. I'm uninterested. I'm uninterested. If there's no breakdown of the anarchist shit, then that's just like, don't even mention it. The state of disorder due to absence of or non-recognition of authority or their controlling systems. What? It's not good that companies are all talking record profits and the working man is struggling. Yeah, I do hate when Trump is like, oh, the stock market. I'm like, that's not the best representation. I mean, people could say 401ks and this, that, and the third, but I don't think the stock market, although it's an indication, you know, it's like one like metric there. I don't think it's the end all be all for like the normal folk. Till you don't work, you know, pay for everything. The definition doesn't mean anything to most people arguing about anarchy. Oh my gosh, guys, what are we doing? Anarchist is in a political sense. You say anarchy is not equal to anarchist. Well, that's what I'm asking is like, because it's like, okay, but what is it? Okay, no, never mind. I'm getting definitions of what it's not, but not definitions of what it is. I can't. I'm like, how long have I been live? I've been live for 10 hours, 10 and a half hours. I can feel myself slipping, guys. I'm about to pop off. Oh my God. Anarchy definition is a state of disorder due to absence of non-recognition authority controlling them. Oh my gosh, what is a woman? Are we really doing this, guys? Whatever she wants. Okay, Tilly, I can't. Yep, no, I'm avoiding the whole subject. Let me see here. I'm just gonna read through really fast. I gotta actually catch up with y'all here. All right, I'm at the bottom. Okay, here we go. Where are we at right now? The last 10 messages. Is it better than saying I have a clue? Yes, you did. You have a reading comprehension. People with reason low birth rate at the moment because guys are unhinged and need help. Feel free to hurt feelings with fact. The majority voted for this. Stop flipping it's not true. Why did Trump and JD lie and say black people hunting dogs to eat? Why JD claiming people working in Congress and political offices that are 18 to 40 are college kids because they racist? Look at the definition of a female and tell me that translates to what a trans woman is. If you think that is the same, could have happened, might happen, it's technically possible. Define female. Oh my God. I've gone over this subject too many times. I have laid this out so many times. So I'm gonna let y'all just fight amongst each other on it, because I feel like a lot of, like, I don't even want to say both sides are being disingenuous, but this is a subject where people disagree and they talk past each other, don't even try to understand each other. There's a side where sex being disconnected from gender is a concept I could entertain. One being social, one being biological. There's another side where, you know, there are these already predefined categories that most people subscribe to. So my whole thing is, instead of calling yourself trans woman or trans man, maybe make a third or fourth category that then associate with masculine and feminine. That way you're not encroaching on the definition of man and woman that most people have in their mind. Blah, 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 blah. Plato, Diogenes, thousands of years. I'm not rehashing this one. Silly, you don't engage like in genuine conversations or like debate, so it's just like, I mean, I could shove it up my ass, it just doesn't make a difference. Because you're not engaging genuinely, you're being disingenuous. which is okay, to each their own. I'm just trying to be a bridge builder. If y'all want to burn bridges and like yell at the other side, like stand on each side of the bridge and yell at each other and flip each other off, good luck, good luck, good luck getting your way. And I say that to all people, you know. At the end of the day, if you want to win in a democracy or a constitutional republic, or democratic republic, you're gonna have to win votes. You're gonna have to get the people that disagree with you to agree with you and vote your way. So if you just sit there and flick them off and yell at them and shit, you're not going to win. Like, for me, it's just practicality at a certain point. Effectiveness. And I try to find the most, you know, when I'm sitting here talking, I'm thinking about this stuff, you know, I try to be empathetic, I try to be thoughtful and all this stuff, but I also try to be effective. You know, like, what is the most effective way to get what you want? But sometimes I wonder if people even want to get what they want, or if they just want to fight about shit. Because just because somebody disagrees with something doesn't mean that they, like, hate you. Now, I mean, some people here might hate you. I don't know. I mean, I don't even mean you in general. I just mean, you know what I mean? I'm speaking in general. Just because people disagree doesn't mean they have to hate each other. It doesn't mean they want the other person to die or something. Like, there's people I disagree with. Shit, I probably disagree with all of you here about something, right? But also, all of you here have information that I do not have. I could learn something from all of you that I do not know. Just like all of you could probably learn something from me that you don't know. Probably, there's probably like some little fact that I have or something that you just don't know. And you probably have facts that I don't know. But it's like this whole concept of like, oh, the other side hates me and wants me to die and stuff like that. Are there people like that? Sure. I mean, if most people are like that, you're screwed. You understand that, right? You're screwed. There's nothing you can do about it. So at least hope that most people aren't like that. And if most people aren't like that, then you need to be able to communicate with those people in a way that they understand, right? I'm not saying you necessarily what you have to do. You do whatever you want to do. I'm just speaking in like a general sense. Dirty Buddy said, I disagree with you with that fucking bird in your hair. Why don't I hate you for it? Yo, you guys getting on my fucking albatross nest? I hope you're not. Actually, you know what? Come at me. Come at me. Come at me instead of Tilly. Okay, guys? Come on now. I'm sitting here. Let me be... I'm sorry, I'm lost for words today. What's going on with this JD wife thing? I saw something in my feed about JD's wife. He doesn't love his wife or something, but I'm sorry. People make like headcanons and they psychoanalyze to a point that I'm like, you're insane, right? But there might be some bit of info out there that shows he doesn't love his wife or some shit. I don't know. It's just, I don't know, man. I don't know. Like Occam's razor sometimes should be employed to just be like, how many assumptions do I have to make about this? Well, if I have to make 25 different assumptions to land at a point, maybe there's things that I could make less assumptions about. Maybe they'd be more accurate. Doesn't necessarily mean they're more accurate, right? But I just think some people just make headcanon. All right, sounds good, Will. Yo, grab me one, please. I appreciate you. If you're getting a 6-pack, I'll just take one. I'll just take one beer. Appreciate you. Wait, what kind of beer are you getting? You know what? Never mind. I'll wait till you get back. Don't look a gift horse in the mouth, right? See, now, Sebastian says, I'm not transphobic. I just don't recognize them as what they say they are because they aren't that. So that point right there, it's like, okay, not transphobic. So I'm assuming, let me just try to decipher what you're saying here. Are you saying you don't hate them? You don't want to see them die? You want them to have equal rights to everybody else? You just don't subscribe to the idea of sort of the spectrum of gender ideology, and that gender is a social construct that can be, you know, you could go from one side to the other or something like that. And if that's the case, again, that doesn't sound hateful. That just sounds like a difference of opinion. Aw, Will's gone. All right, take care if I don't see you. Be safe, it's crazy out there. Trans people have been around since people. Again, the concept of man and woman in a social way, like in a social construct, again, can make sense to me. It could make sense to me. But I would expect some sort of definition from the social sense, right? Because people will say, well, it's a social construct, right? But that doesn't do enough for me. Just because some people say something's a social construct doesn't necessarily mean it's not real. It just means that, I mean, all a social construct is enough people agreeing that something, like agreeing on a definition, right? The color blue, saying the sky is blue. It's kind of a social construct. The sky could be red. We could call blue red, but everybody calls blue blue. And we all agree that the sky is blue, right? Now, if people all of a sudden just started saying that blue was red, and enough people said blue was red, blue would be red. Like, that's just what it is. That's just like how language works. If everybody just decides to change the definition at once. The issue is when a small population is saying the definition is different than the larger population. This is where we start running into issues, because the larger population already has a definition in mind. This is why I think the whole third and fourth category has some sort of merit, because then you're not encroaching on or fighting against people on definitions that are already pre-established, and they don't really have any ground to fight against you. You could just say a word, like make up a gender, like a word for a gender, and say you're that thing. They could say you're not that thing, but they don't really have much of a leg to stand on, because it just doesn't really pertain to them at all. But when you say man or woman, this is something that pertains to literally like the whole population, like 50% of the population. So you're going to get pushback because people already have a definition in their mind. This is the same issue with marriage when it comes to gay marriage. You know, the people that are against gay marriage say that marriage is between a man and a woman. This means that the definition in their mind for what marriage is the union between a man and a woman, which means that by definition, two women or two men could not get married. That the marriage under their definition is not the same thing as what other people are considering marriage. It's a difference in definitions, simply put. I don't know why, like, it's so odd to me that people cannot see what's going on here. Like, you're not gonna be able to just convince everybody all at once of something that they all agree on is something else. Like, that's the problem. And being mad at people and calling them hateful or transphobic for not going along with your definition of things when they've known this other definition their whole life just seems disingenuous to me. Because I think there are people that don't really subscribe to the gender ideology stuff, but they don't really have any hate for trans people. And there are people that hate trans people. There's people that hate black people. There's people that hate white people. Yes, there's always people that hate fucking groups of people because people are fucking stupid. All right? They are. All right? There's plenty of stupid people. Exactly. Acid dust, I'm with you. About do trans people exist? I don't like this whole concept of do trans people exist. It's like, dude, if there's a person standing in front of you and they're saying they're trans or this, that, or the third, the person exists. They are not a fictitious person, right? Well, it's like, okay, well, this concept of them, like all they're saying is they want to be treated as a woman or they want to be treated as a man. That's literally all it is. Am I confused by that? I mean, if you lived in the woods, you would not care and you were like cut off from society. I don't think you would care that you were a man or a woman. I don't think it would make a difference. I could be wrong. But it only makes a difference in society. We're only talking about socially, right? You would still have dysphoria. Well, yeah, I need to study the dysphoria then. I need to understand this dysphoria deeper because to me, it just seems like a social issue. Because the concept of man and woman is a social, like literally, if it is a social construct, then it is a social issue. Unless you're saying that your body literally feels off because of like, you know, how you feel or whatever. Which is another thing entirely, but if that's a whole different thing because then how does affirming it from the outside help with the inside stuff? You see what I'm saying? Like if your body feels off to where it's not a social thing, then why does the social elements matter? Like for example, if it didn't matter at all, like the social side, then pronouns wouldn't matter. I mean, living the uncanny valley, I hear you. It just feels social to me because I don't understand. Yeah, I just don't understand it. Again, if there was some sort of definition where it was like, okay, a woman is like, at least checks A, B, and C boxes or something, right? Then I'd be like, okay, cool. You just make a definition. That's what you say a woman is. You check those boxes. Boom, you're a woman. Like by your, you know, standards or whatever. But just to say a woman is anybody that identifies as a woman just doesn't make any sense. A man is anybody that identifies as a man. It's like, sure, but what are they identifying as? Like, what are the characteristics, right? Like an apple is generally red. An orange is generally orange. Like there's certain characteristics that certain things have. So what is the characteristic that you're describing? But I'm just gonna have to study dysphoria. Like that's really where I need to sink my teeth into, I think. Well, Steven, now you fell into the trap of, well, what if a woman can't give birth? Or this, that, and the third. I have answers to all this, but it really doesn't matter at the end of the day. I have to say, I've never lactated, though, so I don't know. Anyway, man, it just feels like it's always running in circles with this topic. It really goes nowhere. Christopher, all right, man, you take care. Appreciate having you here. I'll see you on the next one. Take care, get some sleep, or get to work, or whatever your day has in front of you here. Be safe out there. It's crazy. But by that, whatever, I don't care. Well, hold on, Tilly. I mean, how can you say alpha, beta, and omega shit isn't real? You said is real outside of my least favorite kink genre ever. Whatever. I don't know. I realize this is just like a circular thing. I feel like y'all just need to agree to disagree at this point, because y'all are just talking past each other. It's sad to see, really. I might be dirty money. I might be lactating. I'm lactating all over everything, guys. Oh my gosh. I feel like we could all get along, regardless of, you know, man, woman, something in between. I don't think, you know, I think we could all get along, guys. I think we could all get along. Am I right, fellas? How is that new Pokemon game? If you haven't, you probably don't want to search it. Oh my god. I'm starting it today. All right. I want a full report. I haven't played Pokemon since maybe, what, XY or something? That was a long time ago. Was it XY? I think it was XY. I can't remember the Pokemon on the front of it. It was like on the DSi, I think. I can hardly remember. Zaki, I think the rich were always going to get richer. But I hear you, I hear you. Well, this is some fascinating stuff, guys. I really think we've come to a better understanding of each other through that conversation. Or ABCU, the Airbud Cinematic Universe. Exactly. That's really what we should be talking about. Yeah, exactly. We can still get along with each other. All we have to do is not talk about gender and sex, which honestly should be easy. Like, there's very little reason outside of like the culture war, you know, crazy viral stories, and even then, you really don't even need to talk about it. Lately, I've been having a struggle making a distinction between gender, like the gender ideology sort of philosophy. I've been struggling understanding or distinguishing gender from personality. Did you milk yet? What the? What are we? Milk. Milk. Milch. Milk. Sorry, I'm trying to speak German. Yeah, the fedora, I think you got it backwards, but I understand what you're saying. Yeah, we might have to do a lactating stream. I feel like that'll pull in the views. You know, on Twitch, they just had somebody give birth like a week or two ago live on Twitch. If you could give birth on Twitch, I'm pretty sure I should be allowed to lactate on YouTube. Pretty sure we could get the views up. Guys, we had over 400 likes on this stream. Very, very great stuff. I think it's a new record for me. I think the lactation stream might even hit 500 likes. That is a word I do not hear very often, lactate. I need to work that more into my vocabulary. Survivor? I was young. I don't remember actually watching it. You wouldn't watch? Well, that's kind of fucked up. But hey, I appreciate your honesty. I appreciate your honesty. I'm a little offended, but I'll get over it. Dude, the merits of Fallout 24-hour lactation stream. Every time I die, I have to like, I don't even know, guys. Let's just stop, please. No more lactation. But Tilly, isn't that the same thing as saying a woman might lactate or might give birth, assuming everything is correct, but they might not if things aren't? Ah, whatever. I don't even, it's just like, it doesn't even fucking matter. Better potential material instead of a lactation stream. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. I do feel like you're just downplaying my ability to lactate and entertain people while doing so. Part of me wants to prove you wrong. Part of me really doesn't. That's kind of how I am too. You know, I watched some, I watched Blair White. Is that her name? Blair White? Let me see. I think that's her name. She's like a trans YouTube creator. I might be wrong. Ah, shit. I let the music play way too long. Now it's playing some random shit that it wasn't supposed to be playing. Great. Great. Ay, my lord, there goes my stream. Oh, well, who cares? It should be fine. But, what is it? Blair White? Yeah. I was watching her the other day with somebody. And, I mean, she seems reasonable. She seems reasonable. I watched a few of her things. I was watching a couple other creators, too. Just, I don't know, branching out, watching different things and stuff. And for the most part, I really just don't care. Again, it's interesting philosophically, but at the end of the day, it just really doesn't even matter. I mean, she's a horrible human being. Well, why do you say that? You know, Tilly, I almost think no matter what I say, you're gonna take the opposite opinion at this point. So, if you, it's okay. You know what? Forget I said anything. I don't even care. Blair and her shithead friends have harassed people to the point of ending themselves attempts. She's disgusting. Okay. Okay. Well, either way. On to other things. Yo, the fedora! I just don't want people to turn the chill stream into the guy who has to wear a toilet seat on his neck, saying weird stuff and being angry all the time. Dude, I've seen that stream too! Guys, YouTube Live is kind of like old school YouTube, where if you scroll, you will find some interesting freaking stuff. Some niche stuff. I have seen the toilet seat guy. Interesting stuff. There's just some very interesting content on YouTube Live, guys. He kills it, and I think he does that to, because I think I clicked on his channel at one point, and I think he was doing gaming or something. So I think he just does that to, you know, the algorithm and whatnot. You know, more power to him. I mean, not my cup of tea, not something I personally, you know, really want to do for content. You know, I'm probably boring right now. I admit that. I'm probably not as interesting as him, but to each their own. You know what I'm saying? More power to him. I hope he's very successful. I mean, I guess it has a lot of hate. I'm surprised I don't get more hate. I used to get like, I didn't get into that much hate. I got like some hate in the beginning. I'm actually surprised I don't get as much hate. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. I occasionally peruse, especially like after like a stream like this, like a long stream. I'll lay down to take a nap or, you know, get some sleep, and sometimes I'll just peruse the lives. I don't really watch lives too much, but there's a couple people I've followed, and I'll just, you know, drop in, say a couple words, you know, see what's up and stuff. Oh, sorry, Sebastian. Let me pull it up on my PC. Oh, sorry. I think it's because I'm invisible. So I think it doesn't give me notifications. That's why I struggle to actually respond to people on here. Oh, I love these guys. Yo, Sunday Cool. What? Dog Secret, all dogs go to heaven. Is that about the girl, the voice actor? Is that the one you were telling me about, or are you talking about? No, this is the baby one. So, well, there's also Mr. Snickers Young opposes his mother for trying to stop him from getting a job so she could stay on Section 8. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Mr. Snickers linking the some ratchetness, it seems like. Yeah, I don't know who joined the Discord because it's just a collection of symbols, but welcome. You joined it, well, damn, you joined like 4 hours ago, but welcome. Wait, which one did you send me? You sent me, oh yeah. Those guys are great. I need to subscribe to them if I haven't. Yeah, I just learned about this voice actor situation.
You know that movie?
What do we got? 53? Yeah, no, I can do this. I can play this. Copy link. Did not know the music sounded like that. My fault, guys. A little aggressive there. Pull up this short. Oh. Am I subscribed to these dudes? If not, they're getting a sub. Bam. Sunday cool teas, guys. Let me pull it up on screen for you.
All Dogs Go to Heaven. It's the most depressing thing ever. You know the last scene where Charlie goes up on the bed
saying goodbye?
Yeah. The girl actress, the voice actor, her name was Judith Barcy, and a couple weeks before Burt Reynolds had to voice over his part for that scene, she was unalived by her father. So he went into the studio and he asked for a closed session or whatever, to where it was just him and the audio engineer, and they said it took him like 30-something attempts to do the scene, and they actually had to reanimate it because he was like
so emotional,
like crying during the thing.
Because
she was like, I watched the scene today. I'm like, I started crying. I'm like, dude, this is so sad. Because she's like, will I see you again, Charlie? And I'm like, oh my god,
that is so sad.
Yeah,
good for Bert though.
Yeah,
getting it done right.
What a downer.
That movie was also terrifying.
I used to love it.
Like when they go to hell and stuff.
Rough one.
It came out in the 80s, right?
Rough.
You know.
Yeah, that is brutal. I'm gonna have to give that one another watch, but damn, that is brutal. Wow, I did not know that. That really sucks.
So this one is cool. You basically connect your Shopify account and it's
When you need to, I don't know, Kami, I don't know. He hasn't made it. He hasn't made it here in a while. So he must be caught up with something. Who knows? Who knows? Fighting the revolution. Yeah, I didn't know about that All Dogs Go to Heaven story. I just brought up All Dogs Go to Heaven as like a meme earlier, and then somebody's like, "Oh, you know that story?" And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" And I'm like, "Well, damn, that sucks." Cheers, cheers. Oh shit, he made it back with his drinks. Cheers, cheers. But yeah, man, that's really lame. Sorry about the dead air. What widow? Will, stop. All right, guys, I gotta run to the corner store real quick. Will's making me drink. Let me stop. Yo, appreciate you, bro. For the moderators, for the supporters, for the members, and for the amazing conversations from the chatters. Applause. Appreciate you guys for helping keep the lights on here at the Black Hole, radio broadcast. When we run out of fuel, sometimes we fall into the event horizon. It's a misconception. You can't escape the event horizon. It's just a pain in the ass. Hilarious, if you know what I mean. So we appreciate y'all. We don't like getting stuck there. Sadly, that'll get you one, right? Gosh, it is actually crazy. It's so true. Event Horizon is very weird, isn't it? It's very weird. But we try not to get caught up in that. Unless it's just like a really slow day. Getting caught in that is like... I used to work at this factory many years ago. And gosh, I hated that job. I mean, it was like mind-numbing work. And this is so stupid, but so I had to open, like I was a press mold operator. So I'd open these machines, I'd take the parts out, process them, close the machine, it would process the next thing, I'd process the parts, cut them down, package them. Like it was like a whole process for depending on like what I was doing that day. But anyway, for some reason there was this like one machine that if you touched the door and you touched this this other device that I had to use, this tool, you would be like completing a circuit and you would just feel the electricity move through you, right? And like I said, this was some mind-numbing work. So occasionally you would just touch the machine and the door on purpose and it would give you this jolt and wake you up. It was horrible. I don't even, wait a second, why did I just tell that story? Hold up. I was responding to something. I don't even know what the hell I was just responding to. Fuck. Wait, Asher, can you please share with Till what I said in the Hangout chat? Because it's too long. Wait, what? The Event Horizon, hold up. Oh, okay, sorry. Let me just circle that all in because I just told that random story. I feel the connection is weak here. But that's kind of what falling into the Event Horizon is like sometimes. You get bored, you know, you need a little pick-me-up, a little bit of excitement. So yeah, you complete the circuit, so to speak. Wait, Astra. Alright. Wait, you want me to just share? Like, you want me to read it out loud, or you want me to send it to Tilly? I was gonna be like, you could just, like, Tilly, aren't you in the, Tilly, you're in the Discord, right? Sebastian has a message in Hangout, apparently, for you. Either way. He said, no, I was saying that in a season of Survivor, a trans man was outed on worldwide TV. And to be honest, up until he was outed, I would never have guessed, and that is okay. But that is okay with me. If you look the part and don't try to put your ideologies onto others, I'm completely okay with that. This trans crap needs to stay out of kids' reach and entertainment. This is a message from Mr. Snickers. Addressed to Tilly. safety hazard. Look, it wasn't that much. It wasn't like so much current that, you know, my hand was stuck to the door and I was being fried and like burnt up or anything. And it was just something I noticed one day. I don't know if it's because I wasn't standing on the rubber mat or what it was, but it was just something I noticed because you're moving fast. And then sometimes when I was moving fast, I ended up touching two things at once and I just realized, oh wow, that's electricity. It's just weird. Electricity is weird. It just vibrates. You feel like you're pulsating or vibrating. Thank you, thank you. Look. Thank you, thank you. Yes, indeed, kind. We know enough about it to use it, exactly. Anyway, that was a weird segue into that one. Kind of a non sequitur, but... Okay, was that real? I did see, were there like naked people riding bicycles in a protest? I don't know, guys. Look, you know, protesting, go for it. But come on, what are we doing here? Like, come on now. We can't be running around naked. That just doesn't even make sense. Like, why? Like, to what end? I don't know what that serves. And I'm gonna side-eye it. I'm gonna side-eye it. Because if everybody else is wearing clothes and they're out protesting and then some people show up naked, I'm assuming there's ulterior motives. I'm sorry, it's just what it is. I'm not sorry, actually. There's ulterior motives, you know? Just like if I go to the grocery store and there's somebody not wearing clothes, I'm gonna be like, what the hell's going on here? Everybody else is wearing clothes, you know? Did I miss something? Maybe I didn't get the memo. Yeah, naked protests are weird. Streaking is kind of I mean, for me, it's just like if it was like scheduled, like there's nude beaches, totally fine. I'm sure there's nude events or something, that's fine. But if you go to an event that isn't nude and you're nude, something about that just is weird to me. It's you're looking for some sort of extra attention that maybe you shouldn't be looking for at that type of an event, but who am I? Who am I? All right. Well, I mean, now the topless situation is a little different. Hear me out. Guys, this may come as a surprise to some of you. I think I am a free the nipple proponent. I don't like to see so much misogyny in the world. You know, I don't understand why, you know, men can walk around shirtless, but women can't. This does seem like oppression. And none of us like to see oppression, right? In fact, we'd like to see the opposite of oppression. Anyway, let me stop. Oh my God. I've never been to a nude beach myself. Maybe you don't care about nudity. For me, I just think there's an appropriate place for it and an inappropriate place for it. So, I advocate for free will. Well, there you go. It's just like you have to ask yourself, like, why is somebody doing something? You know, sometimes, right? It's like if everybody else shows up with clothes on and this person shows up without clothes on, what's going on here? And you're like, again, maybe I just didn't get the memo. You said a big difference between men and women's. Sebastian saying the quiet part out loud. I choose to wear clothes arrogantly. Oh my gosh. Oh, no, sure. I mean, everything in moderation, right, the fedora? I mean, the reason it's, you know, different for men and women is because of the male gaze, as it were. Because a lot of dudes probably aren't going to complain, but I bet you women will complain if the men are staring at them. So it's like, if you're comfortable being seen like that, there's probably going to be no issue with it, really, for the most part, you know, as long as you're not walking into a school, you know, a place of business or something, but, you know, around kids or something like that. I don't think a lot of dudes are going to freak out and be calling the cops on you. So, but they're also going to be looking at you. And if you have an issue with that, put some clothes on. So, I mean, it's pretty fucking simple. If you can't have it every which way, you can't be like, I'm going to be naked, but don't look at me. It's like, well, dude, then put some clothes on. I just say wear clothes, people. Just wear some clothes. It's not that complicated. A shirt, a pair of pants, some shoes. I mean, it's really simple, really. I mean, right? I would say just wear clothes. It's probably gonna lead to less issues, guys. Probably gonna lead to less issues. We've got some of the most basic, just really basic things, you know, just cover your body, try not to smell like shit. I mean, it's pretty basic. Yo, one pissed off veteran, what the hell? I didn't even see you in chat, bro. I doubt you're still in chat. You said you need education. I know you ain't talking to me. One pissed off, wait. Was I arguing with you the other day? Damn, I wish you would have jumped in the other chat, bro. If you're still over there, jump in, go to my channel and go to the other live. I didn't see the chat over there, my bad. It's crazy. But welcome. That was probably like an hour ago. I don't know how we're prudes about nudity. I think that's actually the opposite of what the problem is, Tilly. I think that I don't know that it's prudeness that is the issue with that. Again, yeah, I mean, I don't know. It doesn't even matter. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I really do think it's the opposite. Well, that's different, Tilly. I mean, I don't know. Okay, well, whatever. Well, you can't have it both ways. What do you mean it's over-sexualized? And this is where I start to have a problem. Because at that point, it's a preference. If people are attracted to that, then how is it even over-sexualized? That doesn't even make sense. That's like saying feet are over-sexualized. Some people are into feet. So if you're walking around barefoot, some people are gonna be looking at your feet and they're gonna be feeling a type of way. That's a thing. Guess what? More people are gonna be feeling a type of way if you got your tits out. It's pretty simple. Like, I don't know, this whole over-sexualization, it's just like hilarious to me because it's like, what are you talking about? Like, as if like this person can control, like, oh yes, you know, it's like, oh yes, that pair of tits there, I like that pair of tits, but I actually don't like it. It's like, no, I think it's just like an innate response. Now, granted, maybe if nudity was more normalized, like let's say women walking around shirtless was more normalized, I bet you over time, maybe it would be less sexualized, right? Just because it would be the norm. I could see that happening, but it still seems to me to be like a preference of some sort. You're saying nudity doesn't have to be, but it doesn't matter. If a person goes out in the nude, right? It doesn't matter in their mind what they think they're doing. It doesn't matter if you think it's not sexualized because you're not the beauty is in the eye of the beholder, right? You could go out there, right? Doesn't mean that other people are gonna be looking at you the same way or for the same reason that you walked out there like that. You get what I'm saying? Again, I feel like it's sort of as though society kind of, in general, you know, dudes probably feel a type of way towards certain body parts. And that's just kind of what it is. So I don't really even know, like, if it even goes much further than that. You could walk out and be like, well, I'm not sexualizing myself. It doesn't matter because other people are. So it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. You could go out and wear blue or wear red and think, this is no issue. You walk into the wrong neighborhood, you get shot because they don't like that color, right? You might think it doesn't matter, but if somebody else thinks it matters or somebody else treats it differently, well, that's the issue then, right? Do it, clap. Stop. Unk. John Garrett, stop it. I don't believe you. We're all naked under our clothes. Speak for yourself. Take off my clothes and I'm like, behold, more clothes. The jacket, the sweatshirt, the long sleeve, the t-shirt, the long johns. It just keeps going down, guys. It's just clothes, just more clothes and clothes. You've been to the United Air. Well, how, John Garrett, what's the difference? Or like, what are the, like, some main differences or takeaways that you noticed? Watched a lot of that TV show, Bones. It was like an investigative show. would recap the stream, but we've covered essentially. I mean, we've covered every topic here, guys, today. I swear. I think we've touched everything. I guess we didn't talk about cybersecurity. Okay, guys. So, yeah, we're going to save that for next stream. The UAE is amazing. Interesting. Every car on the road is expensive. No litter or homeless people. Very strict country. No alcohol. Very friendly to tourists as long as proper etiquette is followed. Interesting. The Fedora, do you know anything about cybersecurity? If so, I'm gonna be tapping on you for the cybersecurity conversations in the future. Well, cool. I'll be tapping on you for cybersecurity stuff, if you don't mind. This chat is a collection of experts. Now, what you guys are experts in, I'm still discovering. We've got a plane guy. We've got historians. We've got trolls. And we've got the cybersecurity. Now, I'm liking that. We've got some bilingual, trilingual stuff going on. So you went on a skydive trip. We're invited. One of us got sent back to the U.S. for bad behavior. Damn. So you really got to be on your P's and Q's there. I mean, anytime you travel, you should probably be, respectful to the places, We do have troll experts. I mean, I try to build bridges here. Trolls love bridges, so, come on over. Some trolls are better than others. I like a sophisticated troll. A tactful troll. Like when a troll makes me laugh, I'm like, all right, you're solid, Not the spammy ones, you gotta be a little thoughtful with it. Some people like to come in the chat and lay bait for other people. And sometimes their bait is actually kind of funny and kind of good, and I'm like, all right. And sometimes their bait is weak, and I'm like, come on, man. Like, you gotta do better. You gotta do better. We got the MAGA people, we've got the Democrats, we've got the Republicans, we got everybody. We got the communists, the socialists. Apparently we have anarchists. Skydive world record attempt in the UAE. This chat can be logged. Oh. I'm assuming it is, isn't it? I mean, what are you talking about? Oh my gosh. Skydive Dubai came about after the event. In its natural habitat, the American troll weighs around 300 pounds with incel tendencies, rarely leaves its habitat. Yes, we're watching it in its native habitat here. You only smite the spam, leaning on my phone incidents aside. Yeah, okay, we're letting that one slide, because I was like, what the hell are you doing? I really liked that, the comment he left, so I pinned it, and I'm like, why the fuck did you delete his pinned comment? I was like, what the fuck? Oh my gosh. It's one of those ones with from when the tilted edge screens were in. Tilted edge screen. Do you mean like Are you talking about this, like the curved edge over the edge or tilted screen? I'm trying to think. Until you can identify my buttons with high accuracy. In English, Safari voice. Stroll. Hello. Stroll. Okay, I'm gonna fail, guys. I'm gonna fail at this. Hello. This troll is about. This troll is on about. Some humans don't deserve. Okay, I'm done. I swear I could do the accent. This troll is on about how some humans don't deserve rights in an online chat room. Say in English Safari voice. I'm gonna work on my English Safari voice. Hindsight 2020. Leaned on the edge. It's annoying, but it isn't really a threat to you. The online troll. Ah, yeah, the edge. Okay, I get what you mean. Yeah, I had one. I think I had an S9 or something that was like that. An S9, S10, something like that. I thought it was cool, but it was just funny because it was just such a gimmick because they're like, oh, it could do this and that. Like, when you lay it down on its face, the edge of it will light up when it's ringing. I'm just like, I don't know. It just seemed kind of redundant, but... Attenborough, Dave Attenborough. You're not the troll. My trolling is saying things with like 20 layers of sarcasm, and for some reason people taking it at face value. That's my trolling, where I'm just like, there's no freaking way you actually believe. Or maybe I guess if you just dropped in here 5 seconds ago and you hear me say something, it's like, okay, maybe you could, you know, think I'm being serious. But sometimes when I'll say something and people like take me serious, I'm like, are you fucking serious? It's like you're asking me to troll you at that point. That's why I just started being mean for real. Lol. Well, yeah, it's tougher for you guys because y'all are in, you know, if you don't drop like the, what is it, the /S or whatever, /S. What is that, the Reddit thing? It's hard. I try to layer it into my speech at times, and I get it sometimes, you know, it doesn't come through, but... This is why you just started being mean. Great. Yeah, they're always trying to innovate. We've somehow moved back to phones that fold. So, which is hilarious. I thought by this point we would have phones that are maybe the size, like half the size of a smartphone, like maybe like the size of like a regular S25, and then they expand out to be the size of an Ultra or the size of a tablet. That's where I thought we'd be at this point, which I guess we kind of have things sort of like that with the, what is it called, the Z Flip or the whatever it is. It's like this folding one that opens up to a like a large square screen. I want an S25. I've been holding off because like the Ultra would be nice, but I really only want it for the big screen. I act like I want the stylus, but I know I'm not gonna utilize it enough to even justify it. But then the S25, like it's fine. I kind of like bigger phones. Like I like bigger screens. And then I love the resolution on Samsung phones, so it's just like a nice fat screen. Oh my gosh. The S Pen is glorious. I just know I'm not gonna use it for anything. Like I act like I'm gonna use it for something, but I know I'm not using that for anything. Like what am I talking about? I mean, I do a bit of drawing, but am I gonna be drawing on it? Probably not. You thought, yeah, I thought AR would be too. I'm actually a bit surprised. But I think that really is a hardware issue. I mean, they tried that 10 years, no, shit, 20 years ago, 15 years ago at Google Glass. It was way too early, they shelved it. I'm surprised we haven't seen it make a return and actually work out. So, yeah, we got the VR stuff, sort of, got the AR a tiny bit. We might be just jumping right into brain-computer interfaces. Like, I'm starting to think that, so. Holding touchscreens reps, like break it in a week, right? I don't need one more. I can't. I don't. Oh man. I'll be sitting here just doodling all the time. AR and VR. Well, sure. That makes sense. I'm surprised we don't have it. But again, I really do think it's a hardware issue. They gotta make glasses that don't look silly. Functional glasses. Glasses that have enough functionality that the price tag is warranted, and they also don't make you look silly. So. We have it, but it hasn't been largely adopted. Like, we have it. ASMR. Welcome to my ASMR channel, guys. It's the blackhole. Yeah, hardware cost prohibitive. Yeah. I mean, it has to have enough bells and whistles to justify the price, and you can't look too silly. If it looks too silly and it's cost too much, you look like a tryhard. So, especially if it doesn't do enough. You ever run into me somehow and try one of my things before I've seen them out of the archives? I will keep that in mind. I will get all my practice in the digital arts of your devices, and then I'll be able to pick one for myself. Couldn't help it. VR. The soft clicking. Guys, oh my gosh, again, YouTube lives are amazing. I don't know if you guys have seen this one when you're scrolling. I think it's a guy, he wears a mask, and he's got a Blue Yeti microphone, and he puts like a bag over it, and he gets like a steel brush, and he brushes the freaking microphone. It's like the most, it's labeled ASMR, but it's the opposite of ASMR. It's very aggressive. The clitic, sorta. Not kintic. I cannot read right now, guys. I am sorry. Then if you or stream, it's like another grand for ringing a model up. Yeah. Oh, are you talking about like VTubing? Oh, you're talking about like VTubing. Yeah. I was somewhat interested in that. I think it's kind of neat. aggressive ASMR just when you thought you couldn't get any more cringy. I have to, dude, this guy though, oh my gosh, I wish I could find his channel because I had to stay and just watch for a couple minutes because I was just in awe. Sometimes it'd be like that on lives. I'm like, I really have no business watching this, but I need to. I just need to. I need to see how far this goes. You guys will know I've made it when you start seeing me do those ASMR streams and sleep streams. I have yet to make it to those two genres. You know, I stay in my lane. Mocap? What's mocap? Do I even want to know? ASMR makes my hair stand up like I'm watching someone lie to my face. That's an interesting way to put it. I totally get what you mean. Like, I get like the hair standing up part. It's an interesting connection association you made there. Exceedingly expensive. Wacom tablets, you draw directly on the screen. Sleep streams are so useless. Hot tub streams? Guys, listen. You guys may have seen my physical form. Okay. I'm what some people would call a daddy long legs, okay? My muscles are extremely compact, makes me look skinny. I am skinny. My muscles are so tightly wound, it doesn't really do my body justice. So before we get to the hot tub stream, my guys, I'm gonna have to hit the bench, all right? Hit the bag, bench, some dumbbells. Then we'll be able to do hot tub streams, okay? In my current form, I'm in like my base 0 form right now. I'm not doing hot tub streams in base 0, sorry. Gym stream, now hey guys, okay, I have thought about that. I've seen people work out, yes, and that would actually, because I feel like you guys would actually motivate me to like really stick with it. And then I'll be able to track the process and stuff. I have thought about this. I've seen people working out on YouTube. I'm like, should I do that? Like, it'll be cringe at first, but it would be kind of cool to see the process, like to see like the before and after over time. I have thought about this. Hot tub goes. So okay, let me think here. So gym would come first before hot tub. Then ASMR could kind of fit in anywhere. The sleep stream. Okay, if I was legit gonna do a sleep stream, I would have it set up to where, you know, if people send things in, you could make sounds play to wake me up. So like a sleep deprivation stream. When I was younger, I used to think that shit was so funny and interesting, the sleep deprivation streams. Although they're kind of cringe. I don't know. I like to think outside the box. Like some of the shit is just so cringe. So I don't know. I'd want to do something a little different, but yeah, probably not going to do sleep streams. Not to mention there's like people in real life that watch me too. And if I started doing sleep streams, I'd be getting text messages like, bro, what the fuck are you doing? Why am I watching you sleep? And I would ask, why are you watching me sleep? We call that wiry. I'm a bit wiry. I like to think of it as like a Luffy build, you know? Really epic freeze form. Oh yeah, I probably wouldn't even do the gym. I'd probably just do it here. Like I'm not really trying to film in a gym and shit. That's like weird. But I would do it here. I don't even know how to be an ass in the gym. Like I just, when I see like those cringe like gym videos, or just, I'm like, how do people act like that? I just don't understand how people act certain ways in public, or just act so inconsiderate to others. It really blows my mind. It is low key gross. I know. I cringe even saying like, you know, I would do a sleep deprivation stream, but yeah, I know it's kind of gross. But it's better than just watching somebody sleep, right? Like, at least there's something more going on. Otherwise, you guys, now, some of you have, well, we only got a few people. Some of y'all might have caught me dozing off here. I think I have passed out to stream like 6 months ago. I would stream way too long and I would fall asleep and wake up like, fuck. Every now and then, you know, I'll be like, all right, guys, be right back. And when I don't, so like one of my Fallout streams, like last week, I was like, all right, guys, I'll be right back. I'm refilling my coffee. I'm not going to lie. I walked over, I laid on my bed. I woke up like 8 hours later. And then I came over and the stream was still going. I was like, well, damn, if I would have just turned the camera on to me, I'd have been getting views. Nah. Don't know for drinks. You got to be careful with that. I don't know the rules for that one. Sebastian, you bassed out on me. I did? Did I? Oh, you know, I did. Oh my, dude, I swear. And I don't mean to do that shit. Like, I'll walk away and I have all intention of being here. And then I'm gone. Like, I just wake up the next day and then I realize my camera's on and I'm like, or like my game is up or something. And I'm like, oh, that's right. I'll just see if I can find this one stream. I don't know if I deleted it or what, but I wake up and I come back and you could just see I'm disheveled. I am so disheveled. And I'm just trying to close the stream. I'm like, oh my God, this is still going. Yeah, drinks is weird. It's like, that's, you know, YouTube might feel a type of way about that. It might be promoting like, you know, alcohol, So you gotta be careful with that kind of stuff. I wouldn't mind doing some sort of like, I don't know. I'd have to figure out how people thread that needle. When you're like, be right back, and never did. I know, dude, I was out of it. Yeah, drinks for donos is against TOS on some, yeah, because they can get dangerous really fast. I think there's been incidents in the past with people. So that one is like, it's kind of a no-no a lot of the time. Yeah, on Twitch, you probably have. I don't know if I'd mess around on YouTube with that. Twitch is weird, man. I don't know. I was streaming on Twitch. I have a Twitch. I have a Kick. I recently made a Rumble. I've been meaning to stream to all of them at the same time, but I'm just lazy. And YouTube is like my, you know, bread and butter. You know, those ones are hard to get traction on. But I should be doing it. I mean, it's just a couple of buttons. I really should. But then it's like, I just need to look at the TOS for everything. Because I was going to start going live on TikTok once I got followers over there. I don't really use TikTok like that, but I thought, okay, for this I could do it. And then I could just stream on like every single platform that I can at once. Really maximize here. Twitch I think is banned now, or maybe it's partially enforced. Yeah, probably. The bro was a dramatic ass. Yeah, but you gotta think outside the box. Some of these sleep streams, maybe put like a flashlights counter. Oh my gosh, see, you guys are geniuses. Exactly, it's about thinking outside the box. I don't want to do like the exact same things everybody else is doing. Missing G out. Potential viewers. Truly I am though, I am. But also, yeah, I do need to just like double check all the TOS everywhere. Like Twitch, I think is a little bit more forgiving when it comes to copyrighted content. I think. Well, then again, they might mute your VODs. I don't know. It's just a lot of different stuff. Automated duck feed. Man, y'all are geniuses. Twitch, I think, is banned now, or maybe Apache. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, but I think I'm something about Apache. You'll have to euphemism a yacht or get heated. Are you saying in terms of drinking, or are you saying just in general? Because I think in TikTok you have to be more PG. Cat streams. Well, I guess I gotta buy a cat. That's why I was interested in Kick and stuff. I wanted a place where it's just like, because YouTube, like, I don't know. I heard if you swear in the first like minute or two of your stream, that could go against you. There's certain words you can't say that could play against you. I'm sure like once you get a big enough following, it doesn't make as big of a difference. But when it comes to the algorithm, right? But I heard TikTok is really PG, so you could get kind of, yeah, like you said, yeeted off of that pretty quick. Grape, unalive, T people. What's T people? Are you saying is that for TikTok? I don't know what is T people. Oh, really? Like trans? Is that what you're talking about? Oh, interesting. Yeah. See, and that's the thing is, I really like having a chat and being able to have conversations that are open to like all these different subjects, and we could kind of like dive down into like the rabbit holes and, you know, sort of like edgier fringe stuff. So if I have to constantly like watch everything I say and just be all careful and stuff, it just feels, it's not really what I want to do, to be honest. I like being able to just kind of like speak freely. So I'm surprised they even let you type that acid dust. I think it's because you put it in quotes, but that is true. Really? If you argue with people, it likes to yeet both the host and the guest? Yeah, I mean, I notice some things because, like, when I go live, sometimes, like, what you put in the title really makes a big difference, hit or miss. And you could just tell when they're suppressing certain things. Like, I think I did, like, a Diddy short one day, and this is when I was doing more shorts, and it got zero, like, literally 0 views, which makes no sense. It got 0 impressions, so YouTube just decided not to show it to anybody. And there's just certain topics and certain things that you just kind of come to find that if you have it there, YouTube doesn't like it. But I don't know that they post it anywhere. So it's kind of like trial and error. And then it changes too over time. Like, I feel like there was, when I first started, I really, you know, I'm into UAPs, paranormal, and like stuff like that. And, you know, I wanted to make sure I covered that stuff on this channel. It's like something I'm interested in and want to talk about and like hear people's stories and stuff. And I think it's cool. And early on, I think that like those streams and content just didn't get the views, like it just didn't pull in much. Now, granted, my channel was also new, so there's a lot of different variables there. Wait, on TikTok? Oh, that's interesting. When did they get yeeted though? When did they get banned off the platform? It's like, that's one of the fears with like doing call-ins and stuff, but I don't know. I think the platform should just treat it as, oh, that person was an asshole. They got kicked off the stream. It's not a big deal. In real life, streaming doesn't work too much anymore. Wait, what do you mean? What do you mean? Man, I tried IRL streaming like some years back and I looked crazy to people. I had like a little, what is that called? Like a selfie stick. People thought I was freaking crazy. Yeah, I swear. And then just make a new account. Oh, I see. I mean, soon there's not even going to be live streamers, man. It's just going to be a bunch of AI, a bunch of Sora, a bunch of VTubers. There's not going to be... I think there's going to be less and less people that actually do live streaming, like with their face and voices. Oh, that would actually be cool. I should have had it on a backpack. Yeah, it'll eat itself. I mean, I think it's gonna be an ebb and flow. I think AI makes for great content and just how quickly it can be made, but also the versatility. Like anything that comes to your mind now, you could pretty much create, but it'll get old. and some people will seek out authenticity again. So, and I've already seen that online. Like I've spoken with people too that say like if they see AI stuff, they unsubscribe. They're not interested in AI, and things along that nature. So, I think it'll be like a back and forth where people just seek out authenticity. So. No, I've heard your voice, yeah. No, but I get it. I mean, a lot of people, there's people that are voice shy, there's people that are face shy. I mean, I get it. I mean, it might feel weird to a lot of people to sit here and do this. Why would you, if you could do better with AI? I don't know if I could do better. I've utilized AI. It's a helpful resource. I mean, it's really helped me on some stuff that, back in the day, like I remember like my first channel I made a gaming channel when I was like 14 or 15. And I used to sit there and have to edit the thumbnails, man, trying to figure that stuff. I mean, gosh, it was so different back then. I bought an Elgato capture card and I had the Xbox hooked to my computer, and that's how I'd capture my gameplay and then, edit it and stuff. And AI has helped a lot with workflow for like a single person to do stuff. Like you don't need to learn the ins and outs of like 50 different things just to stream or just to make videos or whatever. Like you can really just focus on the thing you want to do. Just hire an artist. Easier said than done. I mean, in some cases, people have shown me some stuff like on Fiverr and whatnot, but I have kind of enjoyed doing it myself and everything as much as I can. So XP Movie Maker, bro, I used that for my channel, like, bro, so long ago. I remember those days. And then eventually I think I got into VSDC. Oh, there was something before VSDC though. Oh my gosh, that's hilarious. But I remember Windows Movie Maker. I don't know if it was XP, but I remember Windows Movie Maker. That was hilarious. Art is not there yet. I don't know, man. AI just keeps improving. I was just seeing it do better and better and better. Man, oh Lord. So I do think it's cool because it really does make it accessible to everybody. And you can really focus on the pieces you want to focus on. For me,